Day one in Switzerland was bonkers. We had the 8th biggest chase ever on ECN. Alton went undefeated, but had a few scares along the way. Today we'll see 3 new teams to ECN. We'll also see the Zurich Crickets. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Switzerland, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. We had a huge night last night, Portugal wrapping up. What a final that was, but right here, day 2, and a very special day as well, because today is Swiss National Day, 1st of August. That's why I'm in red. And of course, we're going to get a lot of action here. The Swiss, they have brought the action so far in day 1, and I think it'll continue through day 2. A few new faces today to the network. We have 4 teams on show 3. It's their first time ever playing on ECN, so I'm going to be really excited to see what they're bringing to the table. First up, we have a match between Wettingen and the Zurich Lions. Both these teams, they are new. They are a little bit probably nervous to go out there. I'm not too nervous though for them. I think they'll be great. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the 2 captains.
Tails. Tails is called. It is tails. We ball.
So Zurich Lions have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. I'm not too surprised about that. I think new teams to the competition, often they all just want to get out there at once. They kind of want to see how the pitch is playing. We know that was a bit of a factor yesterday. But I just think with 2 teams that are new to the competition, it's a blank slate. We know there's 11 teams in this competition, only 5 will make it to finals day. So it's important to get off to a good start. We saw yesterday the defending champions, the Nomads, walking away without any points. That's despite putting 152 on the board in the first innings of the tournament. Alton ended up going through undefeated, but Power CC, they looked really strong as well. I just hope all the players this morning, they just go out there, they bat freely and really just enjoy the experience of ECS cricket, because remember, we have not been here for 3 years. And well, let's talk a little bit about the conditions. We have a bit of drizzle this morning, so that's a bit of an issue. We know this outfield is not particularly quick to start with because it's a football ground. We know the pitch was a little bit tricky at times yesterday, just with a little bit of movement underneath, but I think that'll be a lot better today. People working really hard on making that happen. Anyway, I've been wanting to make this happen for quite a long time. I've got a special guest in the commentary box, and you'll see who that is very, very shortly. But for now, let's go up there with the news from the toss here in match 6 that the Lions, they've won the toss, they're going to field. Morning to all of our wonderful viewers, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome once again from the central commentary position. Have a look at this ground, the Grundermost Stadium here in St. Gallen. It's about an hour out of Zurich. And today is a very, very special day in Switzerland because it is the National Day of Switzerland. It dates back all the way to the 1200s. It's been celebrated regularly on the 1st of August since the 1890s. So it's a big holiday here in Switzerland. We're expecting a few people down as well, because it isn't a working day, but we will be working. We'll be working hard to bring you the cricket. And yesterday was certainly very, very entertaining. Let's go through the 5 matches yesterday. Now, this was crazy. It actually was the 8th biggest chase in ECN history. Alton chased down 153, and they did it with 14 balls to spare. Incredible stuff. Hassan Ahmed with 74, but it was countered by Roshanth Karunamurthy on ECN debut. 70 off just 19 balls. And we realised we were in for a special tournament when we saw that go down. And then the second game, Nomads, hard to believe they walk away with no points from day 1, because then they post 125 against Power CC, who narrowly missed out in the finals last time around in 2020. But Power,
They powered to victory with 5 balls to spare. Asad Mahmood coming home with a wet sail, and they did it with 5 balls to spare. Katil Zabiullah with a pretty good-looking half-century in the first innings wasn't enough to get Nomads any points. So the defending champions on the bottom of the table at the moment. Winterthur, they appeared in match 3 for the first time. First time we've seen them once again since 2020. Karanagadagu was the only batter to really fire, although Fonseca got some runs late, and they were only able to manage 74. Early wickets, that was the big problem, as we saw Alton getting on top, and made kind of hard work of the chase, ended up 10 and over. They make the 75 in 7.3, so it looks comfortable. There are a few little hairy moments for Alton in that chase. They went 2-0, then powered onto their second win of the day. Winterthur again, no luck, struggled with some early wickets, couldn't get their openers going. The captain sent himself to the top of the order, run out in the first over. Jagdeep Tawana, a.k.a. Boom Boom Vicky, who a few people will remember from 2020. He tried hard. They got close in the end to the target of 131. They ended up on 113, but really that game was over a lot earlier than the last ball. And then, battle of the undefeated teams in match 5. Alton were held to 107 in the 10 overs, and it was a topsy-turvy chase. Really, the fielding of Alton made the big difference with Murali Nanasekharan with 2 direct hit run-outs in the 4th over. And a crazy finish. They did 12 off the last ball, and then it was a no-ball 6. And then it came down to the last ball, and it turned out to be an LBW. And then we realised it was a free hit, so it was just nothing. But it was a long, long last over. So looking at the table, just 4 teams have participated so far. Alton, 3-0. Power went down to them narrowly, but they do get points out of opening day. Winterthur and Nomads, they'll be a little bit concerned not to have any points yet. But it's early in the piece. Each team will play 10 matches. The top 5 will make it through to finals day, which is Friday week. Well, having a look now at the ground. Yeah, conditions, like I said, a little bit greasy, I suppose, because we had some early morning drizzle. I don't think it'll be too heavy. I think there'll just be times we might get a few sprinkles. But this ground certainly looks very, very nice. And having a look at what we got first up this morning, Vettingen taking on the Lions. I'm excited about this because both these teams, it's their first match ever. And I think all of the players, it's their first match ever on ECN. So, yeah, we've got a few firsts happening today. Lions winning the toss, electing to bowl. Most teams will do that, I think, just to get themselves out there as a team, all kind of soak it up, the cameras and the attention. It can sometimes be a little bit, cause a little bit of tension in the team. So you'll share that burden. And so, yeah, looking forward to seeing Vettingen and what they can put on the board. They've listed Thangadevil at the top of the order. And there he is, number 26, Naresh. And that man looks like he hit the ball a long way. So I know he would win a wrestle between the openers, I think, between Thangadevil and Nagendran Kantaseelan. So it is the first game for all of these players out there. But I've got someone with me that's joining me for day 2 and will be with us for the next week or so. And I know that he has a little bit of ECN experience as a guest, but we want you to settle in and feel at home. Mr. Maximo here, but I've got Andrew Leonard with me. Lenny, welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to ECN and welcome to the European Cricket Series.
Well, thanks so much for having me, and what a delight to be here. Not just first taste.
Well, Lenny, we've hit a kink straight away because your mic's not working. Welcome to the European Cricket Series. I don't think there's anything that you did wrong, but it's the perfect start. Anyway, we'll get on that straight away.
Can you hear me yet, Vinny?
I believe we are not hearing you. Why don't you talk into my microphone? Just say a quick hello, but this might be the only bit you hear from Lenny for a little bit.
Well, a very good morning, Vinny. Great to be with you here in beautiful Switzerland on Swiss National Day.
It is Swiss National Day, so yeah, really looking forward to seeing how things pan out. Like I said, not as much sunshine as yesterday. And the thing is, Lenny, our crew from String Productions, they are so great. They will have your microphone up and going. You didn't cut the cord or anything before we started, did you? So, anyway, I guess I thought I'd have some company. I mean, luckily, last time we were here, it was full pandemic, so I don't think we could have gotten as close as we did to share the microphone then. So why don't we get going? It's Lakshmanan to get us going for the Lions. And he starts with a no ball off the pitch. He literally bowls to his field. And if you're with us yesterday, you know that this pitch, it's a temporary pitch because the football ground here, they essentially don't allow a permanent cricket pitch here at this stage. So it's put up and down every day. It's been relayed today. Let's see how it holds up. Another no ball off the pitch. It's off this side of the pitch. So Lakshmanan getting some good movement there. That means the free hit will continue. As I want to give a warm welcome to all of our viewers watching on Fan Code. And how about some welcome messages to Lenny? I mean, it's a bit rude of us to roll out the red carpet. This is out the free hit. This wouldn't have been out anyway because can't be stopped the free hit. Probably not a bad thing for Lenny to get a sense of this first because it's been pretty hectic stuff in Switzerland. Probably the only new location I think we've been this year in the European Cricket Series. It's not really new because it was a new one for me. I wasn't here in 2020, but it was one of the first European Cricket Series that we did. Anyway, I think he's just blown his helmet strap off. So, all right. And so, I want to give a warm welcome. Look, Lenny is here, if you think I'm making it up. And yeah, here he is. Lenny's with me. And Andrew Leonard, you can put it on for show, but it's not really working. Why don't you say a quick hello to everyone?
Yeah, very good morning, everyone. Nice to get up so close and so personal with the great man, Mr. Maximo himself.
I'm loving the Swiss flag in the background as well. We've got a bit of stuff that's just turned up as well. Anyway, this is not a free hit, but the next one will be, because another one's off the pitch. Lakshmanan must feel like he's bowling on a popsicle stick at the moment. And Lenny, I'm telling you, that's the first time that has ever happened that the microphone just has not worked at all. So I'm going to do some magic. I'm going to crew from Spring Productions. I'll be back soon to sort this out. I suppose yesterday we didn't use this microphone. Now I think of it. Anyway, this one's off the bat. Oh, almost a run out. Has Naresh had to hustle here. Let's check it out. Pretty good piece of fielding. Pretty tough one for the keeper. I'd certainly be thinking about the helmet. Regardless, he would have been out of a hit, but I don't think any keeper in the world's taking that. All right, Lenny, you want to try again?
Well, let's see if it's working now. Not yet.
Lenny, tell you what, mind a coffee. If that's all right. But yeah, Lenny is here. And Matthew Hodgson, he's one of many Irish viewers we've got, Lenny. He's very excited to have you here. Probably not thrilled that we haven't got the headset working yet. But anyway, we'll work on it. Maybe Al can fix that. He fixes everything else. That's well bowled. You can see that Lakshmanan gets some good movement, and it is cloudy today. You know, typically we'll see the ball swing a bit more. Then he's pretty happy. Get the paycheck. We're just sitting still at the moment. He's very happy right now. Well, we thought Naresh might bring the power, and there's a sign of it. He goes bang, and he gets it away from the sweeper on the leg side boundary. 4 runs, and the first boundary of Swiss National Day, the first boundary of day 2. What a shot. Yeah, Naresh, sorry, he's almost run out without getting on strike this over.
Big swing and a miss, and I think,
hello,
Vinny, I've just found the magic button. It was that
There's
little one there.
I've never even seen that button. I've done about 2,000 matches on this console. Well done, Lenny. So you're not just a commentator. You are a problem solver.
Well, Vinny, I heard on the ECN you have to do it all. So that's a warm welcome. Great to be here.
Anyway, it's another straightish pull. That'll take some stopping, you know. Oh, it gets away from him. Oh, I think he might have just stopped that. I got to say, he's kind of acting like he's not sure. There's Ankush Lal out there. Thought it was a good stop initially, but yeah, it's just a little bit here. Oh, for me, I think that's 4. He's kind of on the line. There's the line and the rope. For me, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's 4. And look at his foot. His foot's on the rope as well. So that's a great shot from Spring Productions. So I think that will be 4 in the end. And you can see Spring Productions are not only fixing microphones, although typically you did that in the first over. But yeah, I think that will be 4 to finish the over. As, well, all happening so far. Once again, I want to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Lenny Leonard. And yeah, it's great that you're here. And I'm even happier now that your microphone's working.
It is great to be here, and first for something I've obviously watched a huge amount of, primarily through your Twitter feed, Vin, as much as anything else, and all the clips that are sent so viral. But what a setup it is here. Beautiful cricket ground, massive football stadium in behind, and on Swiss National Day. Really looking forward to what I believe is going to be action aplenty.
I think you are absolutely right. So, yeah, we've got the red on. We've just seen a few things appear as well, so watch out. The next time we see us on the camera, we might be decked out. Anyway, it's going to be over number 2, and it's Akakel Omed, who gets flicked away off the leg side. Just a little bit too straight from the bowler. And this is turning into a pretty good start for Vettingen.
Yeah, really good start. So yesterday, just was tuning in, actually, not only in the airport, but also on the train coming up, Vinny. Runs aplenty, and runs that came at great rates. I couldn't quite believe that scorecard. What was it again? 145?
Yeah,
152.
Yeah, 152 was chased down. It was the 8th biggest chase ever, and that was in the first match yesterday.
It was the fact they had 14 balls to spare, though, Vin.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's pretty close. Does it straighten enough? Umpire has a good look, and meanwhile, Naresh, the more things change, the more they stay the same. He would have been run out again. Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, I quite liked that. I got to say, maybe we can get it from this angle. Yeah. You can make an argument. It did come in a bit. Might have been missing leg stump. If it was by a whisker.
Close. Very, very close. Akakil Ahmed, I reckon he fancied that to go on a crash into leg stump.
If it was a BG song, it would have been closer than close. Anyway, this one is up and it's travelling, and it is all the way. Maximo! And Naresh, we said he's built for power. He hasn't wasted too much time sprinting so far, but he has belted a couple of boundaries. This guy looks like he's going to be fun to watch.
Yo, that's a big hit. And what a way to get my entry into the commentary box going here, Vin. Maximo's aplenty, and that one has, well, it's gone a long way, hasn't he? He's powerfully built. Naresh gets the long levers out, gets it well over the ropes. That's a 6, basically on any ground you can imagine.
Yeah, boundaries here, ECN standard, kind of 50 from the centre of the pitch. And watch out, because a few balls are still on the roof from yesterday. This guy looks like he could do it as he launches this one, and this comes on even further. Back-to-back Maximos as Thangavadevil rolls the dice and comes up double 6s.
Well, you gotta love it. It's not even 9 a.m. here in Switzerland. It's National Day, and the long levers are coming out from Thangavadevil. That is a big hit. It's gone more aerially than the previous one. The first one was longer. This one was higher. And Vettingen off to a flyer despite having been inserted to bat. In for a run fest on National Day.
I think we might be. Yeah, that was crazy what we saw yesterday. 152 not standing up. They're on that kind of pace right now. A bowled. I like this, although non-striker backs up a little bit too far. Gets back, gets away with it. Anyway, so I know we've got a lot of viewers, not only from Ireland, but a lot of viewers from Nepal as well. And a few of them popping into the chat already. I see that Sandesh Shahi Thakuri is in the chat. You've got a special relationship with Nepali cricket, don't you?
Yeah, namaste to everyone. Very good morning back in beautiful Nepal.
Last ball the over. Uh-oh, that's trouble with a capital T as Naresh goes large again. Maximo! The second over goes magical. Yeah, 20 plus overs. We typically call them magical. And yeah, they might check this for height, but I think he is kind of stepping out of his crease a bit. I mean, if you see where it's going to end up, probably just below the waist. And so I think I'll let that one go. But the over goes for 23 in the end. It's 33 without loss. I think already you're finding the pace is pretty frenetic here in the European Cricket Series.
Well, 10 over cricket, you got to love it, don't you? Baseball style there, not able to hit the pitch, so dispatched into the deep. There's the 211s for match number 6, day 2 here. We've got 11 teams playing 10 games each. Top 5 are the key spots, and certainly yesterday's action was anything to go by. We saw an unbeaten Alton side get off to a flying start, 3 wins from 3, but Vettingen and Zurich Lions trying to get their entry into the European Cricket League going well.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a ride, so strap yourself in. And yeah, change of pace, don't mind this. This is Saranakuma Subramani. And we didn't see a lot of leg spin yesterday. This is more of an overspinner. For the pitch being a little bit unusual, actually played pretty well yesterday. I think the batters enjoyed it.
Well, just for me, Vinny, it certainly shows cricket can be played anywhere. And you talk about the growth across the continent of Europe, more than 30 countries you guys are now bringing the game to. And really, we're in essentially what is a football stadium or the back of a football stadium here, the reserve team ground. And what a job they've done to get this wicket down, and certainly consistent bounce thus far.
Yeah, not a lot of bounce. We saw the odd bounce yesterday as a bit of a surprise tactic. This one's slightly misfielded, but they won't get a run. Yeah, we're just talking about highest chases before, and we have seen some big ones lately. 159 was the record for ages, but lately we've seen some big ones. That was crazy in Hungary when the home side chased down 174 in 8 overs. So that's the only one I could really compare it to recently. At the bottom of the screen, you see Alton getting on the list yesterday. This is a little inside edge, and he's handling the circle. Naresh, once again, having to hustle.
Vinny, those graphics are right. A run rate of 21.75, surely not.
And that's not even the highest run rate of a completed innings ever. In European cricket, if you want to go T20, technically the Spanish team chased down a target of 11 by scoring 13 in 2 deliveries. That was against Isle of Man. I know you're around world cricket. You know about
Heard
that
about
one.
that one, yeah.
And I love that Awais Ahmed from Spain, he said, yeah, I'll go out and hit 2 sixes, and he did. First balls off the pitch and then 2 sixes. Spain, Isle of Man, by the way, they're going to be playing in the ECC, the Euros of Cricket, which is only starting in 8 weeks, and they're in the same group together.
Is that usually in your September slot where you get all the
September,
countries together?
October, yep. And so Spain, Isle of Man, they will get to play each other in Group A.
I think, believe I'm right in saying, I think Isle of Man beat Austria recently.
Yeah, they had
who obviously went on to the T20 World Cup qualifier.
They did, yeah, Austria. A little bit disappointed, I'm sure, with their performance in the actual qualifiers, which I know you've come from, off the pitch. This has been a problem. I think I'd be actually having a whack at that because it's a no ball, but that's just me.
Difficult morning for a leg spinner. Always, when you bowl wrist spin and you're trying to turn it away from the right-handed batter, just to get grip on your ball, to get also heat into your fingers. I was expecting to come to this part of Europe for it to be a bit warmer, but it's a chilly morning. Not quite as cold as Edinburgh, but nearly.
Can be a bit hit and miss. We come from Prague where it was really beautiful most days, but the occasional storm would see the temperature drop. This is a nice looking straight drive, and he holds the pose. What a shot. Maximo. That one crashed into the grandstand.
Well, Canthalison finally gets it in the act. 6 off 11 prior to that delivery. And now he gets the maximum, maybe the shot of the morning, though. Beautiful pose held as it goes all the way down the ground into the grandstand for 6.
Look at that, Canthalison with the Gary Sobers-like follow-through. Take a picture, it'll last longer. What a shot. Good power play for Vettingham. Last ball of the third coming up. Well, clever. Keeper likes it. And I tell you what, Subramani is peeling for a catch, I think, to the bowler's end umpire, but this is worth a look. Oh, this is looking close to me. Does he get it down? I think he's going to be... Oh, I think he's just gone. Yeah, for me, he doesn't quite get down in time. Yeah, for me, I've got space between the toe and the ground. What do you think, Lenny?
Gone for all money.
Yeah.
And that key frame was the one that was just frozen upon when he was trying to reach out with that back foot just to get down. The bails, for me, clearly dislodged.
Bale's out of the groove there. Yeah, they're going to have a really close look at this one because I think that he's just out. And again, we haven't had another ball yet, so I think that there's going to be a decision here. Be very surprised. Well, again, yeah, for me, I don't know. I think they still haven't carried on with the game because they'd like to have another look, but yeah, he's very lucky to survive, put it that way, I think. Anyway, we'll move on to the 4th over. And so, well, Lenny, we're 3 overs in, and I'll tell you what, yesterday was a long day. We went into the 11th hour that we don't often do, but it just kept getting crazier.
Well, it's all happening, and what a way to be introduced properly. Back to Switzerland, your return after 3 years away, and a flying start. The 3 overs of the power play are done. We saw the signal given there, and the fielding restrictions ease. 5 fielders now in the deep.
Naresh on strike again. And this is up, it's in the air. Fielder should take it, and he will. Nice catch in these conditions. That's Kanishk Shah, the skipper, who is going to pick up the first wicket for the Lions in their ECN journey. And Vettingham finally lose one. Naresh, well, we'll say it's more runs than he scored in the whole series last time. He scored 7 runs in 5 games back in 2020. So at least he's had a good time so far. But this isn't Naresh that's out. It's Kanthaseelan, the first man to fall, and Vettigan 43 for 1.
Good catch. Get your best fielders into those key positions. Long on is the highly trafficked area, and the captain takes it comfortably. Ends what was a mixed day at the crease. Did see that one beautiful maximum down the ground, but he is gone, dismissed with the score now, 43 for 1.
Yeah, so maybe they can work their way back. I think par here, it's hard to say. When we were here in 2020, different times, of course, in more ways than one, but the average run rate was 9.9, so 99 par. Don't think that's holding up too many times based on what we saw yesterday. For me, it's a bit more like 120.
Vinny, across the network, obviously conditions play a huge amount, but what are you looking for in 10 over cricket?
Yeah, I think the average score, if you want to look at it across the board, is about 105 to 110 across all venues, across all matches. Places like this, I think it's probably a little bit more. I think the batters are pretty comfortable because the ball is not really testing them upstairs. Good example there as that's lifted up over leg side. Maximo. There's 6 more. And Selvin Nagayan not wasting any time getting into his work.
Well, what a way to start. First ball, smash it out of the ground. Don't even attempt to run, just watch. With a bit of a strut, there was a little bit of Caribbean flair to that follow through.
I've enjoyed the strut factor this morning from both sides, actually. Considering they're playing their first game on the network. Bit of off spin. This pitch did take turn yesterday. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised. It is basically a wooden underlay, so big flat wooden boards with carpet rolled over the top.
For me, it's genuinely inspirational to see how you can create a cricket ground, a cricket facility, really from nothing. Obviously, a football infrastructure here.
And this is hit straight down the ground. It's going to beat the fielder. It's been surprisingly quick, this outfield. I saw it yesterday. I know they gave it a bit of a haircut. But this ball was hit so hard. It's just a bit of a flat bat. And Naresh, like I said, 7 runs in 5 games in 2020. He looks like he's wanting to make up for it, and he's doing it so far.
Well, he spent 3 years waiting for this, waiting to get back to the big stage. And Thankavadivel has started magnificently. Strike rate nearly 300, Vin.
Well, in the air, and it might be all over for Naresh. And he's gone. So they've caught pretty well the Lions. The 50s come up during this over, but the Lions have something to shout about. It's a fast-paced 30. And it will be the second wicket. It's 54 for 2.
Well, good contribution. Well held. Catch taken by Akash Wadwa. Just almost the one that doesn't turn going on with the arm.
Yeah.
Maybe that little bit of rain that we've seen just skidding on. And he certainly threw the kitchen sink at it, but that's what you want, a contribution from an opener. Thankavadivel has gone for 30. Vettigan, they're 54 for 2.
Still think he gets cult figure status, though, for those big bombs that he provided in the power play. And he's provided a great platform for Vettigan with 6 overs still remaining. I know a lot of people who are watching from Nepal and they're coming in. I thought they would as well. I know that Suvash is watching from Canada, but he's a hashtag Nepali fan. And also, we've got lots of people from Ireland watching. They want you to inform me a little bit about cricket in Nepal. So I know you've told me a little bit. I know you've been involved with the Everest Premier League before. Obviously, they've had a good run in international cricket recently. It's pretty exciting over there. It's an area I'd like to visit one time.
It is a very special place, to say the least. It's really the passion for cricket over there. Never seen anything like it. As Nicholas Salonen is going to come in to bowl the 5th over. Just approaching the halfway stage of his first innings. Yeah, the passion for the game there, very special. So Dandavad, which is thank you for all the kind wishes this morning. And namaste to wherever the Nepali diaspora watching on from Canada, Australia, America, all around the world.
It's Nicholas Salonen who's going to bowl the next over. So over number 5. And starts being dabbed down. But yeah, probably look like we're going to have a nice little cross collaboration here. Of course, you've been all over the world with your commentary.
Yeah, the air miles are clocking up, Finn. I won't lie. I think somebody actually tweeted me recently, and they'd somehow done a little tracker. And just
really?
since January, I think they told me, I don't know this, but they told me I've been around the world 3 or 4 times already. So all happening, lots of time in airplanes.
I believe you, on all continents. Anyway, this is a good ball from Salonen. It's a good Yorker. Again, direct hit, I think would have been really tight.
Well, what a delivery, right into the block hole. Hits the mark, has a bit of style, a bit of flair. The ponytail bobbing out the back. I'm jealous of that one, Vin.
Yeah, I tell you what, I was going to say, I know that you're known as Takludai, which loosely translates as bald older brother. No, probably a bit younger than me. That would have been out on direct hit, by the way. It's, oh, dear. That's been delivered a little bit too high. It's been no ball for height. They'll come back for two. Nobody's home at the keeper's end. Doesn't stop him throwing. So another free hit coming up. The extras have been a bit of a problem. You would expect that in these conditions, though, Andrew.
Yeah, shake of the head, disappointment. Clearly over waist height, this one. So definitely going to be given as a no ball. The free hit will income. Good decision. Two umpires working together as they always should. And the lasso comes out over the head. In comes the free hit. What can Akhtar do with it?
Talon's been really good so far. That one just got away from him. Maybe a variation gone wrong. So here's the free hit. And it is hit. And the fielder trying to make the angle. Can he keep it in the field of play? He does. And he does very well to keep it to one. What a rocket arm that is from the boundary.
Gun arm. I tell you, Salonen has a yard of pace to him. Impressed. Obviously, the other thing that does make it tricky on a pitch like this, the one we're playing on, remember, laid down each morning, you don't have the abilities of fast bowler to bowl in spikes. So the guy's coming in off the slightly damp outfield those runners makes it more tricky.
Definitely. Don't quite get that footing that you would otherwise. This is lasered out to deep point, just a single. So I almost feel like we've got time to breathe here, Lenny. So you did get to spend a couple of days in Dublin at least, which is where you normally reside.
I think it was 36 hours, and I think to say I've got a home would be incorrect. 335 days last year on the road.
Is that right?
So right up there.
You and I have a lot in common, my friend. Couple to come here for Salonen. It's still been a decent over. This is lifted up. He's into a pocket of space. Tough one for the field. He won't get there. So 4 runs, and Akhtar getting into his work. Vettingham continue to swing the bat. It's been a pretty good innings from them so far. Remember, they were sent in by the Lions. But you can see these guys, they're looking very comfortable in the format. They actually play quite a lot of 10-over cricket here in Switzerland outside the ECS. So these teams coming in for the first time, they're actually quite experienced. Yeah,
from chatting to a few of the Cricket Switzerland boys last night, certainly T10-over cricket and T20 cricket, the two that they mainly focus on.
All right, goes straight, goes long, goes strong. Maximo! Akhtar goes boom. And that's the end of the first 5 overs of the day. Had a bit of everything in there. It's 70 for 2 after 5. And once again, kind of clearing that front leg. Very modern shot. And it was adios pelota. And I just want to take this opportunity as it's 72 after 5 to welcome you. And you've come on a great day. And look what we've been given here.
There it is.
Swiss National Day. I'm all in red. I think we'll have to crack these out fairly shortly. So I want to say schönen Geburtstag to all of our Swiss viewers.
That all morning,
a little
Ben.
bit. Anyway, I
Very
hope
good
you have a wonderful National Day here in Switzerland. If you're in the area, come down St. Gallen. It's a beautiful place to be. All undercover seating. It's one of the nicest places we've had in European Cricket
This
Series,
is stunning. You only invite me to the good ones, Vin. That's the only place you bring me.
We're not going to let you leave either for a little while. Anyway, we're going to stick with spin in the 6th over.
Do have a little tale for you from my commute yesterday, Vin, and the infrastructure here in Switzerland. Well, to call it world class would be an understatement, but certainly I got to meet a few locals coming in. We were delayed in our flight coming across.
Prakash here. And it should be gone. He's knocked it up, and he can't quite get there on the second opportunity. Snehal Joshi. He gave it a good crack, but yeah, that was a real opportunity. You know, sometimes I have a bit of advice. If you're going to drop it upwards. I mean, he did, and then you can see he just couldn't quite get there.
Almost looked like the intentional parry, didn't it, to take it on the second attempt, but just couldn't get it down in time.
This is a thick edge. That's in a flyaway. It'll test the outfield. I think that goes for 4, and it does. So Akhtar swinging the bat. Super aggressive approach, but paying off for Vettingham. Now, let's get back to what you were saying. So you tell me about your journey here. Who did you meet along the way?
Certainly very welcoming to Swiss people, no doubt about that. But I was told by the person I was traveling with, who not only got me off the flight, helped me with my bags, even showed me where to get the train from, all the way from Zurich up to St. Gallen. It is smooth, to say the least.
Yeah, about an hour on the train. Now this could be a chance. Fielder comes in and drops it. It was a good effort. Ganesh Shah, he's been in the action so far, the skipper. To be honest, it was a pretty good effort in these conditions. You can see a little bit of a slippery ball. He got 2 hands to it, but just couldn't hold on.
Makes it 2 drops in the over, and the spinner will feel as though he could have forfeit. But what I was told when I was hearing that it was Swiss National Day today, I asked, what's the day called? Like in Ireland, our National Day is St. Patrick's Day.
Sure.
It's just called, quite simply, as this one's hit down the ground, not quite going to get to the boundary, it's just called August 1st.
Yeah, August 1st, Swiss National Day.
There's no name for it.
In Australia, we call it Australia Day. In America, they kind of just call it 4th of July, or Independence Day, I suppose.
Independence
Day, they call it.
St. David's Day in Wales, remember?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
St. Patrick's Day in Ireland.
St. George's Day. Anyway, this is up. And this is another opportunity. Oh, fingertips. And then does a headstand for good measure. That's Senthil Lakshmanan. And now they're going to take an overthrow. The keeper might think of throwing. He doesn't. How does this pace of game compare with, let's just say, last week so far?
I think there's only one word I can use, Vin, as we get to the end of the 6, 79 for 2. Carnage. Absolute carnage. A net run rate or a current run rate of over 13. We had 3 drops on that over. I was a spin bowler, as you know, Vinny. And if I was Prakash, Ashwin Prakash, I thought he bowled beautifully. I'm thinking I've been robbed of a 5-wicket haul.
Yeah,
I have
true.
2 to my name. I could have 5.
Well, I'm a cricket lover. I love, out of all cricket, all formats. Obviously, the Ashes coming to a conclusion yesterday. Super exciting. That's one thing I love about the game is there's so many forms. There's so many things you can like about it. I think of it like foods. You know, like there's certain foods I like, and I like a variety of them. So here, obviously, a lot happening very quickly, but I enjoyed the World Cup qualifiers last week as well with Scotland and Ireland getting through. I know that you were pretty happy to see the Ireland team bounce back after a bit of disappointment. This is up, it's in the air, and it's going to be over the fence. Maximal! Salman moves to 17. Vettingham just 130's pace, and they've made the most of the initial overs this morning. That's a nice shot on the move.
Well, the quality of the ball striking really impressed me thus far, and it hasn't just been to the leg side. You tend to think of amateur cricketers maybe only able to hit towards their more favoured dominant leg side, or the bottom hand coming through inside out over extra cover, 6 all the way.
Both these two big guns, and now he gets another beamer. So that's going to be another free hit. I think they'll get 2 here. Keeper discards both gloves. I think that's for symmetry. Still continues to puzzle me why they let both gloves go. I suppose it's a bit like ballast over the edge of the ship. Maybe you can run a little bit faster, but another free hit, and these extras starting to add up for the Lions.
Not sure that was the greatest piece of running, and what was he thinking? Selayangam, he could have got back on strike for the free hit.
Oh, so it was only 1, was it?
Only 1. They didn't
Should
get back
have
for the
been
second.
2. Anyway, Akhtar says, I'll take the free hit. Yes, please. Another full toss. This is all wrists. He manoeuvres it over long on. Maximal. Getting in quickly. Scoring, and it's getting out of control for the Lions. Being tamed at the moment.
Well, maybe turning down the second was tactical. They said, let's get our power hitter on for the free hit. He'll pongo it over the ropes. Pongoed for 6. Brilliant strike. That run rate pushes up towards 15 per over. I think Vettigan are thinking of 150 plus from here.
It could be. And then even if they do get 150 plus, will it be safe? That's the question. We saw 153 chase down in the corresponding game yesterday.
Vinny, tell me about the timer. This is an ECN innovation, is it?
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of that TV show Lost. Do you remember that back in the day? They had to reset it every 108 minutes. It's not quite like that, but the timer starts at 40 minutes. It's adjusted in game, so it should always be accurate. So right now, 11 minutes 40. As this is lifted up and out of the ground as well. Well, go and fetch it. Maximal. Akhtar, 32 off 9. What a start to his ECN career.
What a start is right. Sensational stuff. To be honest, this is in the slot. It should be dispatched, and it is. Muscled. There was a bit of rage in that stroke, wasn't there? Really through the wrists again. Got great wrist. The first one over long on the free hit. This one goes over deep mid-wicket. Doesn't matter if the man is out. They'll take him on, hit it over his head. 6 more.
Yeah, these guys will back themselves to hit over the outfielders. And yeah, he's got magical wrists, doesn't he? And now he's going to go again. That might be the best one so far. He just hops across and he flicks it dismissively. 6 more, and that brings up the 100 now for Vetting, and they're out of control.
Well, listen to the reaction from the bench. They're down in the football dugout. We're playing around the clock on the bullseye dartboard here because we've gone long on mid-wicket. Now he goes square leg. Sensational wrist work. What a piece of batting. We said 150 was on the cards. They're thinking north of that. The projected score now 155. And Shah, he's bowled 4 legal deliveries. He's gone for 26.
This has been crazy stuff. Yeah, he's going over 6 a ball. That is concerning. Magical overs 20 plus, that's what we call them on ECN. Supersonic when you go 30 plus. I don't see any way this is not going to be a supersonic over the way things are going. We've even had 2 hypersonic overs, which are 40 plus, but that's another story. Uh-oh, more trouble. No fine leg, not that it would have mattered. And that one, I think it's gone just inside the boundary, but it does go supersonic now. And Mohammad Akhtar is on fire. What a shot.
Well, Vinny, I'm a cricket man and cricket only, but I do have a sneaking fondness for a second sport. That is darts, and we are playing around the clock here. This is every part of the venue. We've gone long on, we've gone mid-wicket, we've gone backward square leg. Now we go fine leg. Incredible batting, incredible wrists. 42 of just 11 balls.
And while this is a great start for Mohammad Akhtar to his career, spare a thought for the bowler, because he's getting absolutely torched right now, and he'll retain the strike now, Akhtar. 31 come off the 7th, and Vettingham up and away. It's 110 for 2 off 7.
Well, quite brilliant. What a start we've had to game day number 2 here, and lovely to hear from you all. This is what we've got coming up. Every part of this great continent. Where don't you go, Vinny?
Yeah, exactly. I go to about 20 countries a year plus. There's even more places we're looking at going to. So we've got 2 weeks here. This is the European Cricket Series, which is the domestic 10-over cricket. It'll be 12 days, and then we finish with the ECIs, European Cricket Internationals. France and Luxembourg will be touring, playing against the Swiss team. That'll be 9 10-over internationals, and then the next place we're in the ECS is in Germany, in Dresden. There for 2 weeks, 2 weeks in Krefeld, just outside Düsseldorf after that. Nice smattering of 10-over and 20-over international cricket, both men's and women's, coming up over the next 4 weeks. This is going to be a no ball off the pitch to start the 8th over. It's Saravana Kumar Subramani coming back with his leg spin. He seems like a good bowler to me. I think he's just got to get it right. He's one of those kind of modern leg spinners, not really ripping the ball, but a lot of overspin, just kind of sliding it on to the batter.
Yeah, almost sort of little leg cutters. They're very gently rolled out rather than hard spun leg breaks.
This is up in the air. Now this should be gone. Can't see him dropping this. Joshi will take it. So Akhtar is going to go. He won't make his... Oh, it's a free hit, of course. You've let me go. It's been a while since I missed one of those. We missed one last ball of the day last night.
You welcome me this morning. Time for me to welcome you.
All right.
The crowd, some of the crowd were thinking, yes, they've got him. Not out. You can't be out in a free hit. And this could be another one. And it's going to be smoked all the way. 7 runs in total. Over the waist-high. Correctly signalled as a no ball. The free hit's going to come. And look at that. Yeah, baseball style for 6.
It is literally, it's a dinger, isn't it? So Vettingham in heaven, they've got another 7. That one came down from the clouds and then was sent the same way. So another free hit coming up. This is what we had yesterday. We had 10 hours of this. Then he so strapped himself in. We're in for a ride. This partnership 65 off 23. Oh, now another free hit. Savani Agam is going to push for a second and he'll get there. So now, I mean, we could be looking highest score of the series so far. They're on this kind of 160 pace. Yeah, well, the chase yesterday, the successful chase was the highest score, 154, which they scored in 7.4 overs. Well, of course, they run for a lot more.
For me, it's going. It's going. It's already gone.
Yeah.
Matter of time. It's coming in.
I'll come back to the clock, which you asked me about 5 minutes ago, but we'll get to that. Anyway, this is up, and that's 6 more into the gap, over the gap, Maximal. And this is some power hitting from Vettingham at the moment.
Carnage, chaos, use whatever adjective you would like, because the power hitting, it's coming here to St. Gallen. Sensational ball striking. Yes, the bowlers have got it a little bit wrong in difficult conditions. Definitely a little bit of rain in and around the venue. It's not very warm out there either. Reminds me a bit of Edinburgh last week, to be honest. It's more like probably October than it is July, not the heat of the summer. But the scoring is red hot, and 170 may now be on the cards.
Maybe it's another silver 6. Only halfway through this over. Wants to go again, and he does, and put this with the rest. Maximo! Selwyn is going absolutely bonkers here. In fact, he's got Akhtar in his sights now.
Again, I want to talk about the quality. The ball striking. Inside out, over extra cover, one of the hardest places to go. Yes, it is a little bit into the slot, probably a bit too full from Subramani, whose first over was outstanding, kept things nice and tight. But the Zurich Lions bowlers, well, really, they've lost their radar, and everyone now going the distance. The run rate, it's over 17.
Selvan has another go. Wants to go again. This one, a little bit late on it. And just be one. That just gives us a slight moment to breathe. Yeah, so Matt Hodgson watching from Ireland saying he thinks we have the 2 most travelled commentators in world cricket on commentary day. He's probably right, you know.
Yeah, very good morning to you, Matt. Or certainly the two that do the most overs. You've got me trumped on that front, Vin, with, what is it, over 1,000 games again this year?
Yeah, something like that. I'm over about 2,600, I think, from the start of 2021.
You must have an Excel spreadsheet as we get to the end of the 8th. There's 134 for 2.
Ran out of cells. 134, yeah. So
a few more shout-outs as well, just from the YouTube chat. Suvash Shrestri is watching on. Nepali living in Canada, very good morning to him. Rob Thompson, very good morning to you. Matthew Hodgson asking, how cold was it in Edinburgh, Lenny? And it is 15 degrees and damp right now in Ireland. I was in Ireland for 36 hours, Vinny. This is no lie. It rained every single one of those 36 hours.
Well, you've got a few pubs there, and I know that that's a nice place to escape from the weather. I have been to Ireland a few times. I really enjoyed it, actually. Toured the Guinness factory, and that's a very touristy thing to do.
Well, it's one of the, I think it's the #1 tourist attraction in Europe, would you believe?
Really? All right. Oh, it's an inside edge, and the keeper couldn't get a dive on it. And that will dribble, and it's going to dribble into the rope. So, yeah, we'll check this one on the replay, but I'm sure there's an inside edge on this.
There is a bit of rain coming down now, Vinny. You can just see that. The umpire's happy to get through it for the moment. It may just be a shower. Inside edge is nicely bowled. Keeper can't get anything on it. I have to say, Zurich Lions fielding, letting them down. If you put that one down as a chance, that could be the 4th drop.
I think you're right. Anyway, eventually we're going to come back to the clock. The clock is simple. It starts at 40 minutes. You can trust the clocks. This is what makes us a bit different. It's very transparent. The clock will be adjusted if there's injuries, if things happen. For example, every wicket after the 5th, there's a 1-minute allowance. Yeah, lost balls, which happen all the time. But you must deliver the last ball the 9th over before that clock runs out. So this is the 9th over now.
What happens if you don't?
If you don't, 5-run penalty. And we saw it happen a couple of times yesterday. And it's like a buzzer beater. As long as you bowl that last ball the 9th over before the clock runs out, you're fine. But if not, 5 runs.
So and that's something that's enforced rigidly.
Rigidly. To the second. You got to have a line. You know, like I say, you can trust the clock 99% of the time. But the reason is it's even more important for us to say on time here in the European Cricket Series because
5 games a day.
5 games a day, 2-hour time slots. We've got to keep things moving. If balls go a long way, they'll throw a new ball out there or a replacement ball out there just to keep the game moving. It's super important. Anyway, they should be fine here with 2 to come. Or maybe not, because this is one time when they might get into trouble. No ball off the edge of the pitch. And this is certainly one issue when a lot of extra balls are bowled in innings. You can run into trouble with time.
In video, what you're seeing from the replay there is, I think you've got to go cross seam with the way the conditions are.
Yeah.
He's gone down seam. It's swung pretty significantly away. Nice little away shape to the right-hander. Not what you want, though. Too much movement off the wicket. No ball, free hit incoming.
And it'll be a wide. So now, still think with 2 minutes to go, they should be fine.
I'm going to be fascinated to watch that every game then.
Yeah. And
good innovation. I like that. I have to say, I like that a lot.
4.5 minutes and over is the allowance, but you kind of, I kind of allow 4 minutes and over in my head. 4 minutes and over for the overs to go is normally fairly comfortable. There's another free hit, and it should just be a single. And I think it's about 2. Getting to the stage in the innings where you start to push the running a little bit with the wickets in hand, but just a single in the end. So yeah, if you, for example, if we get to the end of the 7th over, if you've got 8 minutes plus, I think you're pretty much okay. 4 minutes and over or so. Even you can get it through and over in 3 minutes. But again, it's not always in your control at the end. If you get whacked a long way, for example, like this, because that is gone. Maximal. And Selvan Agam is going to bring up his 50, his first 50 in ECN cricket, brings it up off 19 balls. He actually laps Akhtar in the end. But what a knock and what an innings this is from Vettington as a whole.
Sensational. Really impressed with the ball striking. That's his 6th, would you believe, Vinny? It's come off 19 balls, just the 1-4 in there as well. And the umpires coming together for a chat. That rain, I have to say, getting a little bit heavier, made it very, very tricky.
Yeah,
we will get through the last over, you'd suspect. And who's going to bowl it? Surely Salonen has to be the one, because Kanish Shah 1 over for 31, Ahmed for 22.
Now I'm going to go back to Nicholas Salonen. I think that's a good call. Yeah, I mean, with the rain, it's a little bit heavier than a few minutes ago, but European Cricket Series in Europe, they all play through a bit more because you don't have the turf wicket to protect. So, yeah, they'll probably play in a bit more rain than you would otherwise, but still, it's 150 up. Last over coming up. There's Akhtar. He wants his 50. He's on 46. It'll be a wide, I think. Now, normally we have the tram lines in line with the popping crease. The little tram lines here, little ridges on the stumps. So
right
typically how it's done in ECN cricket is you need to have that ball completely inside the tram line. If it's even touching a little bit, they call it a wide. So it's quite harsh. You can see the rain there. Just a bit of a hassle at the moment. Well, there's his 50, and there was no doubt as soon as I heard that off the bat that Akhtar does it. 19 balls as well for him. We got twins at the crease as Vettingen up and away in the first innings of the day, and isn't he happy about it?
Look at the joy, look at the delight. It's also the 100 partnership up, Vinny. This has come in such rapid time. The run rate now up over 17 per over. Both batters getting to 50 off 19 balls. Akhtar with 3 4s and 5 6s.
With that strike, it's actually the highest score in the entire series so far. So getting sent in, but they're loving it at the moment. Yeah, it's 5.1 overs they've been together. They bring up the 100 partnership. It's big pace, although it might be over now. He's having to back, but he will be gone. So Snehal Joshi takes the catch in the last over. And Salonen breaks through. We thought he was the man, but 6 and out to start the 10th.
Really well judged. Right on the edge of the 30-yard circle, so he just paddles back probably 5 or 6 yards, gets well underneath it. It ends an outstanding innings. That celebration for the 50, the moment of the morning thus far. Joy, jubilation all around as he's gone for 52. Salonen gets a well-deserved wicket. I think he's bowled well with a yard of pace too. It's 157 for 3.
Those emotions really are what the European Cricket Series is all about. He's come out there playing on TV for the first time, I'm sure. He's had a really good innings, and you can just see how thrilled he is about it. There's something really raw and real about ECN. Anyway, this is Jürgen Thieren, who's going to get to pick up the pace, and he finds the same fielder. He might have a run out here. Great effort from Salonen. They might think it too, but I think that Jürgen Thieren just ran through a little bit. Probably not a bad thing to get Selva back on strike with 3 to come.
Have to say he's been superb in the field. Snehal Joshi picked up cleanly, and this easily could have been a direct hit. Look at the attempted flick onto the stumps. Oh, MS Dhoni, eat your heart out. Not with the gloves on. That would have been out.
Great improvisation from Salonen. Now steps away. It's probably not the odds at this stage, as he's done so well getting in behind the ball and banging it straight. But I think right now the Lions, the Kings of the Jungle, they might be wanting to throw a bit of an African rain dance in at the moment because they're chasing 160 plus here, I'm pretty sure.
Salonen doing well here to control the ball though with that rain just coming down. You can see it through the cameras.
Oh, clever ball. It's being wide for height. So, yeah. Silva Niaga. Let's have a look. Yeah, borderline.
Harsh on the bowler. It's a batter's game here.
Felt like he might have just got the top corner there. And the bouncer, surprisingly, it's been a pretty good tactic. If you've got a bit of pace, just, I think, for a surprise tactic more than anything. So it won't be a free hit because it's only wide. And then a miss. So I think Salonen, you can tell that he's going to be a key cog of this Lions bowling lineup. He's done a pretty good job.
Yeah, he's bowled really nicely. Also, definitely my award winner for the most stylish player of the morning. Look at that. God, he's fresh out of some kind of a TV commercial, this man. The ponytail, the rain coming down.
You're not wrong. All right, last ball. And he goes short again. And this is sick. You know what? If this is above the shoulder, it could be a no ball for the second bouncer in the over. So, yeah, it's dug in. Oh, see it on the way up. Yeah, for me, that's over the shoulder, Lenny. What do you think?
I think he deserves to get away with it after that first one being given as a wide. But one thing I want to focus on, look at the bravery. You talk about the great Sir Isaac, Vivian, Alexander Richards walking out there with a swagger with the cap on only, taking on a pacey bouncer, getting the hook in. You don't want to miss that, Vinny, but he didn't miss it. He smashed it for 6. It ended the innings basically the way it started with an all-action setup, 165 on the board, and a sensational start from Vettingen to their ECN Switzerland career.
Yeah, for sure. Well, bravery is one word. There's another word beginning with S that I would maybe think of using as well, because we have seen that go wrong. But nothing really went wrong for Vettingen in this innings for the most part. We saw, not just one guy getting after it as well. We saw a lot of guys in the top and middle order being able to hit the ball a long way, and I've really enjoyed watching them so far. I don't think the Lions enjoyed it so much. That was a bit of a controversial moment. For us, we thought the foot was in the air. The referee and the Umpires gave the batter the benefit of the doubt, and Venningen certainly made the most of it. Despite some good catches taken a long way, they just weren't able to stem the flow of runs.
Yeah, there were certainly a few missteps in the field, and they proved very costly despite these wickets that you're seeing falling. Ashwin Prakash, probably the pick of the bowlers with his 2-wicket haul. He could have had 5 for 3 drop catches off his bowling. I was really impressed too with Nicholas Salonen. I thought he bowled with good pace, but it was all about the ball striking. Look at this setup here, going around the board. Firstly, over long on, then through mid-wicket, over square leg, sixes. Well, they rained fittingly around this beautiful ground.
Sixes galore, and in fact we have 16 maximos in the 10 overs, so we know that's a good rate. And yeah, wrists like a rubber chicken. Akhtar, the way that he was able to manoeuvre the ball to the leg side, you're right, he was going round the clock. Half centuries to Selvana Yagam as well as Mohammad Akhtar. As you can see, just the thrill of these guys being out there despite the constant falling rain that it was pretty persistent towards the end. They end up getting up and away. I thought maybe they could have had a free hit last ball. That's just my thoughts, and they might have gone 170 plus, but still plenty of runs on the board. It is the highest score so far in the series. 165 for 3 as Thivagaran, he was able to lap Akhtar in the end. 57 for him, 52 for Akhtar, but setting up the innings was Kanthasilan and Naresh Thangavadevo with 30 off 12. He was very good. We saw Yogan Thiran at the very end. 13 extras, including a few that missed the surface. That was a bit of a constant pain for the Lions. And there's a bit of pain in there, but you mentioned Prakash, 2 for 21, as well as Salonen, 1 for 31. So I think Lions, they took the gamble to send in Venningen. It didn't really work, but who knows? We haven't seen them win the bat yet, and who knows what they're going to bring. Maybe they could be on that highest chase list.
They could be, but they're going to have to bat brilliantly well. The main thing in their favour, those slick conditions, difficult for the bowlers. They're going to really have to be at their very best to defend even a total as high as this.
So we'll take a quick break, back in a few minutes with the second innings. The rain is persistent, but it's not too heavy. Pretty optimistic that we'll be getting underway again to see if the Lions can get this 166 target or get close to it. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Lenny Leonard. That's just one innings. There's 9 more to come today. Vinny Sandhu to bring you the action after the break right here on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland European Cricket Series. Big day here in Switzerland as well, as it's the 1st of August, the Swiss National Day. The traditions of that go back almost 800 years. We haven't been going 800 years, but we certainly have done more than 800 matches here in the European Cricket Series. In fact, we have around about that much in a year in the European Cricket Series. All up, though, around about 1,700 matches on ECN planned this year. Now, right now, you're watching two teams new to the network. Wettingen versus the Zurich Lions. The news so far is that the Lions won the toss, elected to bowl first. I feel they might have come to rue that decision. Wettingen putting up 165 in the 10 overs, losing 3 wickets along the way. Benny Sander, who Mr. Maximo for ECN. Alongside me for the first time this morning is Andrew Lenny Leonard. And Lenny, it's been great to have you here at the venue. And what do you make of this game so far?
Well, Vinny, just great to be here, and thanks so much for having me again. I know you've been trying to twist my arm for a while now. Finally, my schedule cleared. The schedule has been hectic, but we have got a little window. And great to be with you for not just the next week. You misled people in the first innings. You said only a week. 10 days I'm here with you, Vin.
Yeah, 10 days.
Gonna love every second of it.
A week plus. And I may change it to the desk because I might not let you go either. Anyway, here we go. 166 the target. And like the first innings, it's going to start with a no ball. He's off the edge of the pitch. And then Naresh is going to chase it down. No ball plus 1 by coming up and a free hit. And just a very, very typical start to an innings.
And what a lovely way for Akash Wadwa to get his innings underway with the free hit. Can't be dismissed. Very difficult conditions. Have to give the players credit for getting back out there. There is a little bit of rain coming down, and it's going to make the bowling all the more difficult. You can see the guard being marked out by the crease there. Going to be left-handed Wadwa to get things underway. He's got a free hit to go with.
Yeah, I'd love to face a free hit first ball. It's the old backyard cricket rules. Can't get out first ball, isn't it? But yeah, the rain pretty consistent with what we saw at the end of the first innings. So the umpire's happy to let play continue. Sound the horn, it's free hit, and that's into the gap. And it probably runs away. The rain holding up the ball a little bit. And wow, I tell you what, that is fantastic. It's dodgeball in the first degree, as they were worried if they touch the ball that they're going over. But I think this ball stops.
They've ended up giving each other a nudge. Just say, after you, sir. No, after you. And clever thinking, because if either of the two that were over the rope picked it up, it would have been 4. But instead, it's Chikardi who picks it up, keeps it to just a couple.
There's a little bit of curling about that, actually. But anyway, doesn't go to the boundary. This one does go to the skies. Difficult catch in these conditions. It's Akhtar having a good game, and he still is. What a catch. And he's loving it here in the ECS as Wadwa gets 2, then gets out. It's a great start with the ball for Wettingen. 4 for 1.
Well, what a catch in these conditions to not only be able to judge your footwork to make sure you stay inside the rope, but to keep your foot in. Remember, you won't have spikes on there in the outfield because it's an artificial surface that we're playing on in the square. And this is so well judged. Probably a couple of yards inside the rope. He knows it. And here's the joy, the delight, hurled miles into the sky. It's a superb start for Wettingen in the defence of this big total. Wadwa's gone for 2. It's 4 for 1.
This will bring Senthil Lakshmanan to the crease. So I often say if you're going to make a low score, don't chew up balls, and you can't really accuse Wadwa of doing that. He goes to the skies, just didn't quite get it in the middle, got it high but didn't get it far enough. And now going to have to go like the Clappers in this second innings to get close to this 166 and be right up there with the best chasers of all time. We saw Alta make that list yesterday. We're talking 3,000 plus matches. But they do tend to come in clumps, and we've had some big chases lately.
Still trying to get my head around that, Vinny. Not just the fact that 153, the target was chased down, but the fact it was chased down with 14 deliveries to spare.
It was crazy. You can see why Alton have made it to the European Cricket League, the Champions League of Quick Cricket, twice in 2 attempts so far. That was a rematch, by the way, that first game yesterday of the final back in 2020 when Alton actually went undefeated but then lost the final to the Nomads. But they got their revenge yesterday. Lakshmanan pushes, runs, and he gets off the mark.
Interesting to see a little bit of movement through the air as well, just kind of wobbling it back in. And Gushalavan definitely getting something through the air. And when you've got more than 16 runs required per over to defend, all you need to do is do the basics right. Make sure you close the game out. You want to start with a win. Remember, 10 teams, 10 games each for the 11 teams here in Switzerland.
Oh, he throws the hands at this one, gets it high. This one's going a little bit further, I think, and it will just get over the line. 4 runs as Lyle gets off the mark.
Yeah, certainly a heavy outfield here. Just had enough momentum. You want to take the Maximo route. This one doesn't go all the way. It goes for 4 instead. Throws the hand at it. Hands at it. Too much width. A good start from Lal. He gets his first boundary. You really can't afford a batch of, 2 or 3 deliveries even without a boundary. And you want to capitalise on this power play. The first 3 overs, remember, just 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. A very straight long on and a deep extra cover in place. I've been impressed with the way the ball has been struck through that region in the first innings.
Yeah, they've hit through the line really well, haven't they? Just a lack of pace there. Could be a chance at the bowler's end, but he kind of airmails it over the stumps. It'll be a leg bite.
Yeah, leg bite signalled. Keep an eye on that run rate required per over. 16.82 now. To have any chance of chasing this down, the Zurich Lions, they need to get off to a flyer in these first 3. Remember, you can see the bowler drawing the ball every delivery. Rain is easing off a touch, though, which is good to report. Means we will get a result in. Vin, what is it? 3 overs in the second innings to get us a result?
3 overs is the minimum for a completed game. Looks like we'll get there. You never know, though. All right, well, that was a cracking hit. That was like a bullet out of a gun. Maximo! And I'll tell you what, I've seen a lot of cricket. Don't judge it too early, Lenny, because the Lions, they are out there. They want to roar. And they kind of get what they need out of this first over. 16 for 1 after 1.
Listen to the ping off the back. It echoed around this beautiful grandstand here. We're in essence at the reserve football stadium of the St. Gallen FC, a top flight football team here in Switzerland. That one, if we had a full length football pitch, it would have gone over the corner flag. It was a massive hit. 69 games, fittingly, since a golden ball. And you've got to talk me through this. Am I going to get one my first time here at the ECN, Vin?
You haven't lived till you've commentated a golden ball, Lenny. And I've commentated quite a few. We've actually had 48 golden balls now on the European Cricket Network. I know it's crept into a couple of other competitions around Europe as well and around the world. So 69 matches since the golden ball. Do you want to know when the last golden ball was? It was last Saturday. So not the Saturday just gone, but the Saturday before. But that's 69 games ago. Yep. Anyway, it's going to be wide down the leg side. First up, I don't think this gets anything. I think the batter hits his pad. And so Chakari has come on, left arm slinger coming around the wicket.
Yeah, Mabadullah Chakari coming in with his left arm seam. Interesting to see him come around the wicket, Vinny. I felt maybe over the wicket would be a more natural angle, get it to skid on, go through to the keeper, but in he comes around the wicket to start with.
Yeah, it's a very kind of end of the innings approach actually. And this is the risk. He's going to go right into the hitting zone outside the front hip of Lal, who turns around the corner for 4. Lions making a decent start in this chase.
And particularly with his action, look at how round arm it is. It's quite slingy like you described. It means that your margin for error from around the wicket is very, very small. And over comes the captain, Jürgen Thieren, to give a little bit of advice to the young quick. I just wonder, is he better off coming over the wicket, Vin? Naturally,
yes.
It's going to angle across them, be more difficult to hit.
We see a lot of round the wicket bowling in Europe. I don't always think it's the best way to go. And once again, just creating an angle that the batter's loving. In fact, that's gone all the way. Maximo! And Lal having a very good start. Ankush getting something he likes. Doesn't have to do too much. Just makes contact, goes with the angle, gets 6.
It's a free hit, Vinny. There's nobody in the deep on the leg side. The field completely wrong. The angle of attack, I think so too. We said the Lions had to get off to a flyer to get into this contest. They're ahead of the required rates.
One thing, yeah, I just think that some bowlers just really are comfortable bowling around the wicket. Maybe from a take ball background as well. Pretty common. Guess what? This is a little bit of ad nauseum here. They say insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. It's the same again and again. Maximo 6 more. Lions, they're in the mix here.
At the minimum, a field has to change. Deep extra cover, long on in place. I'm not sure the ball can be hit there because everything's angling in, and Lal is cashing in quite simply. Free hits. The ball flying everywhere, well ahead of the rate. 33 runs, just 9 legal deliveries bowled.
Yeah, so they're going well. Just going to put that up there for a second because if they could chase this down, it would actually be second all time. Pack Riders, they held the record briefly. They chased down 164 in Vienna in similar conditions to this. So have a look. All those top 3 are very recent.
all coming this year, Vinny. Are we going to add a fourth to the list?
Yeah,
Get up there.
Not just this year. 2 were on the same day in consecutive matches. And match 6 and match 7 in Hungary. Uh-oh. Sound the alarm, because it's a full-blown emergency now. Chikari's gone magical in 4 balls. And this power play is just getting away from Vettigan, getting some of their own medicine here in the second half.
Well, this over has gone wide. 4-6-6-6. Good ball striking, yes, but you have to question the tactics. They have to change something, and now there's a full-scale conflab in the outfield. The keepers come out to the skipper. Surely deep backward square has to go out, maybe deep fine leg. But instead, for the moment, Vinny, somehow the field is staying the same. Chikari and indeed Vettigan not learning their lessons.
Don't think this round the wicket's working between you and me. Anyway, 2 to come. More, this time off the toe of the bat. It'll run away. They should get 2. They'll take the same batter back on strike, Ankush Lal. And you can kind of see in Switzerland they play a lot of T10 cricket. So this is one thing that's a bit different. Often teams come into the European Cricket Series, they've come from 20 over or longer forms of cricket, and they find it hard to kind of just throw the kitchen sink at the bowling. But these guys are looking very comfortable.
It is amazing how big a difference it is. You think 10 over cricket versus T20 won't be that big a difference. Massive difference in approach needed.
Last ball of the over. Better. And it will be knocked down. They should get the single, but they decide against it in the end. It's Naresh. Finds himself in the action. That one was into his gravitational pull. End of 2 overs. And the score is 41 for 1.
Well, he's already my folk hero, isn't he? Naresh Kumar, Thangavedevo, alongside Nicholas Sallin. And they're the 2 who've stood out for me. Get them up in the pin-up boys, the poster boys of the ECN. That's the standings, the state of play. We see 4 new teams come into play today.
Yeah, so we'll get to see Paktoon Zalmi in the next match, and then we'll see the crickets later on today. Still teams we haven't seen yet. Sometimes that's for logistical reasons. So, for example, Costanay will just see them on Saturday for the first time, because often these guys are travelling several hours to be here. So,
remarkable.
So they'll probably have their games clumped together a little bit to get the 10 games in. It's such an experience. It's a festival of cricket, and I know that all the countries we go to are always super excited when they get the 2-week slot here in the European Cricket Series.
Yeah, I think one of the things I love about cricket here in the continent, the growth of it, it's just the background stories. There's one of the main men, Sam, who has been busy at work, hammers and tongs aplenty to get the pitch in each morning. I have to say, it's played pretty well, Vin.
I've got to say, we thought we'd seen improvement, and we have seen improvement. And that pitch has held together really well so far. As Lakshmanan gets his opportunity. Keeper up to the stumps now. So it's a pretty bold move as well against the bowler who's coming back. Is Shavan Santharasekharam. But yeah, he doesn't really zip through too much. Ankush has to hustle but gets there. And I'm a big believer as well. We talk a lot about rotating the strike in long forms cricket, but sometimes it's nice to have the same guy, if he's dominating, facing a lot of the deliveries. And right now, Ankush is red hot.
And good news as well, Vinny. That rain has eased off in a big way. And credit to the umpires for just saying, we think it's going to ease off. It did look like all those beautiful mountains we can see in the distance are coming back into view.
This is hit down to long on. And it should be just a single, so they don't have to deal with Ankush Lal for the moment.
Yeah, certainly you can't afford a tight over. When you need 16 or 17 per over, you need as many big ones as you can, particularly in the power play. Flying start for the Lions. And Vettigan will be feeling very much under the squeeze a bit. The required run rate hovers around 16 per over. You break that down, Vinny, you need at least 2 maximos if you can.
Now, inside half of the bat. This will probably run away, and it will get there just. So, Lakshmanan, again, wasn't particularly convincing. But if you're chasing 166, you need a big power play. You're kind of looking 50 minimum. Right now, they're on track to do that.
Yeah, definitely not where he intended. Maybe a little bit mistimed too, but gets enough of it. Again, the effect of the power play is seen here, Vinny, because you're only allowed 2 fielders outside the circle. He's got short fine up, and he's also got square leg up in the circle. Squirts away. Just has enough momentum to kiss the rope for 4.
It's him getting across and going leg side. There's nobody back at square leg. Instead, he goes straight, he goes long, he goes strong. And this one is flying into the grandstand. Well, that's 2 rows back. Maximo as the 50 comes up for the Zurich Lions in the power play.
And big smiles there from Jay, one of the ECN staff. He knows that was a good strike. Again, I'm really surprised, Vinny, by the quality of the ball striking, not through the leg side, but through the off.
I would have been tempted with the movement of the bowler here to step across and kind of flick away, but he's happy he can deal with the in-swing and still go straight. That was a cracking shot.
He's also got a little bit of a unique style, Vin, because there's a split grip. When I say a split grip, the bottom hand is quite far away from his top hand, and that's actually what's powered that stroke through over the offside. Got more than enough of it for it to crash into the grandstand. Some of the fans coming in to enjoy the Swiss National Day action are getting treated to a run fest to start with.
Almost a dangerous souvenir there for the spectators. Still 2 to come in the power play. Keeper's gone back now, swing and a miss.
Here's a batter he reminds me of with that split grip. Tilakaratne Dilshan of Sri Lanka. Very similar, short in stature and good down the ground. Will he get the dill scoop out? Will he go for one over his head? Or are the Lions just going to keep throwing the kitchen sink at things? I think we both know the answer.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really value as well for those shots. But we do see them a fair bit in the European Cricket Series because the outfield not particularly quick here. But Adam Gilchrist probably the other style. He'd have his hands together perhaps towards the top of the grip. Now he does turn on it. This one doesn't really come on. This isn't going for 4, I don't think. But they should get to, again, ball holding up. A little bit of a heavy outfield because of the persistent rain we've had this morning. And the Lions, well, they make sure we've got a contest here. They're 55 for 1 at the end of 3.
Well, if you break it down, Vin, they're a third of the way there for what would give us a golden ball. 3 more 55s. They haven't even used a third of the overs yet. The reason why, look at that power pack start. The second over going for 25. We did have carnage outside of the power play in the first innings with that 31 run over. But certainly the Lions very, very much in the hunt. And here comes the big man, Naresh Kumar Thangavedeval. Here he is. He's already my favourite player. Yeah. We saw it with a bat. What can he do with the ball?
We love Naresh. Yeah, 86 runs came in the last 4 overs in that first innings. They were 79 for 2 after 6. And you thought, okay, around 13 and over. What are you talking, 130s here? And it really blew out. 160s is what they're chasing. And it was only this year that we first ever saw a successful 160s chase. Since then, we've seen, how many? I think 4. I think we've seen 4 since November 2022. Maybe more. We'll have to check. Anyway, here's Naresh. Oh, I had a feeling he got something on this. I'm going to wait for the signal. Maybe not. Maybe I'm crazy. But he almost caught up with it. I think it'll be wide because the umpire's going to signal something. Yeah. So 3 bonus runs. That run rate continues to climb.
There was a noise, Vinny. I agree with you. Maybe it was just the bat speed.
I reckon he hits it. I reckon the umpires missed that. It'll be great. It's actually better for the batter because it won't count as a delivery. They get an extra run for it as well. Actually went around the keeper who went too far. This one's going too far as betting are concerned, and they are under attack as the Lions swing their way into the 60s. And listen to the noise their dugout is making at the moment.
Well, my first Maximo that I'm going to call Vinny, because that again is the wrong angle. Naresh Kumar is not learning the lessons of Mabadullah Chakari. Again, it's a different style of bowling. It's right arm over, but the angle is incorrect. There's no one in the deep behind square on the leg side. This, in essence, is a free hit. 6 more. And right now, the Lions, are they favourites, Vinny?
I won't say favourites, but I'd say they've got a very good chance. Probably runs on the board for me, still standing up at this stage, over 100 required. And now here's a chance, because with great reward comes great risk. And this one is dropped. Now, you might look back at that moment. That's Chakari there. He's having a bit of a shocker. Lal dropped on 35.
Well, he's having a disaster. His first over went the distance, and I have to say, Vinny, this one has to be held. Got into a right position, slightly slippery ball, and the juggling hands come out. Pops out, down it goes. I think the Lions, they are favourites from here, Vinny.
No doubt about it, but there's a lot of runs still to be scored.
Look at the difference, Vin.
One wicket or 2 difference can just change things very quickly. Don't get carried away, Lenny.
I'm already too excited. It's only my first game, my first taste of the action. If you treat me to a 330-run thriller in game 1, in the very first game I do here in the ECN, is that a sign of the things to come? Is that a sign of the entertainment, the Maximo-loving style of cricket here all across Europe?
In a word, yes. Anyway, here's Naresh. We'll have to break through here. Had that one missed. This one isn't going to be caught by anyone. In fact, that's almost gone all the way.
Well, right now they are doing it, and they're doing it handy. Every ball seems to be going to the rope. Too much width, short, wide, carved away. They just changed the field. And that could well be all the way for 6. We're going to get a boundary check.
I think that, I think it might be just 4. 4 in the end. Good camera work from our crew at Spring Productions. We've got Martha, we've got Valentines, we've got Elsa here doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, great to meet the crew. And Vin, I have to say, blown away really by what a crew of less than half a dozen can do. Really high quality pictures being beamed all around the world.
All right, this is a miss hit, and it's gone. So they do get the breakthrough. It's Lakshmanan that's going to have to go. He scores 24 of just 9. And it's Naresh who does get the breakthrough. Had one drop, now gets one caught. Lions lose the second, 69 for 2.
Well, how they needed it, because Lakshmanan was doing it easy. He was scoring at a strike rate of over 300. This time the angle just cramps him for room. Simple catch held. Look at the delight. Finally, they get that breakthrough. And it means that the game swings back into the balance again, Vinny. What a contest we're seeing. The required run rate around 15. But one thing is for certain, that is the second one to fall as we lose Lakshmanan for 24. It's 69 for 2.
Yeah, and the catch was taken there. Kayam Sharifzai just held up nicely. Anticipated it well. I mean, you can understand you're on your back foot sometimes when you see the big swing of the bat. But he made sure that he took it cleanly. Daftari, the new batter, coming in at number 4. See, this is always the issue. If you lose a wicket or two, can you keep going at the rate? That's something we saw Vettingham doing really well in the first innings, actually accelerating even when they'd lost a wicket. But, yeah, Naresh does get the breakthrough. And he almost gets 2. Oh, no, we got big trouble. Have another shot. Well, Naresh can't get down to terra firma. This is a little bit of nerves here from Daftari, who just takes off on the inside edge despite the ball being fielded by the keeper.
Well, it wouldn't have been a catch because I think it went into the ground, but great work. Probably a time to whip the glove off and maybe have a throw properly. Instead, the throw goes over and wide. Shades of Johnny Bairstow yesterday in the Ashes there.
And even if he didn't get the glove off, he had more time to set himself. I suppose he didn't know that. So Daftari eats a couple of dots, end of the 4th over. Naresh strikes back. It's 69 for 2.
Do you have time for an ebb and flow within a 10-over contest, Vin? It certainly feels that way. Even just in that over, there was an ebb and a flow.
You do, and this is one of the things that probably surprised me the most when I first started doing 10-over cricket, how many momentum shifts you can get in such a short game. So having a look at the Worms, you can see they were actually ahead of that rate. 16.5 was the rate in the first innings, but now pretty much sitting on that red line. Of course, if they're above it at the end, they'll win. If not, they won't. And if they're right on it, we'll have a golden ball.
Well, what a start that would be. What would we have? Nearly 330 runs. In fact, we'd have 330 exactly, and the golden ball to come. 165 the target they're chasing down. They need 97 more off 36 balls. 16 and over needed.
All right, once again, he takes it off the stumps, and that's gone all the way as well. Maximal. Well, this one was a worm burner. It barely left the ground, but it still went all the way for 6.
Well, you'd have to say if the Lions are going to get there just from an initial look at Daftari, you'd think that Ankush Lal is going to have to get maybe the vast majority of these runs coming up. He is striking them so cleanly, so beautifully. 42 he's made off 13. We saw 2 19-ball 50s in the first innings from Vettingham. Selagayayam and Akhtar both getting to that mark after 19 balls. Can Lal go past them? He's well on track to race to that landmark well in advance of that.
All right, throws the hands at this. Found the fielder though, and he drops it. Then slippery conditions. It does really well. Second effort to save the 4. They're going to come back for 2. Has to hustle. The batter actually has to run around his batting partner. They do get back for 2.
I think it's Ravindran who's put this down, and that should have been taken. He's gone with the correct style, the Australian style.
Yeah.
The reverse hands recovers well. It's not a boundary, and they're going to get back for a couple. The back getting stuck in the pitch. It's all happening.
It sure is. What you didn't see there is that Ankush had to run it around his batting partner. That's why there's half a chance for a run out. Now top edge, but he's going to get away with it. It's probably plugs. We'll see if it runs on. It doesn't. They'll get back for 2. No one taking the responsibility at the keeper's end, and they will get back for 2. It's carnage and chaos here, first game of the day.
Well, you're welcoming me in grand style, Vin, and I'm not going to forget this game. What we missed off screen as well. Mohammad Akhtar, when the catch went down, he sunk to his knees. He pounded the turf in frustration. They know it's all on the line. It might just be the first game for both of these sides in the ECS Switzerland, but they both want to get off desperately to a winning start.
Selvanayagam doesn't have a wicket yet. You see the Swiss flags being lit up in the background as well. Oh, well, this will go with the rest. No fielder out there, not that it would have mattered. As Ankush gets his 50, and I've noticed his teammates, they're loving the big koosh sound as that leaves the bat. And he has the Lions on target at the moment. 52 off 16 balls.
Look at the eyes. It's all in the eyes. He stares at his teammates. He says 19 balls. That's slow by my standards. Gets there off 16. 6 Maximos. 2 fours in that innings. We're being treated to a demonstration, an exhibition of ball striking.
The Lions copped a bit, but now giving a bit back. So anything's possible here in the ECN. Look at that. Very leg side dominant, but that's where they've bowled to him. He's going to go this way again. Sends his partner back. Oh, that's really quick work by the bowler. I think if it was a direct hit, it would have been out. But how's the hands here from Selvanagam? Goes bang. In these conditions, that's a great take. So time to breathe for a second.
Just, Finn. Only just.
Last ball of the over coming up.
I think if Lal is still there in the 10th over, this game is only going one way.
Yeah, we're ahead. And now no ball. This is a bonus. You've got to run 2. You've got to run hard. I tell you what, you've just got to outrun Naresh. And he's not going to get back for a second. No ball plus a bye. Both teams have had some issues just keeping the ball on the surface this morning.
Can this get Daftari going? Oh, it was only 2 balls that he faced, but 2 dots chewed up. He has the free hit to work with now. His job here, 2, 4 or 6. Lal must face strike in the next over.
Yeah, well, he hits it pretty well. Picks out the fielder. He'll get 1. But, I mean, that's a sign that he can hit the ball, Daftari. He gets his first run in European cricket as we get to the end of the 5th. And it's 88 for 2. I want to say a very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. And I'm here with Andrew Lenny Leonard. And what a great day for you to come to Switzerland for the first time for ECN cricket because it's Swiss National Day.
What a day. What a way to be welcome. Very welcome along to the coverage. Great to be here. 10 days I'm with you. Managed to find a little gap in the schedule. Thanks so much for having me, Vin. Great to be here.
My pleasure. And I want to say a special warm welcome to everyone watching live on Swiss Sport TV. We are live around Switzerland as well. And also, as usual, a very warm welcome to everyone watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel and on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent. Festivities just getting underway. And I cannot wait to see what the rest of the day brings.
What's that? 3 Swiss crosses in one shot. You can't beat that.
Come on, guys.
Welcome along to the coverage. Going to be a great day of action here on Swiss National Day.
And if you are watching outside of Switzerland, do the right thing. Maybe have a piece of chocolate or a piece of cheese. Right now, it's a piece of cake for the fielder out there. And we saw one go down before. This time, no problem at all. Lifted up and away. So Daftari does get off the mark, but he doesn't last much longer. He goes for just a single. It's 88 for 3.
Well, not an innings one that he'll want to remember. His ECN debut, 1 of 4 deliveries. And I know it's only 4 deliveries, Vinny, but when you need 16 plus and over in a chase, everything has to go your way. He trudges off a man very discontent with his efforts. The Lions, 88 for 3.
And you're right about that. It's only 4 balls, but it is 4 balls. And so that's certainly a little bit concerning, but only a little bit. And sometimes if it's not happening for them, not necessarily a bad thing to get someone out there that might just come out and bang it. I've been really impressed with the ball striking of these two teams, considering they haven't played in the European Cricket Series before. Having said that, there's over 30 teams in Switzerland now, so we're kind of seeing the top 11 in this series. And you can see there's a lot of confidence out there.
Definitely been impressed with the quality of cricket, Vin, I have to say. Particularly in the conditions, just how difficult it can be.
Tossed up and skied. Well, this should be another one. The bowler calls for it. Jogan Thieren, and he takes it 2 in a row. It's a golden duck for Salonen. And suddenly we got a hat-trick opportunity. And like I said, the game can change really quickly. Just need a couple of wickets. They haven't got Ankush Lal, but they do get 2 at the start of this 6th over.
And Selvanagam lifts him into the air. What a start. What an impact. 2 and 2 from his very first 2 deliveries. A nicely flighted leg break coming in from that really curved angle. The curved approach. He says, I don't want you catching that. Give it to me. He gets a bear hug for good measure. Salonen was good with the ball, but he's gone for a first baller, gone for a golden duck. The Lions, 88 for 4.
And that's Golden Derek making an appearance, Derek the Duck. And you will see a fair bit of him normally on the European Cricket Network. He's a well-travelled duck as well.
Is that inspired by the wide world of sports from the 1980s in
Daddles,
Australia?
He's a loose relation to Daddles the duck, if you want to go back and plot the family tree. These are the hat-tricks we've had so far in 2023. We've had 22 of them so far. And the last time we had one was the 23rd of July, so just over a week ago.
Let's add Switzerland to the list. Come on.
Well,
This game's had it all. We need a hat-trick now.
Kanishk Shah, the captain, does not want to be responsible for getting the bowler on the list. So here is Jürgen Thieren. It's skipper to skipper. And a hat-trick ball. Oh, so close. Just bounces over the off stump. Jürgen Thieren, 2 wickets in his first 2 balls that he bowls on ECN, and almost 3 and 3.
Well, he lands these leg breaks beautifully, and this is just a little top spinner, probably angling on. The extra bounce stops it from hitting the stumps. What a start. 2 wickets and a dot.
It's a bit shorter, but he can't quite time it up. Shah's off the mark. Lyle's gone cold a little bit as those wickets have fallen. Let's see if he can keep the Lions on track.
He just hasn't been able to get the strike, has he? And critically, we said that final ball of the previous over needed to be 2, 4 or 6. It wasn't. It was a single. Back-to-back wickets. A dot and now a single leaves Lal with a lot to do.
Yeah, he kind of yorks himself. I've liked the pace Jürgen Thieren's bowled here. He's kind of tossed it up. He's challenged the batter to make the pace and just thrown off their timing a little bit. You saw that with the wicket of Stalinen. Just kind of went straight up in the air. He's kind of too flighty to refuse, isn't he? Although this is another mistimed shot. Well, it doesn't really get up as much as Ankush thinks. That's the end of the over, and what an over. In the context of this game, it takes 2 for 1 in the 6th, and it's 89 for 4.
Yeah, sensationally brave bowling as well. Is that a match-winning over? When you're chasing down high totals, everything needs to go your way. You can't afford to have a bad over, and that's what has happened. 1 run off it, and on a day where almost every other bowler is going at economy rates of double digits, in fact some of them are going up in the 20s and 30s, to go for 1 and an over, that could be a game-winning over. He's got 1 more to bowl too.
Obviously that's the cheapest over we've had in this game, but the second cheapest is 9. So it really shows you how much that has swung this game, and now they're needing 19 and over. Now he tries to get funky. He'll get a wide here. Now here's the thing, in the European cricket series and all ECN cricket, it's very simple with the wides. If it's down the leg side, if it misses the line leg stump, it's a wide.
So the profile wides don't exist?
No, so it's a lot less judgment. I think it's a lot simpler for the players. No real complaints there from Naresh. He knows that's missed the leg stump. This one hasn't missed the leg stump though. It's hit the leg. It's a very poor LBW appeal, as it probably was missing by 6 or 7 stumps, but it's a dot ball more importantly.
Well, I think surely the captain Shah has to recognise the situation of the game here, Vinny. He's got to find a way to get Lal on strike.
Yeah.
Lal's striking at the best part of 300, over 250. What he must do is get 1. I'm not sure the ramp or the scoop is the way to go. Pump it anywhere in the ground. Get your opening batter onto strike.
Hit it and run. He does hit it, and he's going to run. So there's only one man, I think, that could possibly bring this back, and that's Ankush Lal. Not often we see the required rate go past 18 and over and come back. I'd like to call it the point of no return, because once it goes above there, it rarely comes back. But maybe Ankush can do the unusual. And this will help, because this will be a no ball. I wouldn't be running on this. Got to say, for me, just 1 extra run here or there isn't going to make a difference. You need a bunch of boundaries, and I think Ankush does the right thing staying on strike for the free hit.
He needs to find a way to get a string of 4 or 5 balls in a row faced, and 4 or 5 going over the rope. Here comes the free hit.
And he does hit it, hits it really well. That's probably about 6 rows deep. Maximo! Ankush said he was going cold there with cobwebs growing on him at the non-strikers end, but he's back with a bang.
Beautiful strike again. Look at this. Follows the line of the ball, hitting with the angle. Gets it well over the head of long off, up into the grandstand. Take cover up there, 6 more. The Lions still scrapping whilst Lal is there.
I reckon they're in time trouble as well. 7 minutes to get through 2.5 overs, and this is going to be out of the ground as well. Well, can he bring it back from the beyond? Because Lal swings his way into the 60s with another Maximo.
Brilliant batting. Outstanding ball striking once more. To be honest, it's into the slot, but the quality of the power. Look at how far this one's gone, Vin. Another one up to the corner flag. Oh, that's a maximum on any ground in the world. And the run rate required with those 2 maximums gets back from that point of no return. Lal, can he do it? He'll need to do it single-handedly. He might need to get to 3 figures.
Maybe. I mean, if they do get close but don't get over the line, they'll probably look back at the so-called lost deliveries here with 4, 5, 6, just 3 off 9 between them. This is kind of into the gap, and it's going to beat the field of 4 more. And it's game on. The hundreds come up during this over. And I've got a sneaky feeling they might have brought the run rate back below the point of no return. So making a joke of that, maybe the point of no return is a little bit higher here under these conditions because these guys are smacking it.
And for me, Vinny, I think you're right about them being in time trouble. 6 minutes to go to get the last ball of the 9th over bowled. I can't see that happening, even with the leg spinner bowling. So that might be, what, a 5-run penalty that kicks in straight away?
Could be. Yeah, the leggy will help them a little bit, but only a little bit. It's going to be touch and go. Last ball, the 7th. And he goes straight, hasn't really got it. Big moment in the game, and he drops it. And he drops it. Can you believe what you're seeing? Pacha Sibratullah, he had perfect position. There's no easy catches out there today. You can see he is devastated because that could be the game. A long way though to go. It's 109 for 4 after 7.
Well, the game was in Sibratullah's hands, wasn't it? All he needed to do was hold on, and surely that would have been that. The despair, hands over his face. That's what we've got coming up for match 7. The Zurich Lions will be in action again. Keep your eyes if you're picking your fantasy dashboard. There's the man, Ankush Lal. He's got to be in that starting team.
Yeah, I think so. And you've got to get him up the top. I think that's where he's batted here, and that's what they'll do again. Paktoon Zalmi, their first game ever on ECN coming up. And this game will start in approximately 30 minutes from now. And it means that the Lions will get their second opportunity out there. But yeah, right now, basically 5 minutes bowled, 2 overs. So a lot on this one. And it's going to be smacked away. Can't see this going. Oh, it's made me laugh because he's going to get him to the 70s. Again, he's hit that so hard to get it along the ground for 4. And Ankush Lal has torched this bowling so far in the 7 overs we've seen.
Great use of the depth of the crease here, Vinny. He's recognised that the ball is not coming down at much momentum, so he's not going to try and hit it down the ground. He's going to try and hit square the wicket. He starts with a boundary.
First time we've seen Jürgen Thieren. And now he uses his feet. He's thinking about getting back for 2 here. He doesn't want to risk it, I suppose. He doesn't want to run himself out at this stage, although it did seem he wasn't going to the danger end.
I just wonder, could Shah have turned and gone for the second, knowing that there'd still be 5 wickets in hand, even if he ran himself out? I think Lal would have got home because the throw was looking like it was going to go to the bowler. What can the captain do? Can he get in the act?
Well, yes. Short answer, yes. And that's why he doesn't want to run himself out. He said, I'm not going to sacrifice myself because I've got a bat in my hands. I'm not afraid to use it. It's game on here in St. Gallen.
Very much, and you saw the difference between the two sides, just 7 runs in the margin. This one a little bit too full. Again, brave bowling, nicely flighted leg break, but the slog sweep comes out, and all the deep mid-wicket fielder can do is turn, look over his head, and look in dismay. Again, look at the timer. We're watching 2 things here. We're watching the clock, 9 balls to bowl in a little over 3 minutes. More Maximos are going to help the Lions, both in the chase and with that penalty.
Oh, gets it again. It's not an easy shot to come out there. It's drifted up. He's saying, look, take me on. I'm challenging you. Shah's up to the challenge. Back-to-back 6s.
Well, what a finish we're in for. This is going all the way now, Vinny. They've come back from the point of no return. You're just teaching me how this 10-over format works. It's my first time experiencing it in person. And I think right now we are in for a final ball finish, whichever way it goes.
Hard to breathe, but only just. Oh, better ball. Slightly big now. Half a run-out chance. The throw is wide. And then there's people flying around everywhere. They do get a single in the end.
Well, there was tandem diving, wasn't there? The keepers dived into the air, and just as Shah thought about coming back for the second, he lost his footing. He went belly up, but's landed safely.
Under 3 minutes now to bowl an over. They've used the quick fast bowler as if it's in the spinner. Fast getting through his over. They've used him up here in the 8th. This will be 1. Lal, 3/4 of the way to a ton. Wouldn't this be a memorable way to start his ECN career? It's the end of 8 overs and the score 128 for 4. Let's have a look at the worm, Lenny. And I'm curious to see where they're at. Let's just say they're pretty close to where they need to be at this stage.
Well, the Worms are enjoying the wet weather, aren't they? Because they're all tight together. Finn, how many hundreds have you had in this 10-over format? Surely, if Lal gets there, he will lead the Lions to a victory.
Yeah, we've had a few. I'll tell you in a second. I think we're around about the 17 mark in hundreds this year. Tell you what, if they can do this, this will be the second best chase of all time. And funnily enough, it'll actually not Alton off the bottom of the list. It'll be the shortest amount of time in the Hall of Fame ever. Yeah, these are 100s this year. And that's just page 1.
Wow.
Here comes page 2. And Sher Ali, he actually scored the fastest 100 ever on ECN, just 25 balls in Sweden earlier this year. He scored 200s this year. Sibratullah, the new bowler. And this is going down the leg side by a mile. It's going to be a leg by as they scramble through.
Well, a real chance for redemption for Sibratullah. Remember, he's the one who dropped Lal when he was looking certain to hold on to the catch and swing the game his way. Loving, I think that might be the Afghan-inspired headband. A little bit of Hamid Hassan there.
They've seen a couple of those. We saw Safi with one yesterday. All right, got to go. It all happens in the 9th, as we say on ECN. He tries to get funky. He's going to get a wide here, though, but he's super lucky. I think he needs to put this one away.
Really not sure the scoop or the ramp is the right option. Even if he gets bad on that, it's probably not going for 4 bin, maybe 2 at best. He can hit it for 6. We've seen him pongo 2 out of the ground. Do the same, hit down the ground.
Stand and hit. No, he's going to get in trouble. Now he's not even going to get a run here. So with only 11 balls left, balls are precious and they waste one there. Having said that, keep an eye on the clock. They 45 seconds to bowl. I think 3 deliveries now. They've got to deliver that last ball. Just let go of it before the clock runs out.
When does that penalty kick in? It's added immediately.
Straight away. Straight away. The end of the 9th. Oh, what a game. 36 off 10 now. Goes up and over, and this will fly away. It'll go for 4. So burns the ball, but then uses the next one. If you take those 2 balls together, it's actually fine for the fielding side, but they need boundaries. They get one here.
That's a bit more like it. Stand and deliver. The previous ball would have been a full toss. He could have smashed it to smithereens out over deep cow corner. But with 10 seconds on the clock, surely that 5-run penalty is going to kick in. That 32 off 9 could become 27 off 9. More manageable.
We picked it a while ago. This is lifted up, and that's going to fly out of the ground as well. We'll mark that one in the scorecard as an 11, because I think it's 6 plus 5. They're going to have the penalty here. I'm sure they will. And the Lions catch a break, and they catch 6.
Well, what a climax we're in for. It may well still be something in the region of 18 or 20 needed off the final over, but it's going to feel very, very achievable. The maximum is sprinted after. They're trying to make up time, but surely the clock is out. The time is gone.
Yeah, they have missed the boat, essentially. It's a matter of time till we see those runs put on. Still 2 to come here in this over. Another full toss. Clunk said they should go for 2 here. Definite opportunity. It's well handled out there by Jürgen Thieren, the skipper. Perry does stop the boundary, but he can't stop the 2. Yeah, that's why, I mean, the time, it's very transparent here. That's the thing, it's very transparent in the European Cricket Series. Often new teams, they struggle to keep to time. You do have to hustle, and it will be enforced. Last ball of the night before we get to that, though, and it's going to be turned away. Still test the outfield as well. Don't think it's going. Got to come back for 2, 1 on the arm. Keeper's out of position, so they will get back for 2 just. And that is the end of the 9th over. It's 144 for 4 with 6 balls to go, but I think it's going to be 149 because I think we're going to have a 5-run penalty coming up. So, yeah, I think it's a matter of time. Yeah, and here, there's the signal, actually. I'm just seeing it now. You see the umpire, much to the chagrin of the fielding side, but we knew it was coming. So that's going to go on the total. So here we go. If we get a golden ball, if it is tied, then it will be 2 to win for the batting team off 1 additional delivery. Anyone can bowl it. Anyone can face it as long as they're not out in the innings. Tell you what, we're on century watch. There's a lot of things going on. I don't see him getting to a century from here, but...
Well, he might need to level the scores and hit a Maximo just to get there by the Bears to margins. It's going to be 17 to win now off this final over. We're definitely on the hunt for what would be the 2nd highest total of the year, chased down. The 2nd highest total of all time, in fact.
Yeah, all time. Unbelievable, really. What a great initiation for you, Andrew. And guess what? Still 4 more games to go today and plenty more days to go. Let's go to the 10th, though. Adding it up, they need 17 off this over, and he doesn't land in his stride very well, so he bails out. So 16 for a golden ball off the last over, 17 for the win. And with Ankush there, on strike, anything's possible.
Which is pretty much the rate they've required all the way throughout. I think Lal, for me, tips it in the favour of the Lions. What a finish. What a start to my ECN career alongside you, Vin. Great to be here.
Let's roll. And he could be gone here. And he is gone. It's full, it's straight. And it's Manika Vasaka who comes on in his first ball in ECN cricket, is a huge wicket. Lyle goes for 75, and the worm turns. 149 for 5.
Well, an inspired change of bowling. In comes Nirajan. Gets it right on the money, and for me, that is salmon, trout. That's out. The finger rightly goes up. Probably going to go on and cannon into middle and leg, maybe leg stump. A fist bump. It's been an outstanding knock. The 75, would you believe, has come off just 30 deliveries. It's come at a rate of knots, 8 sixes and 4 fours in that innings. But with his departure, is that the game towards Vedigan? The Lions, they've got Lal to thank for. It's 149 for 5.
You can feel the energy in the teams as well. You can feel the team spirit, how exciting it is for these guys. We haven't been in Switzerland for ECS cricket since 2020. June 2020 is the last time we were here. It's a long time between drinks. And Ankush can be very, very proud of himself. But it looks like we're going to get Saravana Kumar Subramani. We saw him bowling a few spinners early on. Looks built for power. 5 balls to go. 16 for the tie. 17 for the win. You've got Shah at the other end. He's looked pretty good when he's actually tried to hit the ball, not deflect the ball. But yeah, dot ball here. It's kind of forward run. I think you're pretty much running on anything.
Just think Subramani's got to get a single. Give his captain the task of getting 16 off 4.
Well, he probably will have to settle for 1 here. I think you would go for 2. And oh, with a slip. Now they think of it and they're going to take 2, but he's going to have to hustle. He's going to be run out. It's going to be a golden 1 for Subramani. And strategically, I don't think the run helped him that much. But they decided to take it. They didn't have long to think about it. The fielder slips, but he slips onto his feet and ends up with a run out, 150 for 6.
Well, if this was intentional, it was genius from Gushlavan Santhikarasegaram, because he has slipped and he's actually just parried the ball as he slipped. The throw went right in over the top. He was never getting back for the second. The modern style, the keeper flicks it back onto the stumps really nicely. Why did they run a second, Vin? It would have been 16 off 4. The captain on strike, Shah. Instead, it's a new man coming to the crease. In comes Ashwin Prakash. I just wonder, is that game management, that little bit of game experience missing there for the Lions? That tilts the scales massively back towards Vedigan for me.
Tell you what, this form of the game, it does hone your decision-making under pressure. And I think that was just strategically the wrong thing to do. But no one was really expecting a misfield there. And so they're forced into just having to make a decision. Bit of panic, I think, as well. Anyway, it's probably a wide, and they'll get 1. So that's actually a decent result. So it kind of counteracts what happened on the last ball, because you see it does get Kanish Shah, the captain, back on strike, and they get a bonus 2 runs as well.
It's a dream result is what it is, Vin. You couldn't script it any better for the captain of the Zurich Lions. He now has the chance to be the hero. 14 off 4. If this one goes over the ropes, if this goes for a Maximo, it's very much game on. Has to be a big one. Can he get there?
Over 300 runs. And he's going to get something. I think that beats the fielder. It's 4. So the game stays alive. And they're just potentially 2 hits away from victory. Cricket Switzerland logo in the background looking fantastic. Those fences have been needed. That stops the ball, but the fielder can't. 4 runs.
Well, I can't think of a better cricket logo than that one. The magic, the majesty even of the Alps, with the cricket wickets in the foreground. This is where we are. We're in the foothills of the mountains. It all comes down to Shah needing 10 off 3 balls. Can he get one over the rope now? Not yet. Not yet, Vin.
You can see what makes this European cricket so addictive. It's different to anything else. You can't compare it to anything. People say, oh, what's it like? You just need to watch it and see with your own eyes. And these guys, it's their first game on TV, and what a show they put on. Love another boundary here. Shah's got to keep the strike as well. I'm running 2 here. You've got to run 2, and he should make it back, even if it means there's a run out the bowler's end. He will be run out, but I think that is smart play strategically, as Prakash is going to have to fall on his sword. And so 1 and a run out, 157 for 7, but it does, I suppose, make the equation slightly easier with 9 runs required off the last 2, or 8 for a golden ball.
Well, I think this is good game management. We were critical earlier in the over about them taking on the second. The reason why this is a good second to run, despite fielders slipping and clearly the non-striker never getting back, it's really the only way that you can be keeping the man on strike in the modern game. Now, if you can't have the crossing with the ball hit into the air, Vinny, they've run back for 2. He's run out at the non-striker's end. It means that Captain Shah is still on strike. We've had it all in this final over. A 6 and a 4 will do for the Lions. 2 4s. We're off to that magic of the golden ball.
But what it also means is you need at least 2 here to kind of keep the game alive for a 6 to tie for the last ball. So you're kind of going 2 no matter what, except if you get some wides or something like that. Once again, the bowler loses his run. Wow, what a game, says Matt Hodgson, watching from Ireland. And I know no matter where you're watching from around the world, it's a great exhibition of Swiss cricket. Hello to everyone again watching on Swiss Sport TV. What a way to start Swiss National Day. You can see the keeper motioning outside off, outside off, outside off. Shah needs to find the fence, and he won't, but he's got to go for 2. And he's got to come back, any sort of good throw, and it's going to be all over, and I think it will be. And the keeper, with a little bit of a flourish, he takes one bail and Shah sent packing. Now they'll need an extra to keep the game alive because it's 7 to tie. We'll go to the last ball, 158 for 8.
Well, Mahendra Singh Dhoni is here in spirit and style. Look at that, the delayed flick of the bail off. This is a really good piece of fielding. Remember how much rain we had in the first innings? It's stopped now, but it's slick conditions out there. He gloves it very cleanly, does Kenneth Leeson. And the joy, the delight, the leap into the air from Qaim Sharifazai. And right now, Shah, he's dismissed for 34. They will get the single. I might be gone for 33, actually.
Yeah, 33 in the end. But, I mean, it also shows good awareness that he had to take that run on. He had to hope for a bad throw. He had to hope for a fumble from the keeper because now you're going to have to rely on an illegal delivery, a no ball or a wide, to essentially keep the game alive. Had 324 runs in the first game of the day. Switzerland bringing it.
You've got to love it. You just got to love it, Vinny. And right now, one job for the man who's entrusted with the 10th over. Keep your foot behind the line. Make sure you don't bowl a wide or a no ball.
Yesterday we had a no ball 6 in this very situation. 8 to win, just legal delivery required, and he gets it right. He knocks over the stumps, and Vettigan hold on. What a start today too. But you've got to feel for the Lions. They fight so bravely, but the emotion is plain to see on a very proud day for all Swiss people. It's also a very red-letter day for Swiss cricket as the final score is counted. It's Vettigan 165, Zurich Lions 158.
Well, what a way to win it. The perfect Yorker. Smiles all around. Both sides should be very proud of their efforts. Even the Lions, I know they didn't quite get there, coming up short by 7 runs, but they were equally inspired in their chase. We've seen a run fest to start day 2 of the ECS Switzerland. Runs aplenty, great ball striking. And ultimately, it's a key, skillful piece of bowling and fielding that closes out the win for Vettigan. They got there, but only just.
Yes, Matt Hodgson saying, welcome to the ECN, Lenny. And what a great game for you to start. It was all happening, and it will continue to keep happening. Believe it or not, we are only around about 12 minutes away from a start in the second match of the day. Lions, they will have to bounce back quickly from that loss. They will be batting first. I don't think that's a bad thing against Pakhtun Zalmi, who are making their ECN debut in match 7. Let's rock back and look at the highlights. Well, we knew it was a lot to get, but they were getting a lot here early in the second innings.
Well, there was action right from the very start. We saw some good catches held. That one was fired miles into the sky by Mohammad Akhtar, but then the runs started to come, particularly from the bat of Ankush Lal, who scored really with reckless abandon all the way around the ground. 8 sixes he hit. That was the demise of Wadwa, I believe. Might be even Lakshman, actually, that was gone. And then a little bit of a wobble. Daftari and Salonen came and went in pretty quick concession. And Ankush Lal had to just show everything that he had. 8 sixes, 4 fours, and a 50 that was celebrated with great vigour. The runs came, but so too did the wickets. 8 of them fell in total. Indeed, those 2 and 2 deliveries had Jogan Thieren on a hat-trick at one point. He took that good caught and bowl before he was lifted into the sky. It really was a great contest that ebbed and flowed. Lal did so much, the top scorer of the day, but he didn't quite do enough.
Yeah, and that guy, he was dialed in, Ankush Lal. You could see it. He had a look of fierce determination on his face. Bit of a revolving door of partners through the middle overs. And remember we said if they get close, they might look back at that little period where they kind of wasted a few balls, couldn't really get going strategically. Some of the shot selection maybe wasn't the right choice. But then we knew that it was going to be a long way back as Lal was dismissed LBW in the first ball, the last over. Then, yeah, this one, I'm not sure you go back. Even though it worked out okay, did get the strike back in the end. And they didn't really run out of wickets. They ran out of opportunities as the balls were ticking down. And this is the one here where I think strategically this is smart. They get 1 run out of that. But he needed back-to-back boundaries to keep the game alive. He wasn't able to do that. This was to come back to make a 6 tie for last ball, and the keeper, with a little bit of panache, knocks off 1 bail, gives him the stare down. No love lost between these two teams in the end, and that was the last ball. And have a look at that. It is Vettingen that do hold on, but only just 165. And as pointed out by Matt in the chat, Lions actually the second highest total of the series, but it's a losing total. What a game. As we look at the scorecard, Ankush Lal dominates at 75 off 30. 8 Maximos and 4 4s in there. Lakshmanan with 24. Kanishk Shah battled hard. Still think maybe should have put the ramp away. 33 off 15, still a good contribution, but it's very ECN scorecard. We see a diamond duck in there, a golden duck. We see 3 runouts. We see lots of striking as well at a high strike rate. 22 extras as well, including the 5 penalty runs through the game into chaos. But in the end, the Vettingen side, they hold on. And that's thanks in particular to a couple of really good performers with the ball.
And the key one for me, he only bowled the one over, but Naranjan Manavakavaskar will get there eventually. The only bowler of either side on show today with an economy rate in single figures. Everyone else went to double digits. He went at 9 in the final over, got the 2 wickets, the couple of run-outs to go with it. He's the hero as Vettingen take the win.
Yeah, and Jogan Thieren, don't forget, his over 2 for 1 in his first, but then his second kind of went off the rails, 19 off that one. And apart from that, we saw a wicket for Santhira Sankaram, as well as a wicket a little bit earlier to Thangavadevil, and Samanagayam, of course, chipped in with 1 as well. Well, the good news is we'll be back in around about 6 or 7 minutes to take you into the second game of the day, and the Lions will still get another chance to put some points on the board. Taking on Paktum Zalmi, the first chance to have a look at them. We'll have a very quick cup of coffee, but we'll be back after the break. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Leonard, and we'll be back on Swiss National Day with more cricket. After this, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
Here we are with St. Gallen Cricket Club at Mount Sentis, the highest mountain in East Switzerland with a height of 2,500 meters, looking over 4 different countries. What an unusual place to play cricket.
Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. We're in St. Gallen. It is the Swiss National Day as well. So Shannon Kiborstag to all of our Swiss viewers who might be watching on Swiss Sport TV, or you might be watching on Fancode in the Indian subcontinent, or, of course, on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. I'm feeling very Swiss today. So even if you're not in Switzerland, why don't you celebrate wherever you are around the world? Of course, we know Switzerland famous for its chocolate and cheese. And I think if we have more entertainment like this, they will be famous for their cricket as well soon. We saw a very high-scoring game, first game of the day. And now we'll see the Lions, who just missed out in the last game by 7 runs. They'll be backing up against Paktoon Zalmi, who are new to the competition. First time we've ever seen them in the European Cricket Series. And they will be fielding first after Zurich Lions skipper Kanish Shah. He won the toss and elected to bat. So starting on time here in match 2, Paktoon Zalmi, I'm sure they've been following on during day 1, and I'm sure they cannot wait to get out there. But the Lions, they were pretty dynamic. They do score 158 in their first ever ECN innings, but it's not quite enough, as they were chasing a target of 166 victory, but we barely had time to compose ourselves before we roll into the second game of the day. So I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat that's given my colleague, Andrew Leonard, a warm welcome. And not surprisingly, a lot of comments saying that Lenny is a lot of people's favourite commentator, or one of their favourite commentators. And I've got to say that I agree, and I'm in the fan club. And guess what? Here he is again. Lenny, welcome back. And what did you make of the first game?
Well, it was something else, and good to see that all of my planted trolls, they got there. They said, thank you so much, too kind. I don't know who they are. Dandavat, I suspect there's some Nepali fans in there. First game, it was action-packed, it was runs aplenty, but also some really good quality cricket. Vin, I thought the ball striking through the offside was very impressive, but ultimately the hero was the man at the death, that bowler who came in, Nagendran.
Yeah.
No, in fact, I'll get that right. Who was the hero with the ball, Vin?
Yeah.
No, help me out here.
In the first game, it was Manika Vasaka.
There it is. Thank you,
came
Vinny.
on, and he was outstanding, wasn't he, in the first game of the day?
I'm just glad to be with you. Thank you for looking after me.
It was definitely a testing game. I'll give you that much. Anyway.
Game 2, here we go. As it's worked away into the leg side. Vinny, I think what you guys are putting on here is quite remarkable. Of the venues you've been to, where would this rank? It's got to be right up there.
100%. It's what it is. It's different. Sometimes it's hard to say what's better or worse. And so many things here are next level. The fact that we're sitting at the top of a grandstand, not in the cube. Nothing against the cube, but I've sublet it to Rob Kemming and the officials over there. But it's something, just a very different kind of competition. I thought that when I first viewed the ECS in Switzerland in 2020. I think a lot of the staff enjoying the fact that they're well protected from the elements as well up here.
Well, I just don't want you to blame me for bringing the rain, and the rain is gone critically as Ahmed's going to come into Wadwa. How does it tend to work, Vinny? Obviously, the way that the structures of the competitions come together, we've got 11 teams playing 10 matches each, and you'll tend to, when you come, you'll either play 2 or 3 10-over contests in a day. Is momentum a big factor?
Definitely, but also momentum can be changed. So just be able to shake it off. Obviously, the Lions, they had a lot of positives to take away from that first game. Fatigue's a factor as well, to be honest. I mean, these guys, they are amateurs. They've got other jobs. They've got other commitments. Sometimes they're working all night, coming to play during the day. So, for example, playing 3 in a day does take it out of you, especially if you're on the field a lot of the time, like this guy was. Ankush Lal, the non-strikers in at the moment, number 5, the skipper of the Lions. So, yeah, momentum is a factor, but, you can change momentum. And as you can tell already, the momentum in a match and in your day can change very quickly.
Yeah, we saw yesterday 3 victories right from the start for Alten, who hunted down that total of 152. And the Zurich Lions, they're going to have to bounce back immediately after this morning's contest, the early game. Just 7 runs shy of Vettigen's 165, the 2 highest totals already of the week, coming in just game 6. But for the Lions, you'd suspect they want Lal to keep those locked-in eyes going. Just a slight break in play here. Interesting field set too, with the 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Deep third in place, and we've also got deep backward square leg. That man at deep third is coming much, much finer, as Ahmed's now going to come around the wicket to the left-hander. Gets it right into the block hole, squirts out off an inside edge. Think of a second, but turn it down. They love a triple-digit number here. We see Asad Saeed, 700 on the back.
Something about the Zalmi teams as well. We saw Bucharest Zalmi, and it's a kind of global organisation. Don't know how much you know, but I mean, Peshawar Zalmi, obviously, in the PSL, very big organisation, but they've been branching out. They've got dozens of teams all around the world. North America, South America, Europe, you name it. And Bucharest Zalmi in Romania were part of the ECS for the first time this year, and they had about 7 triple-digit numbers. Anyway, in the air, over the top, and it's going to be Lal that gets his first boundary of the contest.
Well, right into the slot, pumped away. And Lal looks locked in. He looks like the player to watch, maybe not just for the Zurich Lions, maybe throughout this ECS Switzerland. If you're getting your fantasy teams in, he's the one to get at the top of the sheet. He's on fire, Vinny.
He really is. On fire on a slightly drizzly day. Not dampening his performance. I will say that Zalmi teams, they love a contest. That's something I've noticed. No matter where you are, what country you're in, they got the big gold uniforms on. And I'll be hoping for a golden performance here on their first day of ECN cricket.
Now long off has gone out. He's going to come in underneath this and takes the catch. Oh, massive moment. Hamad Khan is the one who clings on. Celebrations aplenty, even a hug for the batter on his way off. And Lal, who was so good in game 1, looked to repeat the dose, but the field change has worked for the Zalmi, and Ahmed strikes in the very first over.
Yeah, sometimes captains can, I suppose, follow the ball a bit. We saw one go over mid-off, forces the field change. They put the man back. He takes him on again. You can understand that because of how well he's hit the ball today. But that is a big moment early, isn't it? As things can change very quickly here in your day. And that is the first over complete, as well as we look at the counter. 55 days to go until the ECC. Now, I know you've been to the ECL, which is the Champions League of European cricket, involves the best clubs from each country, but we'd love to have you there, depending on what your schedule is like, because that is the Euros of cricket, Lenny.
And this is where the national teams come together, isn't it? I saw the Irish team beaten by Spain, a massive result for them last year. I know you've got some of the best sides, not just from the associate nations, obviously Ireland, the test nation. You've got an English representative team that comes to 55 days to go.
Yeah.
I have to say the setup of that ground there, the Cardamom Oval, I was there with the Brigade Cricket Club for my very first taste of any kind of ECN action. Really enjoyed that, although it's got to be something with me. It rained the first few days there. It's raining today. The sunshine will come, Vin.
I'm sure it will. But the other thing is September, October, the weather's a bit warmer. You kind of get mid-20s then, typically, 26, 27 degrees. Anyway, 6 for 1 the score after the first. Here's the start of the second over. It's up in the air. It should be another wicket, and it's been dropped. Well, sometimes too many cooks can spoil the broth, and 3 fielders gathered round that, but they can't hold the catch.
Yeah, should have been taken, to be honest. Gone miles into the sky. Don't think they made particularly good ground. They almost couldn't decide amongst them who was adding the ingredient. And the simplest of catches goes down.
Yeah, I mean, communication is key. I don't think it was an issue about whose catch it was, but in the end, couldn't hold on in slippery conditions.
Well, I have to say, Hamad Khan is a man after my own heart, digging the bald and bearded look. It's a good one, Vin, isn't it? He just needs the glasses.
It's on some people. I'm trying to hint that I should be growing the beard again. Anyway.
You don't have the baldness, Vin. It's only me.
He's got the 58. Brett Lee made that number famous. Bowling quick. This is quick off the bat. This is going to be 4. Lakshmanan wasting no time. That's a cracking square drive for a boundary.
Yeah, carved away. Again, just a little bit into the slot, wasn't it? Not quite full enough to be dictated as a Yorker, and instead it's squirted away, but he's managed to get it out of the middle. That went off the bat at a rate of knots. Some great style on offer to get day 2 of this competition going. 55 matches, Vinny. Is that right in the group stages?
55 matches and then 4 finals, so 59, and then we've got the 9 internationals, so we'll have 68 matches in total over the 2 weeks here.
How do the playoffs work, Vin?
Yeah, so we haven't actually touched on that yet, but I will let you know in a second. First, let's see if Lakshmanan can repeat the dose. Khan around the wicket.
Going to be more runs. Don't think we'll have the pace to get to the boundary. Will be a couple. It's 5 teams that go to those playoffs. Vin.
Yeah, so normally we have a top 4, and it's just a straight shootout, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. But we're experimenting with the top 5. So you're almost rewarding half the teams out of the 11, and it gives another team an opportunity. But I tell you, it's an interesting format. So what it is, the top team automatically makes the final, and then you have 2 qualifiers, 2 versus 5, 3 versus 4, and those 2 winners will play off in another qualifier to make the final. So you've got 2 essentially eliminators, 2 versus 5, 3 versus 4. The 2 teams that survive play each other for the right to play the top team in the final. So it's a big incentive to top the table and a big advantage.
Good slower ball here from Khan. Just checked down for a single.
So there's pros and cons here, Lenny. I'm glad another team gets to make the finals, but I suppose, finishing first versus finishing second is a huge advantage because you just get 2 freebies and you're straight into the final. The team that you're playing against will have to have won 2 games already before they play the final. So you know that one of the finalists is playing their 3rd game of the day, and one of the finalists is playing their only game for the day.
Yeah, massive swing. So the best side in the league stage is really getting rewarded. This is into the slot, heaved towards one of the 2 fielders in the deep. Nothing like the fireworks we saw in game 1 of the day, match number 6 in total. We're into game 7 today, game 2, the Zurich Lions winning the toss, deciding to bat. Talk about the momentum. Is that something you tend to see, a side that has batted second in back-to-back games? They like to keep going?
Yeah, it can. Often it's not their choice, but I do think it's not a bad thing to go out there and keep momentum up. You talked about momentum. Momentum can change. Things can change very quickly, but I do think that old getting your eye in, isn't it? And all they talk about, building into an innings. You can kind of do that across multiple games with this format. That's going to be a no ball. I think it bounces off the pitch.
Yeah, good decision. You can see that anything that comes off, not the artificial wicket itself, will immediately be given as a no ball. And that little puff of the green, taping that's holding everything together out there. Remember, this wicket just laid this morning. I just think it's it's an inspiration, Vin, to show you can play cricket anywhere. Slower ball again, helped into the leg side and just going to have enough to get to the rope. Outfield is a little bit slow in some parts, but he does get good reward. It's a boundary to close out the second over.
Yeah, that round the wicket attack. You see batters often just playing these on length. It's unlikely to get an LBW with that angle. So that'll take us to the end of the second over, and the score is 20 for 1 after 2. Looking at the table, Zalmi playing their first game. Lions are just, I suppose, a little bit unlucky to walk away empty-handed from the first game, although they did bang a big score, and they'll be feeling confident betting it. And what a journey for them in their first game. We'll see those teams again before the end of the day as well.
One more question for you, Vin. The kind of separator, if you will, if 2 teams are tied on points, is that net run rate?
Yes, a net run rate, and that does come into it. We saw the other night in Portugal in the night series, it really came into it. And so that's why I think even in games that if you're not going to win, to get close is really important. Although we are thinking of introducing a bonus point system where you can get a bonus point if you chase down a score within 7 overs of the 10, or if you can restrict a team to 70% or less of your score. So that might create a secondary point of interest, and maybe that's a better way than strictly the net run rate. Because sometimes you can run up the net run rate by absolutely, demolishing a side towards the bottom of the ladder. So it's just something we've been thinking about.
Bashir Ahmed to continue into his second and final over. Talked about that connection I have with Nepali cricket. There's a name of a Nepali international, young 21-year-old little left-arm spinner, Bashir Ahmed. Same name, almost the exact same spelling as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We have a real melting pot of cultures and ethnicities in European cricket. You've got quite a lot of players that have been born in the countries that they're playing in. You've got others that have been here a little bit. You've got guys that have been here for years and years, sometimes decades.
So he's just helped around the corner. Again, I don't think it's quite going to get to the rope. They should pick up a couple. And it looks like it's going to be given as runs just to an inside edge. In fact, it will be given as leg buys. I even had contact, Vinny. I think it was from a team maybe in Cyprus, entirely of Nepali origin, that played in the ECS.
Everest. Yeah, Everest. They were
They're called
incredible.
Everest.
Yeah, they're called Everest.
Oh, brilliant. Love that. Absolutely love that.
They're great. They were really great. One of the best catches of the year, actually. They're an excitement machine. Like I say, sometimes teams have a kind of ethnic flavour. Sometimes they're a little bit more diverse. But I mean, together, it's something unique, something special, something that obviously we've been taking to the next level over the last couple of years. And we're so glad that you can be a part of it.
Yeah, delighted to be here with you, Vin. Really good tight bowling this to start with from the Paktoon Zalmi. They have kept things very, very tight indeed. There is a bit of rain coming back and just sneaking across the surface, so it's not going to make things easy for the bowlers, but what we've seen is a much tighter approach from the Zalmi than we saw from the Zurich Lions. And that again in game one, where extras came aplenty. And I have to say, I've been impressed by the general standard thus far too. Gorgeous cricket ground this to play, really just in the shadows of that main St. Gallen FC stadium. We're here at the reserve ground at the back, but we're in the grandstand bringing you all the action live. There's definitely a shade of Dilshan there, isn't there, to Lakshmanan?
So here's the thing, Lenny. A lot of people that may be very casual observers of European cricket from a distance, they will only really see the bloopers because they get shared quite a lot. But we're doing such a big quantity of cricket, an unprecedented quantity of cricket, that you will see everything. I mean, we saw one of the catches of the season yesterday, but you're going to get chaos. And chaos spreads because that's probably the unique thing. You'll get great catches in lots of cricket. You'll get great balls bowled, great shots played. And we get plenty of those, as you can see. So maybe they don't go as viral as some of the bloopers. But as you can see, I mean, these guys, there's some serious players amongst them.
Yeah, certainly the hitting inside out over extra cover, I always think that's a very good indicator. If you can tell whether a batter's of a high quality. We saw, 5 or 6 sixes hit over that region alone in game one this morning. That one's driven. Super stuff from Ahmed. He's got a simple game plan, and in difficult conditions for the bowlers, he's just coming in and hitting back of a length and not too full and keeping things nice and tight. Feels like a very different makeup to this second contest, game number 7 of the day.
It's a little bit like what happened yesterday in game 2 as well. It was a bit more quote unquote normal. We saw kind of 125 posted and then eventually chased down. Pretty tight contest between the Nomads and Power CC this time yesterday. It surprises me actually the ball's flying so far in these conditions because that drizzle has persisted.
Well, we have a tradition in Ireland as we get to the end of the third over. The score 25-1 on St. Patrick's Day, which is 17th of March. That's our national day. We're here on Swiss National Day.
Yeah.
It rains every year, no matter what. It's just a tradition. Maybe I've sadly brought that little bit of an Irish tradition here to Switzerland.
Well, typically I'm in Spain, in Malaga for St. Patrick's Day. In fact, Brigade were there for St. Patrick's Day last year.
Yeah.
And I know they serve green beer on St. Patrick's Day. Do you think they serve red beer here on the Swiss National Day?
Well, we might have to go and find out tonight, Vinny, although, God, with 5 games a day, I don't know how. Do you have energy in the evenings to do anything, or do you just go and collapse?
I've known as a little bit of an enigma that seemed to be able to recharge the batteries pretty quickly after a day's play. I have a fair idea that you will be staring at the back of your eyelids pretty soon after the end of the day, the way things are going.
I think certainly you compare it to, it was just down at the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup qualifier. I think we had 6, sometimes 7 commentators on a game. That was an ODI, so you might have been there for the day, but you might have just had 2 or 3 7-over stints or 30-minute stints per innings. Here, it's me and you all the way, my friend. And great to be with you. I did make one condition of coming. I said, only if you're here, Vin.
Guess what? I'm happy because I'm here and I've got you, and I didn't have you here yesterday, and it was even more chaotic. We had the pitch bending. We had the last over that went for about 45 minutes. At the end of the day, not that long, but it was about 15. Here we go.
This goes into the sky. Could be a chance. Point comes around and holds on. Well, you felt that the cover fielder had a much more natural line to it. Well, that's an excellent catch held, and everything has gone the way of the Zalmi.
Nice catch. I mean, there's a little bit of everything in here, but it's a bit called a no ball.
I wonder what this was no ball.
Yeah, so it's not out, and that had everything. It had a no ball call, skied ball, had some mind reading, as Asad Saeed seemed to realise that Mohaz Butt wanted it, but then, my only guess is it had to be a no ball. Could potentially too many fielders outside the circle.
I actually think, Vinny, it might have been just for clipping the edge of that.
Oh, was it?
The green kind of matting that we have holding it together, because it wasn't a front foot no ball. We saw that pretty clearly. Then with the wide that's followed it up, it means that the next delivery will also again be a free hit. The catch was excellently taken, but it's not going to count.
Good
controversy.
Spot. Great spot.
And an in-swinging Yorker's well executed. It should have been the second wicket. He deserved it, didn't he, Reza? And the Zalmi, in fairness to them, they took the umpire's decision at hand and played on.
Yeah, that obviously was the call, and based on what you're saying there, it's very understandable. Yeah, funny comparing this commentary gig to other commentary gigs in cricket. Some people are suited to it, some people aren't. We have people from all different backgrounds. Got Rico, who is our other regular commentator, who never really commentated cricket, but now he's the second most experienced in the world as far as games played.
Is he my friend with the volley?
I know you met Rico back in 2022, and Rico's got a few days off, but he'll be doing the T20 Internationals in Romania, the Continental Cup this weekend. Then he'll be actually here next week with us. Anyway, this is up, and it's over the top, and that's a Maximo. As Lakshmanan has been swinging the bat from ball one. Lions trying to get things moving here in the fourth.
Well, Razor just with a little bit of away movement. And again, it's that ability to hit over the offside aerially that so impressed me. It's been the standout of the morning. And that's a good strike. Probably one of the slightly larger areas right over deep extra. It's gone all the way for another Maximo. Big six. Projected scores in and around 100 right now. I think they could be in trouble again. I'm fascinated by this timer, Vinny. They've only bowled 3.2 overs. And deliveries like that are not going to help. It's going to be a no ball.
He doesn't like it. He's saying that's bounced on the pitch. And we'll have a look at the replay. Pictures tell the story. Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that. This might tell us. It's very close. I reckon that's a harsh one. I didn't see the green move. The difference is it's a free hit. It was going to be a wide anyway, so it doesn't really matter as they swing and miss the next ball. Going back to what you were saying, though, Corey Rucker is one of our regular commentators, and I've got to say well done to Corey and Rico, of course, for their work in the night series, but Corey was calling the final last night. It was chaos. Ball landed up on the commentary table, knocked the equipment everywhere, and he couldn't turn his mic off. That was probably one of my favourite bits, such as, is this off? Is this on? And he was doing that solo last night. But he actually did a bit of the Netherlands versus Pakistan ODIs and limited overs cricket there in the Netherlands last year. And again, slightly different setup. And Corey, I wouldn't say he powers through the days, but he does long days. Complains a fair bit as well. But he said he couldn't believe the difference. He said, there were snacks every so often. You just come and do a few overs, and he was down having a very different experience. But we do what we do because we love it. You've got to be passionate about cricket. You've got to be passionate about developing the game if you're going to do that. And I know you're passionate about developing cricket. That's why I think you're going to love this.
Full toss, pumped away. May well have a check on that. Was that over the waist-high position? I am passionate about cricket, Vin. I love cricket, particularly in associate nations. And with the exception of Ireland and England, in Europe, every nation is an associate 1-all, very marginal.
I see. The thing is that there's a slightly different playing condition in ECN. Is it waist high or above? So ones that essentially hit you in the belt or above, they will get called. And for me, if they're in doubt, they normally get called. And I'm a little bit surprised that doesn't get called because for me, there's a bit of doubt there.
Might have just been dipping. Does get the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
I think if you look at just slightly outside the crease as well, Vinny, that might have been the thing that made the difference.
It was borderline anyway, so they will get away with it.
Pumped down the ground. There's a gap between long off and long on, and fancy footwork needs to come out in the shadows of the St. Gallen FC football stadium. Fittingly, Hamid Khan does well. And Vinny, the thing that I love as we get to the end of that fourth over, the score 39-1, is the development of the game in places where you might think it doesn't have traditional roots.
Sure.
And one of the things that I've come straight from the ICC Men's T20 World Cup qualifier there in Edinburgh, if you add the sub-regional competitions, we're just going to see one short signal by the umpires, so
good
clearly
spot.
Picking up that they didn't complete that first run, so they'll get 1 instead of 2 to the total as we look at the run worm to start with, going at exactly 10 and over. 40.
You called that 39-1. You're nothing wrong with your eyes. They run 2, but you called it 39-1. And I bet you're right.
Accidentally right, Vinny. But no, the thing I loved about that European qualifier was you saw the likes of Austria, Denmark, Italy, Germany all coming through. Italy in particular were very impressive, and an awful lot of those countries, the growth of cricket within their countries is being based upon the success of the European Cricket Network's competitions that are just so consistently happening now. The volume of them is giving more and more players more exposure, more opportunity. I think it was 32 teams that set out in the pathway to qualify for that T20 World Cup. Ireland and Scotland, they did take the 2 places, but in years to come, who knows, we could well see with a 20-team T20 World Cup, maybe someone like a Spain, you're always telling me about really talented bowling units, Italy coming through, Germany, Denmark. Somebody is going to upset those big guns in years to come.
Demographics. Netherlands is an odd one as well, because the 50 over World Cup being reduced to 10 teams, it's so unlikely that a team outside the, let's say, more regular teams or the test playing nations could crack that. But you look at what the Netherlands have done to qualify for a 10-team 50 over World Cup, which will be later in the year. And yeah, I think it's great to see the T20 World Cup expanding to 20. I said 3 years ago when I started doing this, I'd love to see a 32-team World Cup like the Football World Cup. And we said that's gone to 4.
Into the pad, given not out, just angling down. Sorry, Vinny.
That's all right. Having said that,
Sanger's second delivery.
I've noticed since then the World Cup for football has gone to 48 sides. So, but I mean, I'd like to see it being, well, cricket being the second most watched sport in the world. It'd be really exciting to see more teams playing internationally with the kind of exposure that football teams get.
Couldn't agree more.
And I think things are heading in that direction. It's probably a generational thing, but you can already see 20-team World Cup. That's going to be fantastic next year.
Yeah, the big difference as well, looking ahead to that World Cup. This one's heaved into the leg side. It'll just be a single, you'd suspect, as it's cleanly picked up. It's not just 20 teams, it's increasing to 4 extra teams, but it's now an open draw, Vinny. That's actually the biggest difference for me. So previously in Australia last year, and then before that in 2021 in UAE and Oman, there was, in essence, what was a preliminary stage. They called it a group stage, but it was a preliminary stage because at the same time you had the big boys playing a warm-up match.
Yeah, I hated it.
And it wasn't the same. Now it's open draw, 4 groups of 5.
So happy about that. Sanger. Next to a bit of confusion, but they'll get through for a run. Yeah, I got to say, I felt for the players a little bit because I was following the qualifiers. I think it was in UAE that year, later 2019.
22. The qualifier initially in 2019.
Initially, yeah.
Pre-pandemic. Something happened pre-pandemic.
Yeah, I was actually at the Indoor Cricket World Cup playing for Australia back in South Africa back in 2019, and I was watching that. Of course, following the Dutch team pretty closely, having known those guys, and they were featuring on the ECN right back in 2019 at the ECL. Some guys like Scott Edwards, Max O'Dowd. And so then when they got to the big dance, you feel like they were just a warm-up act. And I've got to say, it didn't feel quite right.
Oh, this is huge. The biggest of game number 7. It nearly catapults into some of our teams that are ready and waiting for the action. The full toss, he missed his length. And oh my, that one has gone massive.
Yeah, that's a proper baseball shot. Just absolutely drilled over right field. Maximo time. I've got to say a big thank you to Ali Abbas. He's brought us a little bit of tea because it's not too warm right now.
He also collected me.
Yeah, he did.
Last night at St. Gallen Station.
These guys, they go over and above when they're hosting us in these ECS.
Blown away by the facilities. Arrive into an airport, you just walk through a shopping centre, you get on the train and you're straight to St. Gallen 50 minutes later.
Last ball of the over.
Big swing and a miss. Gets us to the end of the 5th. It's 10 and over exactly.
Yeah, so I want to say a big warm welcome and happy Swiss National Day. It's Schönen Geburtstag to all of our viewers. August 1 traditions date all the way back to the 1200s. And I'll have to ask our tournament referee, Rob Kemming, what it was like when they first formed, I suppose, the origins of this country back then.
5 Swiss flags in this shot. We've got the T-shirt. I've actually put this one on.
Can we do more? We're going to try and...
How are we getting more of it? 5's got to be enough. I can't count to more than 5.
I know Roger is watching. Roger is our CEO at European Cricket, and I've told him, we've got this gear, we like it, but we would like cheese, chocolate.
Oh, chocolate. Got to be chocolate.
The other thing is, he said, St. Gallen bratwurst. They are famous for it. So, come on, ball's in your court, Roger. We're here all day.
We got to go for that.
We know you've got the day off, but we're here. We need supplies.
It's going to be raised at a bowl. His second over. 10 and over at the moment. Probably thinking about maybe 110, 120, something like that. Plenty of wickets in hand. Maybe not quite the same strike rates as we saw in the first game of the day. Game number 6 into game 7. What can the Lions get to, Vin?
Yeah, I mean, 100 seems a bare minimum. I still think with wickets in hand, here you're looking kind of 14 and over, maybe 15 and over.
I have to say the Zalmi have looked well drilled. They probably bowled to a better game plan than we saw either of the two sides do in the morning game. And they've just kept things simple. The rain again, which was coming down very heavily about 3 overs ago, has now, I believe, stopped completely, Vinny.
I'll tell you what's interesting is some of these really big chases we've seen. You saw the Pack Riders chase, which is, I think, second on the list. That was in Austria. Similar conditions. And normally in these conditions, it's kind of tough for everyone. It's harder for the bowlers to control the ball. The ball gets a bit soggy. The fielders, obviously hard for them to catch. But the batters, with the ball getting a bit heavier, find it hard to hit further normally. But we have seen plenty of runs in these conditions this year.
That one's going to be a no ball, I think, and a free hit to come because it's landed off the wicket.
For me, this might be a wide if they look at it, because if it bounces after the... Yeah, you see here, it bounces after the stumps. So actually, I don't know whether they spotted that or not. If you're going to be technical, that to be a... I think they're just going to... because it bounces after the stumps, it can't be a no ball for off the pitch. So I'm not sure if we'll see it again, but... Yeah, it now has been called a wide. So all these situations, they come up so many times. I know you're probably wondering what I'm talking about. But, yeah, by the laws of the game.
If it's a full toss past the stumps.
So it's only a no ball for off the pitch if it's off the pitch before the line of the stumps.
Well, this is massive again. Almost an action replay. And Wadwa finally warming up. Great job by Rob Kemming and our match officials to get that right. I think this has given us a no ball too. 7 off. Over the waist tie, yeah, decent call, all the way for 6.
Yeah, and so it's been a bit hit and miss on those calls, but yeah, I think it's waist tie. Doubt on those that go to the batters. They're not deliveries you should really be bowling for safety reasons. You don't have the padding there. You've normally got the most important parts covered, but the other tender regions around there can be in danger. So that's going to be a 7 up and a free hit to come.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, maybe the Lions can think of this as their big over, their breakthrough over. We saw a 31 run over in game number 6 in this morning's contest. And maybe in the second game of the day, with that Maximo now signalled, the 7 coming from just the 1 delivery, the free hit can be cashed in on 2. Inside out over extra cover. Now, will this plug? In fact, it skids on, and the fielder has to do well. Gets a tumbling stop in to keep it to a couple.
Yeah, this has got a bit of everything here. Had to be pretty conscious he doesn't fall over the line. That's a cracking bit of fielding. He comes here to the left, stop, drop and roll. Walks the tightrope. And he eventually finds it.
Where's the ball then?
Yeah.
Where's it gone?
Luckily for him, stayed on the field of play.
Just as I said, the rain is gone. Now it's coming down again. This is very much a St. Patrick's Day feel here on Swiss National Day. Zalmi just need to get out of this over, get out of Reyes' spell and try to drag things back. The run rate has gone to the highest it's been so far in this match, just hovering around 11 per over. Maybe the site's readjusting for the Lions. They'll want 120, 130 if they can.
Yeah, for sure. You can see how just one big over can get things going. Just as you said, the rain had stopped. I think it's come back, maybe.
Well, Irish people and rain, there's something in our blood. I don't know, it attracts, we're like magnets to it, Vinny.
Anyway, they're like fish, these players. They love it.
This is hit airily. Now, has he got enough of it? Oh, yes, he has. Maximo all the way. 6 basically from the moment it left the bat. And now the Lions are thinking this over. Well, it's the biggest of the contest thus far. This is going to be the one that will propel them up towards that 130, 140 mark maybe now.
Yeah, Lions roaring. As Reza went for 15 in his first. He's on for 18 in this over now. Risk of going magical. Partnership up over 60 as well. And that's what I thought. With wickets in hand, we saw the Lions. They've got a bunch of good hitters, so they're not running out of bats anytime soon. That kind of 125, 130 still on for me. Maybe more.
Yeah, 14 and over will get them to that 131 mark. I think that's very much on the cards. Might even be thinking of 140, who knows? As the runs continue to flow. That position there is one I want to ask you about, Vin. As we get to the end of the 6th, it was a 19 run over, the score 69 for 1. A very, very straight long on. Yeah. Is that something in 10 over cricket you see a lot?
So it's something actually, Corey Ruckers, we were just talking about him then. He's the Spanish national coach. He does a few funky things with fields. And one of the things he's had a bit of a theory about is that batters are just taught to hit straight, to hit the sight screen. And so you're taught that because it's a very safe way to hit the ball. And it's safe because there's no fielder there. So he, instead of having the traditional long on, long off. Often we'll play what we call the Southern Cross field, where you have a guy dead straight. And the rules around it weren't that well known, but you're allowed to have a dead straight fielder as long as they are stationary. And so you'll have a fielder there not walking in, and then you push the long on and long off around. So it just kind of changes the angles. And a lot of balls that are miss-hit straight, you put your best fielder there, you can run in and catch them. So here, you pretty much have that Southern Cross field here with the straight man, Ahmed Khan, and then you've got the long on, long off, just a little bit wider than they would normally be. So 3-man wall down the ground.
Sanger to bowl his second, and that man who's almost dead straight will very nearly end up fielding the ball. It's certainly, we talk about the innovations T20 cricket has brought in. Obviously 10 over cricket does too. Gorgeous shot there, the main stadium in the background. And this field you're talking about.
Yeah, so you see it's pretty much as straight as you like. Now, slightly different field for the left-hander. It's a bit more leg side conscious.
Right into the block hole, squirted out. That rain is definitely proving a bit of a nuisance today, but the players hardy as anything getting through it. I think the umpires are the ones that deserve the most credit. They're not running around.
That's true. European cricketers, though, they're hardy. They are some of the hardiest cricketers going around. They're out there to play. They're not there to watch. But yeah, with a straight fielder, it's so super difficult to fight your natural instincts to hit straight. And so even if you know the guy's there, if you're trained to hit straight and hit correctly, it's almost impossible to stop doing that, to drag it slightly to the side.
Yeah, something I saw a lot of in Edinburgh at the T20 World Cup qualifier was Ireland's Harry Tector hanging right on the edge of the 30-yard circle. As soon as the ball was really into his bound, he was running a couple of yards back. That was particularly in the power play, the first 6 overs. It sparks innovation, all these styles of cricket, as the Yorker is nicely nailed by Sanger. He's been impressive for me thus far, bowling at good pace for these conditions.
That's another thing we've seen actually at Kartama, fielders running back. But you know what? I looked up the rule. You're not allowed to do that. So the actual law says that you're allowed to make a movement towards the batter, and that's all you're allowed to do. So, and then you're only allowed to react in relation to what the batter's doing. So actually, I know this is an interesting one. He doesn't play a shot, but if he's trying to avoid the ball here, it'll probably be a leg bye. So we'll have a look at this. Again, you get to see everything here.
Yeah, taking evasive action. Absolutely entitled.
And even though he's not worried about getting hurt, he's trying to get a wide. And to me, he's trying to get out the way. So again, that's another thing that we probably see 5 times a week. You probably never see in other cricket. But I think that's correct. But yeah, so running back outside the circle. So that's something I think we might be cracking down on. Because it's not really in the spirit of the game. But yeah, I think for me, they're going to call it dead ball here, but I'm not so sure about this. Because for me, he doesn't let it hit him. He's trying genuinely to get out the way of the ball.
Yeah,
but
marginal
marginal, I suppose. It's a judgment call in the end. Anyway, you see it all in the European Cricket Network.
I love the way the clock stops. I'm fascinated by this clock, Vinny.
Yeah.
Really good innovation like that one. So with the umpires coming together, having the discussion to make that decision, it doesn't take away from the allocated time. And we are, in fact, going to have the decision overturned again.
Yeah, it's the old double reversal. I think I saw one in a women's international match where we had DRS overturn a decision, then returned over. I'm trying to think about it. It was a bump ball that when they ran the replay to the third umpire, they kept running it backwards and forwards. He got confused and gave it out. And then the batter then reviewed it and got it back, almost like going to a higher court. I think that is a leg biter to finish. Last ball, 7th coming up.
Well, we're in the home of the Maximo. It's the double reverso. As direct hit is affected. Umpire, he's going to go upstairs. We'll have a look. Felt to me at first like he got safely home. Did the afterburners come on quickly enough? Good diving effort using the conditions.
Bowler was never going to get back. That's one thing for sure. Oh, this is close. For me, I've got him just in. Yeah, for me there, he's just in. Yeah. But very tight. I mean, isn't it great that we've got the ability to look at these decisions and freeze frame them? And I think, he makes it by a couple of blades of grass. And so it will be the end of the over. And after 7, it is 74 for 1. Yeah, so we've been talking a little bit about the Euros of cricket, the ECC. A lot of buzz about the Ireland 11. They were, I suppose, bundled out by Spain last year after looking like the team that would qualify from their group. Now, they won't have to deal with Spain in the group stage this time, but they are in Group D. We're excited to see if we see someone like a Jason van der Merwe in the lineup. He was great for CIYMS in the ECL this year. But they've got some competition, Austria and Hungary in particular. You saw the Austrians recently, Lenny. You've got Finland, Turkey as well. What do you make of that ECC draw?
Well, look, just great to see, and I suppose naturally the sides at the top of the list are the ones that will catch your eye. Spain, Jersey, Italy, Scotland, Ireland. But keep your eyes too on the likes of Belgium. They've been making good strides. The Netherlands, they love their ECN cricket, don't they? They've so many stories. Vivian Kingma, one of my great icons of the world game. I love a bespectacled fast bowler.
Yeah.
Any kind of bespectacled cricketer, but one who comes in and bowls nearly 90 miles an hour in his specs. I love that. As Shinwari comes into the attack, that one's probably going to angle down and miss the leg stump. I think the Zalmi have just battled back nicely over the course of the last 8 or 9 deliveries. It's a 68-run partnership, but is it coming quickly enough?
Yeah, that's the question. That's a good decision by the umpire. I think it's just sliding down. Not too far away, though. Yeah, Viv's a real character. I still can't believe he bowls with his glasses on. I think it's the rubber sides, he said. The rubber sides. They're very stable. And there's a bit of chat about the Netherlands side with them qualifying for the 50 over World Cup, what that Netherlands 11 will look like, because the two do happen at the same time of the year.
Now, this surely is going to be a no ball. Immediately signals, so we'll have a free hit incoming. Again, Shinwari just probably battling a bit with that slightly damp ball. The good news is, even though the rain is still drizzling a bit, there's a lot of bright skies in the background with the mountains up behind us, and a good decision. No ball, free hit incoming.
Yeah, the umpires are encouraged. The way the playing condition's written, if they're not absolutely sure it's below the waist, they're meant to call it, and that's correct, I think. Free hit coming up then.
Heaved away to the leg side, all the way over the head. There was a man out there. Even if he took the catch, it wouldn't have mattered, but he gets enough to get a Maximo, and the Lions on the charge.
Yeah, nicely hit. Got a bit of a gift. Attempted Yorker, I think, gone wrong. The Lions on the prowl here after a slightly pedestrian start by ECS standards, but they're on for a decent score. One thing I think is going to come into it, though. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Well,
watch that clock. I don't think they're even going to be close.
I think I'm a magnet for this. I think we got 5-run penalty on the cards again. 4 minutes to bowl 10 deliveries, or 9 at least, and get that last one in. This is going to be a no ball again. Yeah, that clock is going to run away. Free hit incoming. Shinwari is looking for the block hole, not able to affect it. It's another no ball, and another lasso will be signalled by the umpire. Free hit again.
Yeah, that's not even close, really. Easy call. And just FYI, we haven't seen it for a while, but let's say that you can't even finish the 8th over before the clock runs out. You've got a 10-run penalty coming.
Is that the way it works?
Yeah,
so you can have it. Has that happened before?
Yeah, I think the most we ever had was a 15. And this is the thing. Obviously, it's different cricket. We know that. And the other thing is, that might be a final warning now. I think that's the second one he's bowled. If it's the third one, he'll be off. But I think that's second and final warning.
That team that had the 15-run penalty, they must have had show of Akhtar bowling off the 50-yard run-up.
Yeah, either that or they just had a few accuracy issues. I think they probably did bowl 9 overs, but just not 9 legal overs. Free hit coming up again.
Pumped down the ground. It's going to go all the way for 6. Well, the runs are really starting to come. And the left-hand, right-hand combination is working for the Lions. We talked about 110, 120. They're thinking well north of that now, Vinny.
Yeah, I think so. I like the Lions. I thought it was an "ankoosh" sound they make, but they're doing it for everyone. They got this kind of ooh sound effect when the ball disappears. It's not quite the Lions' roar, but they are making some noise with the bat. This partnership now worth 86.
Yeah, there is definitely. It's not quite the root you heard at the Ashes, but it's something that's unique to Swiss cricket. Koosh of some kind coming in. Good partnership. It's come very close to a strike rate of 200. Lakshmanan and Wadwa combining nicely. Just going to have another hold up here. Not sure what it's for this time.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's a couple of technical issues. And that one, I don't think it's a question if it was 4 or 6, because it did bang off the grandstand. So here we're back. Shinwari has to keep down a bit. Doesn't.
Going to be more runs, 4 of them around the corner, and signalled as a 4. I think the square leg umpire this time indicating it's dipping beneath the waist high. Good decision for me.
Yeah, but only just. Suppose bent leg. Yeah, he's saying they're pretty harsh on these. Probably just okay, and I mean just. If that was a third one, then and he would be asked to, well, not asked, he'll be told that he can't bowl anymore.
I think for me that was the right decision because of that bent leg. So he's definitely down as he's helping it around the corner. They are just going to check it.
Oh, it has been called. So, yeah, if I want to go on how they've got the whole year, then it's probably consistent with what we've seen. It's like if there's any doubt. So I know you might say it might hit him in the box on the full, but it's still the spirit of the rule here is it's not very fair delivery because it's full and it's kind of at the body. And so I think he's going to get his marching orders. And to be honest, it might not be a bad thing for Paktoon Zalmi because he just hasn't been able to get it right here, Shinwari.
Yeah, this over's already gone for 22, and I think it's just with that no ball signalled, only 3 legal deliveries. So going at a strike rate up over 700, and it means that he will be whipped unceremoniously out of the attack. He won't be able to complete his spell. His bowling for this match is done. Subhanallah Shirzad will be tossed the ball, and he'll have to complete this over, and it will still start with a free hit.
Yeah, excellent. Right, no one's volunteering for this because you're only going to get. Sometimes when there's one ball left in the over, then you're really on a hiding to nothing when this happens because you literally cannot take a wicket. And meanwhile, I think the clock stops just for the bowler change, and that's fine. But I still think, to be honest, could it run out here in the 8th? Surely not. But Shirzad, he's going to have to pick up the pieces, and he's going to have to start with this free hit.
Well, the 5-run penalty is nailed on. The question for me now, particularly if we see a no ball, we could have a 10-run penalty. Everything just being held up a touch, ready to go. The Lions, well, all of a sudden that run rate is up towards 13. The free hit is signalled. And poor old Shirzad won't be able to pick up anything from this first ball. Can he keep the damage to a minimum? Helped around the corner. Going to be runs. The outfield not the quickest here. So we'll just be a couple. He'll have 2 more balls to bowl to clear out this over. Good running will get them home.
Yeah, lights from, but nobody's home at the keeper's end as no one really was queuing up to cover the stumps. I want to say hello to Jeff Maguire, who's watching from Northern Ireland. And Jeff is a big supporter of European cricket through his work with Grizzly Bear Sports, who are a valued partner of ours. Hello, Jeff. He says his wife's birthday today, so happy birthday to Mrs. Maguire as well. And Jeff, are you enjoying having Lenny on the commentary? I know that he's a big fan of yours as well.
Yeah, great to hear from you, Jeff. Hope all well and many kind wishes, kind regards. This clock is ticking away rather rapidly to your wife on her birthday.
Someone call MacGyver to either cut the red wire or the blue wire because they're in trouble here. Surely they finished the 8th. Oh, no.
There's the wide, no. Vinny, I'm blaming you for that one.
All right, well, and not exactly hustling. He's going to clean the ball. He's probably not a bad idea if they're going to deliver whites. This over's out of control. Wait, what's your latest count? I've got 26.
Well, Meyer Patel says could be a 10-run penalty here in the YouTube chat. Great to hear all your comments flooding in. Yes, 26 runs off the over. Round the wicket now. Gets it into the slot. Tick, tock, tick, tock.
I don't think they're going to do it.
I don't think they're going to get there.
And he's not that aware. Again, this is inexperience. He needs to be at the top of his mark here. But he's just got to release this ball if it's a legal one in the next 6 seconds. And now the umpire's stopped to have a word. And he's probably saying, hey, hurry up. But guess what? Oh, I stopped at 2 seconds. I don't know what's going on.
Who's running that clock, Vin? How does that work?
It's in conjunction with the official scorers, the timekeepers, and the officials. They get 5 seconds. So maybe they're just going to do it. But that's pretty unusual.
3,
got a bowl straight.
2. It is straight enough. It's helped away for what's going to be a boundary 4. We're going to have either a 5 or a 10-run penalty to go alongside this. End of the 8th, 105 for 1.
To be honest, I think the reason that they stopped the clock, it was the umpires initiating that conversation, probably saying, look, you're out of time. We'll put 5 seconds on the clock, but to say that if this isn't a legal delivery, then you're going to run out of time. Well, you already have in a sense, but I think it'll just be a 5er. I think that's the communication. And one of the really important things is the communication between the officials and the teams and all of these moving parts working together in harmony. It's an essential part of the European Cricket Series to make it happen with this quantity of games.
Over has gone for 31. The last 3 have gone for 55 as everything's really starting to go horribly wrong for the Zalmi, who were so impressive for the first half of their entrance into this competition for this year. And we've got a change in bats. I think we're going to have a 5-run penalty. It's not going to be the 10-run.
Yeah, well, I think it's just the 5, just the 5, which probably makes sense. There were a few things that were a little bit out of the fielding team's control, you could argue, although you could argue they caused the situation by bowling 3 high balls in the over.
Vinny, I have to say, I'd actually love to see that law introduced in international cricket, not the fielding restriction one. I don't think that's really a big enough punishment. I think runs are what count. 5 runs if you get it wrong.
One thing that we'll have a longer conversation about is what we've learned from doing such a lot of matches. So, yeah, maybe we'll get to that if we have a quiet over here in the 9th. But good luck with that.
Hamad Khan to bowl his second and final over, squirts away off an inside edge.
Oh, he slips.
Won't be a couple because the non-striker has gone down quite badly. Let's hope he's okay. I think just his dignity and his pride hurt, nothing else.
Yeah, luckily it's a soft landing. And we see this really in all conditions, but particularly today you do have to be careful turning, and hopefully it's not too serious. We'll check it out in the replay.
Little bit nasty, and let's hope he's okay. The 100 partnerships come up though. Strike rate exactly 200.
Yeah, incredible stuff really. Well, it gives an opportunity maybe. I might have a retired hurt situation here, because I think that given the situation, it's a long tournament, and so it's Lakshman. He's on 48 though, so probably wouldn't be rushing to retire hurt. Maybe just needs a little bit of the magistrate. In fact, looks like he's going off. Yeah, they're going to pry the bat out of his hand. Well, that's not what you like to see. Just must have fallen on the shoulder. Both feet went at the same time. That was the issue there. So there won't be a wicket, but it will be a change of batter here as Maya Daftari is going to come out. And yeah, 1-1-1 for 1 to score.
Yeah, the rain really has got a bit heavier all of a sudden. Maya Daftari 1 off 4 in the first game this morning. All the ones on the board. 1-1-1 for 1. This goes a long, long way up. It's the heaviest bit of rain we've seen. This is going to take some catching. And in fact, it's just going to fall almost with 3 fielders staring at each other. Not yours, not mine, not yours. After you, sir.
Welcome to the Bermuda Triangle. And I know you've been around the world. I've got to say, though, this rain has gone up a notch, hasn't it? And I do think it's probably getting to the point now where if it stays like this for any length of time, I think we might not be able to finish this innings. Anyway, let's find out.
Helped around the corner, no fine leg in place. And the outfield is somehow miraculously going to hold it up. Yeah, that rain is really as heavy as I've seen, Vinny, today. You'd think the 2 umpires having a look at each other. They're saying, maybe should we get through these 9 balls and have a look?
You're right about the umpires being hardy, though. They're probably hoping they can get through this last 9 balls, which probably isn't a bad thing for Paktoon Zalmi. Because if you extrapolate, if you were to kind of do a Duckworth-Lewis here, the fact that the Lions got 9 wickets in hand, it's going to give them a little bit of a boost if it is reduced.
Heave towards the man and held. Oh, an excellent catch in the rain. He's got the bucket hat on fittingly as well. Really good catch. And that is the 2nd wicket.
Yeah, Syed Reza, the catcher. Do you know what I mean when I say that I think we have some incredible fielding in European Cricket Series? At any level of cricket, this is in the driving rain, is belted at him flat, and he just takes it clean as a whistle. And that'll be 114 for 2, 8 balls left. This will bring Nicholas Salonen to the crease. And remember, he's coming off a golden duck, so he's on a king pair.
Yeah, excellent catch, so well held in the deep, and difficulties for Daftari continue.
Yeah, well, that's true. But you can see that the rain, it comes and goes, so they're sticking it out at the moment.
Big swing and a miss from Salonen. A little bit of a change of pace. Must be so difficult for the bowlers, whatever about being a wrist spinner, even a seamer in this kind of weather, these conditions, it's eased off again. It really is. It's playing sort of hide and seek with us. There is some lovely blue sky in the distance, though, Vin.
That's the thing. So maybe that's giving the umpires some optimism. Last ball of the 9th. Salonen yet to get a run in the series.
Will get off the mark with a nice on drive. End of the 9th, 115 for 2. Maybe that over from Khan just resting back the carnage a touch as the runs had been flowing, but only 5 from that one. A brilliant penultimate over.
Yeah, 5 penalty runs have gone on as well, which you'll be able to tell if you look at the scorecard. At 115 for 2. And so that gets to the point that if the rain's consistent and they've played the first half, it's only fair that the other team has to field in it as well, the Lions. So it's already eased off, so it would have been one of those situations if you had come off, you'd probably be back on again already. So it's a tricky one for the umpires to handle because they have to kind of try and predict the future. Having a look at poor Hedayatullah Shinwari is the unfortunate owner of the 44 economy rate at the moment. He won't be able to do anything about that until the next game.
This is Shirzad to bowl his, well, second half over. He could only bowl 3 balls to round out that one, and he thuds that one into the pads, leg by signal. The Lions just not getting any momentum later.
That's true. There's been a few interruptions as well. So they did get the benefit of the 5-run penalty. When we get an extended period of time, we'll talk about maybe what the ICC can learn from how we keep to time here in the European Cricket Series. And that's not quite the same. But in summary, you've got to have consistently enforced penalties that matter. Anyway, probably don't have time to talk about it now. Instead, we've got another ball which is hit out towards an outfielder, just pitches short of Ahmed Khan.
We saw Major League Baseball bring that in this year.
I was going to talk about that. That's the one. We've had this conversation a few times. But again, we'll get into it when we have a quiet moment. We don't have time right now.
Not right now.
In Major League Baseball, they have penalties that aren't huge, but they're consistently enforced, a bit like parenting. And the problem with Test cricket, you end up 45 minutes, an hour behind, but it's actually all the little things adding up.
And then it seems like the laws are somewhat strangely applied as this one's kicked over the rope. We've seen some pretty good fielding actually from the Zalmi. This time there's a fumble, and it's Arif Sangar who bowled nicely, but he's almost kicked it over the rope.
Yeah, he has. He's knocked it away from the backup fielder, who, if he just stayed put, probably would have gone to him. But yeah, I don't know if he was trying to beat the offside trap or what, but it does result in the boundary.
Nearly a nice pass. It was nearly the 1-2.
Exactly.
Instead runs away. Change of angle now for Shirzad. Doesn't like round the wicket anymore. Change in the field too. 4 fielders on the off, 5 on the leg. Only 1 in the deep on the offside. This one goes an absolute kilometre up into the sky. Can anybody hold on? Oh no! Not even a hand on it, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, well, certainly wasn't any danger of breaking a finger there. I think he liked the idea of moving forward for it, Saeed, and we saw him take a catch that didn't count earlier. And actually, 2 occasions we've seen him in the action, but that one just plonks in front of him. 1 run scored. Salinan, he's pretty happy about it.
I think they got back for 2, did they? Maybe not.
I think it was just 1. Well, they did get back for 2, I think.
I think they did sprint back for 2. Good game awareness. Again, it went that high. They're able to run back for a second, and this time they scamper through for what's either going to be a bye. It is given just a little bit delayed as a bye. We'll leave just 1 delivery left. Can the Lions get to 130? They'll need a Maximo to get there.
So we'll put that on the list to talk about when we get a spare moment about how we can improve time.
Final delivery of the first innings. Game number 7, the second game of the day here in ECS Switzerland. We've had that 5-run penalty applied. Can they get up to the 130 marker? Not quite, but it's going to be 1 bounce 4. Splits those 2 fielders in the deep. That will round out the first innings. Maybe just above par, 128 for 2. Some good ball striking to finish.
Yeah, the P was for placement that time, and they do get up to 128. Kind of said that earlier in the innings. It felt like the second game yesterday where we saw the Nomads get to 125. Turns out that wasn't enough. It was chased down. Of course, we haven't seen Paktoon Zalmi with the bat yet. We'll see them after the break. Their first ever innings on the European Cricket Network. But now, let's go back and have a look at the highlights. One thing I've loved about the new teams, including the Lions, they have not been afraid to swing it from the get-go. And they're not afraid to continue to be aggressive, even when they lose wickets. And they lost some key ones early.
Yeah, certainly. It was that second wicket partnership after Ankush Lal was dismissed, the hero from the last game. Good catch held. There was a couple of good catches, but also some brilliant big hits. Akash Wadwa made 42 not out. And Lakshmanan, he retired not out on 48. 3 6s and 3 4s for him. Some big blows, particularly from the left-hander, who got good ball striking out. That one, well, it went as high as it went long and miles over the rope. Shinwari, he found problems with landing it, and in fact he's ended up with the rather unceremonious figures of 3 balls, none for 22. That's 3 legal deliveries, no balls and full tosses aplenty. This was as heavy as the rain got.
That's true.
And what a catch held by Sadraz in the deep.
That was a great catch. Yeah, it just had this bit where they kind of were on track, Zalmi, and then the wheels came off. In fact, the doors were falling off and everything. In the end, coming home with a wet sail, no pun intended, in some lightly falling rain at the end. The Lions smashed their way to 128. Well, it was that second wicket partnership in the end. It was worth 105, and unfortunately it was ended when Lakshmanan had to retire due to falling slightly awkwardly, turning for a second run, and just a couple short of his half century. So you certainly hope that that's more precautionary than anything else. They were in a good position. They had batters to come. We'll see if he takes his spot in the field a little bit later on. One was very good, though, with his 42 not out as well.
24 extras though, Vinny. That is what really hurt the Paktoons Almy. You take those away, particularly the no balls. Maybe the run rate penalty wouldn't have applied. 5 runs there. Good efforts though, particularly from Bashir Ahmed, who shares the namesake of the Nepali international left arm spinner. 1 for 8 for him, and a cutting rate of 4. Doesn't get much better than that. Sanger, impressive too.
Scary thing about the 24 extras, it could have been more. If they were 2 seconds slower, it would have been 29. Nowhere near the 54, though, which is our record here on ECN Cricket. We'll take a break and we'll be back in a few minutes. Game on here. Paktoon, I did like what they were dealing, although they had a few ups and downs. 129, their victory target to secure their first points in their first match of ECN Cricket. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, alongside Andrew Lenny Leonard. We'll see you after this for more European Cricket Series.
So, welcome back. Game number 7, match 2 of the day here, as the ECS returns to Switzerland after a 3-year break. With a little bit of mixed weather, I have to say, on what is Swiss National Day, but we've managed to play every single ball so far. The umpires very much the heroes of the era, staying out there, as we've seen a topsy-turvy first innings, as the Zurich Lions have posted 128 with the ball, meaning that the Paktoon Zalmi will need, in their first match in this year's competition, 129 to win. It's going to be Kanak Shah, the captain, to get things going with the ball. And we've seen one of the most impressive bowlers, Arif Sangar, to open up the batting alongside Izhar Hussain. He's both the captain and the wicketkeeper. We saw him with the gloves. Andrew Leonard here with you, and be guiding you through every ball of this chase. In fact, every ball of the next 10 days or so, alongside the main man himself, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, who will be with me in just a moment. Swiss National Day. The Swiss flags are flying high everywhere. Let's hope that that little bit of rain that we had looks to be maybe departing into the background. We're in wonderful St. Gallen, a beautiful little fairy tale town. Shades of somewhere like a Bruges across the continent. 129 to win, just a shade under 13 runs per over. Obviously, all 10 wickets in hand. We're all set for the chase. Game 7. Here comes Shah with the ball. Starts right into the block hole, punch down the ground. 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. It'll be Akikel Omer who does the fielding. At the moment, long on and deep mid-wicket in place. Very much what we have seen thus far is high-quality ball striking. Some excellent fielding, although we did have a few drop catches in that first innings as the conditions continue to be attritional. The rain is just steady, no more sort of what we describe in Ireland as a very soft day. Although it is, again, getting a touch heavier. 3 overs we need for a result in this second innings. This is heaved away, going to be runs. And it's a Maximo, it's a big 6. A little bit of rage in that as the bowler can't quite dry his hands. That rain, well, it's had its effect, hasn't it? You can see it on your camera lenses. Runs away all the way over the rope. Shah looks none too happy. We do even see a few umbrellas going up down on the dugouts. Dugouts are well placed. It's been a strange day as I welcome Vinny Sandu to say good morning still to you, mate. This is quite heavy now.
You know what? I'm pretty happy we're undercover and I'm not in the cube right now.
Oh, heaved away. Back-to-back 6s. 2 balls faced. 12 on the total. Strike rate 600. Thank you very much. Doesn't miss the block hole by much. Right into the slot. Helped away for another maximum.
The thing is for the Lions, okay, yeah, it's uncomfortable for them in the field. But to be honest, Zalmi, there were periods where they had to field in this as well. So that's the way it goes. This is European cricket. We've got an artificial pitch. You know, unless it becomes very, very dangerous, you know, they'll stay out there. Many sports where obviously rain's a factor. Anyway, just saying, loving life at the moment.
Oh, 6. I'll make that 6 more. What an unbelievable start for the Zalmi. They need 13 and over. Well, they might be doing this chasing a canter if he keeps going.
Plays a bit of go fetch there, doesn't he? It was outside the off stump, and he gets every piece of that, and it's 19 off 4. And he's 128. Decent score, but with hitting like this, it may not be enough. I know that Jeff said it's his wife's birthday today. Well, if you tell me her name, Jeff, and she's saying that she's a bit of an ECN fan, I'll give her a special shout out a little bit later in the day. But very, very happy birthday over there in Northern Ireland. Here's the next ball.
Well, that will be surely flirting with the wide line. The umpire had a think. Twitchy arms, Vinny.
I mean, there's a couple of issues here. I don't think the umpire sees it. And so he's saying to the bowler, can you get out the way? There's a little tram line there. It's a big wide that he's missed, basically. So bowler catches the break.
Nicely struck. A mix-up between the 2 batters, but they'll safely get home. It's attritional conditions for all involved. A couple of the Zurich Lions fielders actually in their hooded sweatshirts as well. I think only a direct hit would have done here. The scoop onto the stumps, not clean.
The keeper had a lot to do, didn't he? So we do get to the end of the first over. 20 without loss. A magical first 70 matches since the Golden Ball. This counter, we've got back to Golden Ball 0 only, 10 days ago now. 10 days ago.
What's the highest that's ever got that you
I'm
remember?
so glad that you asked. And it was around this time last year. It finally went off during the night series in Portugal. It was 405.
Wow.
405. That was about a 3-month period, I think, without a Golden Ball. On average, it's around about 82 games per Golden Ball. So that's an average. That's if you divide the total games divided by the amount of Golden Balls, you get something in the 80s.
Yeah, you would think with just even the likelihood of how close shortened format cricket can
Sure.
be. We're playing 10 over contests here. Let's hope none of them have to be a bridge. That rain again is disappearing.
Jumper off's pretty ambitious, actually, for the bowler. Right, it is going to be Ashwin Prakash to bowl the next one. And the umpire, I think he appreciates the extra layer.
Oh, he's very happy with that. Yeah, Prakash is going to come on, bowl some off breaks, keep her up to the stumps. Men out long on, who's quite straight again. And what you have to call, really, not a deep mid-wicket, but an old-fashioned cow corner out for the scutch. And it goes towards the man that separates them in the circle, the mid-wicket who fumbles. Very difficult to field it cleanly here, Vinny, whether it's on the ground or in the air.
What do you think about the change of pace in the second over? It's still in the power play. I feel that's a pretty good move against Hussain, who went bonkers in the first. And so Prakash bowled really well in the first game. The other thing is, if it is going to be reduced the way it is, I'm not so sure it will be because the rain's easing off a bit. But I think strategically you should bowl your best bowlers early, so they definitely get their overs in if it does go to Duckworth-Lewis. It's one thing Duckworth-Lewis doesn't really account for.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Get those front-loaded. Oh, big hit. That's going to be 6 right into the dugout. Just probably a yard or 2 over the rope. But again, that hitting inside out over extra cover. Oh, Vinny, we are well looked after here in Switzerland, aren't we?
We sure are. And I'll keep that for a little while, but it won't be around for too long. Let's just say we've just been given what I think is the most dangerous chocolate. Not because of how it tastes, it's just how it's shaped. It's very pointy.
Vicious.
It is.
We'll maybe show that at the Comcam, won't
Yeah, I think that we will if we get there.
If we get there.
Anyway, Sangha hits his first maximum in ECN cricket. It was a good shot over long off.
Speared in. Just a stumble from the non-striker who wanted the single, but Sanger didn't. I think Hussain is desperate to get on strike, Vinny.
Yeah, you can see here that he's on the turn. He's kind of got 1 foot on, 1 foot off, and that's what causes him some difficulties. Change of direction is not going to be easy.
Straight down the ground there. There's that fielding position. Oh, yes, what a catch. Well, the catch certainly of the day, maybe of the series thus far. He goes sprawling to his left. Akakil Ahmed. How has he held on to this, Vinny?
What a catch. We were just talking about the straight fielder and how it's very hard to fight your natural instincts and keep it down when you hit straight. You're taught all your life that this is a safe shot, but it is a wonderful catch in the conditions. And a hoodie he's wearing, and the catch is oh so goody. As I'm loving those pads right now for Zalmi, but they're doing the walking. They lose their first wicket, 27 for 1.
Well, I think the brilliance of this catch. The brilliance of it, it's the conditions. It's been hammering rain for much of the morning, Vinny, and he uses those conditions to get the slide in and also not allow his elbow to hit the ground. That's exceptional from Akakil Ahmed, one that he's going to remember. Take a bow, sir. The hands nicely warmed as out comes Abdullah Hamdard with the backwards baseball cap on. Style of plenty on show here in Switzerland.
I think that cap will stay backwards for approximately 2 seconds. And there you go. This isn't some sort of Simpson-esque venture. This is cricket. Some traditions will stay.
I wonder is the keeper had a word there. He said, "What are you doing, mate? Come on, turn the cap round." Has angled down the leg side. Hasn't made contact with anything. Maybe just a bit of thigh pad, something like that.
Yeah, cramped him for room, didn't he? Prakash has been really important for the Lions. Yeah, I like the fact that he's bowling his second over, changing the pace and getting the breakthrough.
Big swing and a miss, and quick thinking from the keeper will flick the ball onto the stumps, but I don't think we're going to go upstairs as he's so deep in the crease that at least one of the feet was kept in at all times.
We had a bit of a glitch in the space-time continuum yesterday when we realised that the creases weren't matching up with the movement of the pitch anyway. We'll have to go back to the drawing board, but I think today it's a lot better. Never thought I'd see double creasing. But anyway, back to Zalmi, searching for their first points in the series. Lions, could they be the nomads of day 2 to play some really good cricket but go away without any points? It's certainly a distinct possibility here.
Yeah, 11 teams. They're going to play 10 games each. And the top 5, a slight change to the usual top 4, will make the playoffs, as we're going to see Subramani come in with his little gentle leg breaks, almost leg cutters as much as anything.
Yeah.
Interesting to see him brought in the power play.
I call them doorknobs because it's like you're opening a door, like a Jantha Mendes style. Anyway, bit of Bollywood dancing about it. Here he is.
Vinny, I'm going to have to ask you about that, because which way do your doors open? Is it not the off brakes that open the door and the leg brakes that close them, or does it work differently in Australia?
Yeah, I'm from the Southern Hemisphere, so everything's backwards. One of my favourite things to do with kids, and I meet so many youngsters around European cricket, and a lot of them really enthusiastic to cricket, some are new to it. I like to tell them a few tall tales. I've got a trick where I'm really good at catching the ball in the back of my hand. So you throw me one, catch on the back of my hand, flat. And I tell them that because I'm from Australia in the Southern Hemisphere, that's how we catch, because everything's backwards. So I say, yeah, practice it.
And you don't mean the reverse hands here,
No,
Vin.
I'm
You
talking
literally
about
mean the where your knuckles are. Just
don't have a ball on me, but yeah, I'm really good. Yeah, catch it on literally the back of my hand. Like
solid. Looking forward to seeing that, mate.
Maybe in these conditions be a little bit difficult. Anyway, I'm done.
Certainly out there. This one's pumped away. Going to be a long, long way. He can jump into the air all he wants. Akakela Ahmed, who took that excellent catch, but Subramani, it just sat up to be hit, didn't it? Another Maximo.
Yeah, you've got to be bold. This is another one. It's kind of like a back spinner, really, and just picks it up, gets enough, and third time lucky for Hamdan as he gets off the mark with the Maximo.
Yeah, it was almost just really the sort of seam up delivery, wasn't a leg break. Now he goes back to something, a tempting one, but the result's going to be the same. Back-to-back sixes. Well, the Zalmi, they really only seem to know one way, and that is throwing the kitchen sink at everything.
I've been really impressed with the depth in all the sides we've seen in this ECS so far. Different countries, you got different levels, you've got different ranges of abilities within teams, but I've been really impressed at how it's not just the openers that are doing the damage like we see in some countries. It's already 3, 4, 5, 6, and even lower, all really confident going for their shots.
Loses his shape this time, and a slip-up ball. This is surely going to be a chance. Direct it would have been gone.
Oh, now they're going to get an overthrow or two. I'm going to say probably just the one. Tell you what, I saw that slip before it happened because I knew Hussain was going to get sent back before he realised, and we already know that he fell over a second ago in this exact spot. So they're trying to stop on the actual surface. It's a tough one where to run here, because if you run on the grass, then it's very hard to slide your bat. It'll just plug. But then if you run on the surface, it's probably a bit slipperier. I don't know. Good luck. There's no way in the textbook that you'll find that decision. Last ball of power play coming up.
I think Subramani was so frustrated, wasn't he, that the throw didn't come on the bounce. That's the way he wanted it. Brave decision to bring the leg spinner on in the power play. Goes for 14. It's advantage right now to the Zalmi at the end of 3 there in cruise control.
Kai has got a great question. One thing I love about European cricket, and I've done so many games, and I mean so many games, there are still situations that come up that I haven't seen before. We had a potential 7 buys last week that went a bit viral, but it was only 3 because it was they only needed 3 to win, but it was the 3+4 overthrows off a ball that the keeper fumbled and kicked and then got missed again and again. Anyway, his question is, if the ball lodged in his hoodie, is it an out, like catching the ball in your cap? Now, I know the answer. If he's wearing the hoodie and it's not deliberate, then it's out, because if it lodges in a article of clothing and he's not taking it off, as long as he hasn't deliberately done it, I think it's out. If he was to discard the hoodie going after the ball, which I don't think he would have time to do, then I think it's illegal fielding 5 runs. But it's something that I've never seen before. Imagine if he fumbles it into his hoodie behind him. It's like if you catch the ball in your shirt by accident. It's just, since the 1970s, that's pretty unlikely. They used to really have those loose V-necks. Anyway, here's Salonen. Here's a bowler we've got a bit of time for. He's coming on to bowl the 4th over.
Yeah, definitely is a yard of pace, doesn't he? And just speaking of the chat, I have to give a shout out to my brother. He is living in Berlin, Alex Leonard. Not a bad cricketer back in his day, mainly for Pembroke third, fourth, fifth 11, bowled some little medium pace and could give it a hit. Liked batting. You'll like this, Vin.
Yeah.
He liked batting in a Richie Richardson West Indies floppy hat, the full wide brim.
Beautiful. Yeah, a hat that you can see from the moon. I used to love watching Richie Richardson. He was one of the players that, when I first started following cricket, he was in the team of the West Indies. We saw Richie Richardson with Viv Richards actually reacting to a European cricket video last week. It was actually Dan Weston at Khartoum, ECN founder, taking one of the greatest crowd catches ever,
I've
where he
seen
runs
it.
up
Sensational, yeah.
and they said, yeah, give that man the player of the match. But, well, if Alex Leder's in the chat, I can tell him that I'm sure he's a youngster. There's over 300 clubs in Germany, and there's many in Berlin. We're going to see them in a couple of weeks. So the next ECS after this is going to be in Dresden, a couple of hours out of Berlin, and a lot of Berlin clubs will be playing in that tournament. So
keep an eye on it.
I don't know what his status is, but there's a lot of great cricket in Germany. We've got 4 weeks there at the end of our 2 weeks here.
I did bring him to the Lord's Test with me. It was my brother and my dad. Very special day for the family.
I was wondering how
Special
long before you bring this up, by the way.
I didn't bring it up.
I know that you just sidestepped into that one.
Good pace. Good pace here from Salin and 4 dots.
Now, I've brought it up now. You've taken a catch at Lord's. Tell everyone the story. I'm sure a lot of our viewers know already. Tell us about what that was like. Go on.
Does it count as a catch at Lord's if it's in the crowd? I'm not so sure, but
I think it does.
Certainly a pretty surreal moment, Vinny. Curtis Camphor slog sweep, and I happened to be invited by a very close friend up to the president's box for the day. So Stephen Fry was, as the MCC president, hosting us for the day and chanting "Bravo" rather loudly over my right shoulder, as I couldn't believe I managed to hold on to one up in the crowd. A moment I'll never forget for sure, Vin.
Yeah. Either it came straight to you or you had to muscle your way over a couple of rows to get it. Was it straight to you? Is that what it was? You were just the lucky one? Or
I had to lean down actually over the hoarding and go to my left a little bit, but I couldn't believe it stuck. As soon as he hit it, I said, I've got a real chance on this. It was nowhere near as skillful as Dan Weston's one. That was next level, but just purely for the occasion. It was sensational.
I've never taken one at Lord's, but I'm going to show you something in a second. But we'll just have to wait for this last ball of the over. And in fact, it won't be bowled. But I haven't taken a catch at Lord's, but I've taken approximately 17 in the commentary box.
You have not.
And actually,
17.
I've never dropped one. And one day, when we can cut our 2 catches together, if you send me the video of yours at Lord's, and I know I'm just showing you one from the recent one. Dan caught his one-handed. So, yeah, don't worry. I'll call this ball, and you can see. Well, maybe we can put them back to back soon. Anyway, this is the last ball of the over, and it's a screamer. It's going to go past the right hand of the fielder, and so Salin doesn't get out of the over unscathed. It was a good one up to then because it went ... one, but then a boundary off the last, but still very good over in the context of the match. 4 overs down. It's 46 for 1. So anyway, we'll definitely cut those together for the viewers, and I got to say that. For yours, you had a bigger audience, so that's why I rate yours a bit better. I didn't really have any competition. Rico was on the other side of the table. He wasn't coming near it.
I have to say that the total surreality was when you realised that the entire ground was staring at you and the replay of it was being shown on the big screen and everyone started clapping you. That was probably the most surreal moment. And to add an English or a British national treasure in Stephen Fry shouting bravo at you, I felt I had to bow.
That's amazing.
I got a bit of stick for the number of bows, but sure, when in Rome.
Yeah.
When at Lord's.
Yeah, it's the same sort of thing. Still not my favourite crowd moment in an Ashes, because I loved it when that lady went to go sit down on the chair. Very attractive young lady, and then the chair had gone up and she went to sit down. There was no chair there. Have you seen that one?
Not sure I've seen that one.
That's a good one.
You'll dig that one out for me. Daftari into the attack now. The rain again, it's just hanging around.
Look at the rate. I mean, they're slightly behind, but with 9 wickets in hand and with these 2 there, you wouldn't put it past them.
A few little off breaks are heaved away. Oh, too easy. Just into the slot and out of the park. An almighty strike. Hamdar getting into the act with a Maximo.
A bit of hello, goodbye stuff for Daftari. He kind of rocks in. Bowls the ball that's probably hitting the stumps. The batter takes the gamble and wins. Maximo's it over the leg side. 50's up as well for Paktoon Zalmi.
Well, we like playing in the rain in Ireland, but I think even in this we might be having a look. It's coming down heavily again. I suspect Zalmi miles ahead on DLS. This one goes a long way up. Now he hasn't got it out of the middle. The man who took the catch, Ahmed, nestles underneath it and puts it down. And oh no, That's burst through his hands. I think that's maybe made contact with his face as well.
Just burst through the hands, and yeah, they'll take a moment here to just check he's all right. But that's just one of those situations where their hands are together, but they're not quite perfectly together. And with the greasy ball, it kind of burst through their hands. And yeah, hopefully it's not too serious. And everyone out there straight away, this is just the nature of cricket. It is a hard ball. It's a tough catching day, no doubt. But we might have a slight delay here while he gets the attention that he needs. Well, it's not the greatest moment, but we will welcome you once again into the commentary box here. It is Swiss National Day today, so hello to everyone watching from around Switzerland. The National Day origins go all the way back to 1200s when I suppose the origins of the Swiss country, or the Swiss nation, were sown in early August, but since around the 1890s, the first day of August has been used as the day, and it's been made official now in the last couple of decades. And I called for chocolate. We got chocolate. Very famous. Like I said, is that upside down? There you go.
Shaped like the mountain, isn't it?
There you go. Yeah, you're right. And so we've got the Toblerone here, triangular prism. And I always said I like my Toblerone. Don't get me wrong. I love the taste.
Crunchy almonds. What do you reckon on that one, Vin?
Oh, you got crunchy almonds.
Is that the regular one?
I think that's a variation,
Okay.
but I'm happy with
Could
it.
be the variation.
Toblerone are known as an airport chocolate as well. You know, they'll have
the big ones.
I've seen. I'm in airport. I think I've taken 150. I'm a bit like you. I've taken, I think, 150 flights in the last 2.5 years. I've seen people walking around with some monsters. Some they did 20 kilos, and I'm just thinking, number one, how are you getting on the plane? How much did it cost? I might actually find out next time. They've probably got them here. But I'm pro Toblerone, but what I'm going to say is that I feel they're a dangerous chocolate. If you bite into one, if you get the points on a part of your mouth, it can actually do a bit of damage. How do you like these anyway? What's your favourite chocolate?
Not a big nut man, to be honest.
Okay.
So this one I could be donating, but I'm sure I can find someone to give it to. And
Right.
look, the way the girth is going, you know what it's like on the circuit, Vin. Keeping these blazers closed, not easy.
Not easy. Well,
Not
maybe
easy
if you're a big nut man in the chat, maybe tell us what your favourite nut is. I'm a cashew man myself.
Oh, Vinny, come
know?
on. Surely not.
Do you have any nuts? You sure
I'm not
you
a
just
nut man. I just don't eat nuts.
just
Nuts and
nut-
mushrooms.
You don't have an allergy or anything?
No,
We're not going to kill you
else.
if you have nuts.
I pretend to, just so I don't have to eat them.
That's
But no,
like- that's-
anything but nuts and mushrooms, and I mean anything.
That's actually
Anything else.
really clever. But anyway, big thank you. And it looks like the power side have donated these Toblerones.
Very
so.
cool.
It looks like the Mood Brothers might have
We are
had
getting
a little
well
bit of
looked after here.
a say in this.
Swiss National Day, you remember, guys. Only the 3 flags we've got going now. But that's
And
enough.
do you know what I'll
I've had
say?
to wrap up, get an ECN top on. It's chilly up here, mate.
Do you know what I'll say as well is that if you do come down to the ground today, you're going to see some great cricket, and you are undercover. So
You do.
we've got plenty of space here
We've got the brilliant grandstand.
at the Grundemos Stadium in St Gallen. So it's nice to be here with you, Lenny, and
You too, mate.
probably an unfortunate break in the game, but a necessary one. How's your day so far?
It's been really good. I just most importantly hope that player is okay because he took such an outstanding catch. Akikel Ahmad, he's actually gone off now. I think he's getting some treatment. It was an impact injury, which is something you never like to see. And in essence, as he went to take the catch, it's just burst through. Usually in Australia, I think the way you'd have been brought up, certainly the way we were brought up, was that if you get your 2 hands up above your head, it usually doesn't burst through them.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think he gets in a pretty good position, but if you don't have the hands kind of interlocking, then there is the risk that the ball, especially if a slightly greasy ball, can kind of burst through the hands. So I think it gets almost in the right position. I've even seen it in Australia with people catching that way. I was always taught, catch in front of your eyes because it's a very good incentive. But it's just that slight crossover. It's not really interlocking, but it's just the crossover between the 2 hands. I think that's the key. And he didn't quite get there. It's a slight misjudgment. Obviously, our thoughts going out to him right now. Hopefully, we see him again pretty
I
soon.
think it might have been the nose it's made contact with, but they are allowed to get a subfielder on, of course, with it being an impact injury. And the rain is playing a little bit of a part, there's no doubt. The umpire's happy that things are okay to keep going. It's a hard ball we play with. It's a non-contact sport, but occasionally you're going to have impact injuries. Most importantly, let's just hope that Akikel Ahmad is okay.
Yeah, obviously, we're really concerned for his welfare. Safety is really important. It can happen, like I say, anytime. And it's just one of those things. And you're right, that game's played with a hard ball. And hopefully he gets lucky with where that hits him. But yeah, certainly it was a bit of a concerning moment. But we are going to continue. And right now, on the Duckworth Lewis, I'm not super sure that which team's ahead, to be honest. Because I've got 9 wickets in hand. And yeah, pretty much on the rate at the moment.
I reckon I'm a bit of a connoisseur of the DLS without knowing, without having a sheet in front of me.
Zalmi by 6, that's my guess.
You just taking my guess?
Was that your guess?
Well, I was actually going to say Zalmi by 5, being honest.
I was debating 5 or 6.
I reckon they're definitely ahead, though. I think
Look
with
up
that 9 wickets in hand.
Look up Divergent Evolution, because we have evolved to have quite a similar brain. We've taken very different paths to where we are today.
We both love our cricket, Vinny.
Quantity gives you those kind of those instincts, and I agree with you.
You were asking me earlier, Vin, about the difference between the kind of differing styles of cricket I've covered, and really lucky to have been at the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup qualifier last month, doing that for ICC, global broadcast, working with Ian Bishop and Pami Mbangwa, Carlos Brathwaite, all these guys. But trust me, I've done it all in terms of lower level cricket as well. We started streams in Ireland with really just one camera and a marquee if we were lucky in the field. And also been to places like Papua New Guinea, Argentina, Toronto, all the way through the Caribbean with cricket. You see it all. It's still the same sport that we love, though, as now the umpires are happy that Daftari can continue. Subfielder on the pitch. And immediately the action continues. That one onto the roof, and listen to the bang and the bolt. A big maximum, maybe the biggest of the day. Hamdard gets the maximum. Zalmi, they're definitely ahead on DLS
Definitely, and make that 11 ahead now. I mean, this is your first roofie. That one has absolutely banged, and it probably would have gone over our heads. That is probably the biggest hit of the day.
Yeah, massive blow. That's got to be, 85, 90 metres, something like that. Big thud off the roof. I'm not sure the little off breaks from Daftari are the way to go. No, this time better. Gets it out of the hitting arc full enough into the block hole. They need 13 and over still. Never a foregone conclusion. The game does ebb and flow.
Do you know a good time for a Yorker? Always. And if you can get it right, it's very tough to get the middle of the bat on it.
That's going to be 6 more. Out of the park again. Doesn't matter the boundary length. That's probably an 85, 90 metre job up towards the corner flag of this football ground. And really, the ball striking I've seen here this morning, Vinny, mind-blowing.
It's nuts, actually. It's almost like they're playing with a golf ball, the way that it bounces off the umpire. Almost got whiplash following that one out of the ground.
That was a great shot from side on, wasn't it?
Good partnership this, 39 of 19 now as we approach the end of the 5th over.
You do feel for the bowlers here, Vinny, with this wet ball and just being unable to get the control they'd like in it. Now, this has gone a long way up. Has it gone far enough? Dropped over the rope. Oh, I think it might be Ankush Lal, who's had such a good day with the bat. 75 in game 1. That should have been taken instead of 6 to the total.
Yeah, it's a double whammy, isn't it? Again, gives him some length to work with. Doesn't quite get it out of the screws. It goes back, and what's worse, it goes backwards off the fielder. So this over has gotten out of control. 26 come off it in the end. We lose the ball to the roof. And the score is 72 for 1 after 5. And so, yeah, that's the over. I think that does certainly put Paktoon's Army well ahead in this chase. But as we know, a wicket or two can change everything. And you don't count your chickens before they've hatched.
Yeah, the strike rate's 250 for both the batters. Really coming.
Got an NKS, by the way, just quickly, saying love from Nepal. And hello to Alex as well, saying macadamia is his favourite nut. Okay, I'm a bit of a hazelnut guy as well, if we're talking nuts.
Edged away, goes over the head of the short third fielder who's up in the circle. Won't have the power to get to the rope, but they will pick up what will just be a single. Yeah, nuts about the only bit of food contribution I can't give you anything on. Vin, I do like maybe there's a Greek biscuit. My mother's Greek. I told you that last night.
Okay.
Korabieta, it's called. It's made with ground almonds. I do eat that, but you can't taste the
taste them.
There's no.
Is it the consistency that gets you?
Yeah, it could be the texture.
You don't trust it, like me with avocados.
You don't like avocados?
It reminds me of something else that I won't say on air.
If
you've ever had to work with small children, you know what I'm talking about.
Well, luckily, I never have.
Okay. Just saying.
Stayed single for the moment.
Just saying.
They do a good avocado down in South Africa.
I'm growing to
Very good.
I'm growing to them in time.
Bowled into the wicket and helped away for what's surely going to be 6 more. Into those St. Gallen advertising hoardings. Well, the runs keep flowing for the Zalmi.
What a ridiculous morning of cricket. Considering none of these teams have played ECS cricket before, they've just come out, they've swung it. And they have hit plenty. And Hamdard, remember, I think he missed the first 2 balls that he faced, and then hasn't missed much since. He's 46 now, just 18 balls.
Not going to go all the way for 6, but will be 4 more. And really, the Zurich Lions, they're rocking here. Zalmi, they're landing blows aplenty, just waiting to apply the knockout one. A win in their first game, surely on the cards from here.
Yeah, and so what a nice moment. And look how much it means to him. Hamdard brings up his half century of just 19 balls. 7 Maximos and a 4 in there. So he's actually got 46 of them in boundaries. And yeah, despite these conditions, you think they're not very hitter-friendly. I'm just amazed at how many are getting smashed. And have a look at that. Particularly, he's favoured one side of the wicket. He tries to go again. This time he misses out.
Also saw the setup there, Vinny. He goes really deep in his crease, doesn't he? That's
very
been part of his
ball.
Success.
You'd be familiar maybe with tape ball cricket, where one of the real techniques there to get right deep in your crease, try and use that bottom hand, lift it up, and particularly over the onside.
Goes straight down the ground this time. Doesn't get it out of the middle. And oh, it's the ricochet for 6. It's a great effort. He got his hands to it, but then it's come off his partner, Ankush Lal, and goes all the way for 6.
It's hit 2 fielders and gone for 6. Even I don't think I've seen this before. It goes 1, 2, over. So even if it hadn't hit the second field, I think it was probably going to be 4 or not even a boundary. But I was just worried that was going to be another hospital visit waiting to happen there because they were converging. Those ones are hard to call because it's hard to call it not knowing if you'll even reach it. And it was pretty much right between the 2 fielders. 6 run to the total. Everything happening here in St. Gallen. 89 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, it was the captain, Kani Shah. What a great effort from him. Full commitment on the line. You can see every team just desperate to pick up victories in this competition. They're going to go back to Salonen, who really has been the pick of the bowlers, going for just 5. The rest of the bowlers have gone the distance, Vinny.
40 of 24. Another finish. One thing about ECS cricket, 5 games a day, 5 chances for a close finish. And we could have another one on here.
He's been so good, Salonen, hasn't he? That one given as a wide, though.
I'm not so sure about this, but we'll have a look on the replay. He's on the walk. For me, it's a harsh call. But
the bowler not happy, Vinny.
I think he's right to be not happy. And if Salonen was batting, it probably would have hit him in the ponytail. But anyway, he'll have to bowl it again. So still 6 to come in the over.
He's impressed me, Salonen. Good yard of pace. None of the batters have been able to really pick him up. Every other bowler going at an economy rate of 12 or more. Salonen going at just a run a ball. I think he might be asking for new gloves. Hussain, the conditions, well, they're having an effect to say the least. Just seen a cyclist go by, Vinny. They make them hardy in Switzerland.
Yeah.
Shorts, T-shirt, cycling away in the driving rain.
We were getting told there was snow here last week as well. So
that can't be true.
It's crazy.
It just can't be true.
Anyway, Salonen, let's see if he can get his team out of a tight spot here.
Goes to the blocko. Just helped away for what will be a dot ball after a little bit of a mix-up in the running between the wickets. One good over with the ball can always drag you back into it.
Yeah, definitely. But still, a lot of cricket left here. But with the big hitting we've seen, I think if these two stay together, no doubt who's ahead in this game.
Now that's going to be 6 more just as the momentum swung towards the Lions. Salonen missed his length for the first time. He's generally been back of a length. I think that one is on the roof.
Well, actually not quite. It deflects off the seats into the officials' tent, into the cube, which is normally my house. But right now Rob Kemming is living in it. And that one takes an unorthodox route. Don't know if we caught it on the camera or not, but 6 more. Salonen just kind of rocks up, bowls one into the slot. So he has to do a bit of hacky sack when he gets the ball back. He's fixing his hair. So I've got Jeff Maguire. He just brought something up as well, which I'll come to in a second. But right now, 32 of 21. Salmi have this under control.
Little off cutter, bowls him, top of off. That's where you want to hit. And Salonen, well, hasn't he deserved that? Finally, the partnership's broken. And the Zurich Lions, they have their second wicket.
Yeah, well, he was tearing his hair out, Salonen, before that ball. But yeah, I like this option. One thing I mentioned yesterday, I think bowlers, you can't just be bowling machines here. You have to vary your pace. You have to mix what you're doing. And that's that little off cutter, rolls out to the right side of the hand. And then, yeah, he was happy with the result, and so he should be. That's the wicket that the Lions needed.
Well, here's a little segue for you. Speaking of Jeff Maguire from Northern Ireland, that was the Dennis Taylor finger wag. The former world snooker champion gets it out in tribute to Northern Ireland. Very nicely bowled. Really has deserved that wicket, Salonen.
I am certainly a bit of a snooker fan. You know what I like about snooker? You can watch it with the sound down if you're somewhere where you need to be quiet. I've had to do that on occasion. And, yeah, you can lurk and watch snooker for hours. It's one of those games I really love, but I could practice forever. I'd just still be useless at
It's
it.
incredibly difficult. You see it on the
amazing.
TV, you think, oh, I'll pop that.
Yeah.
And you realise it's 8-10 foot away, the other end of the table. In comes Moaz Butts at number 4. The equation, not necessarily a foregone conclusion. The game has turned again. It's 32 to win off 20. In and around 10 and over. Can Salonen close out well here?
So just go back to what Jeff was saying. We had a sponsors game for our sponsors, HCL Software. It was basically HCL Software VIP experience. So it was a lot of our sponsors that never played cricket. Rather than take them out for a golf day, they played 2 10-over matches in Khartoum last year. And he's just recalled one of the incidents there. The groundsman from Khartoum actually took one in the head, a little bit similar to that fielder. Required 8 stitches. A little bottom edge on this, I think, bounced for the keeper. But the other reason that we remember that day, and thanks for bringing it up, Jeff, apart from the fact that David, his face did heal, by the way, we had 2 golden balls in 2 games.
Wow.
But
Was it manufactured now, Vinny? Come on, be honest.
let's just say I was the scorer, umpire, commentator, producer, project manager, everything for that game. So, yeah, it was a little bit. That's not the official stats, put it that way. Last ball, the open now for Salonen is bowled well.
Yeah, really good spell. And this will be cut off just inside the rope. He'll finish with 1 for 14 from his 2 overs. 7 have been bowled, 98 for 2. I come from a coaching and a tutoring background as well. One of the things I used to love doing was introducing the game to people for the first time as we look ahead for the next game, match 8, where Weddingen have won the toss, elected to bowl first this time, as Zurich Crickets will come into the competition. Brilliantly named team.
Yeah, great name. And they're a team that we have seen before, but we have not seen them win yet. They were 0-6. Bit unlucky on a couple of occasions last time, 3 years ago. But they had a lot of good young players last time. So I'm just curious to see here some of their players now a little bit more developed. And we will see them batting first. So Wettingen, we saw what they could do this morning. Weren't they impressive as they racked up 165 in their first innings in ECN cricket. Having said that, they needed them because they did concede 158 to the Lions in the second innings. That game, by the way, is 20 minutes from beginning.
Subramani in with his little leg breaks. They have 10 minutes to bowl these overs.
Your face. So great
All
when I
happening.
say things like that game will start in 20 minutes. Anyway, here we go with over number 8.
The train keeps rolling. Just quickly though, Vin, when I was introducing kids to the game, I always backed myself to be able to manufacture a last ball finish, whatever kind of a contest it was, whether it was in schoolyards in West Dublin where they'd never experienced cricket before, or down at my alma mater at Pembroke Cricket Club. You can always do it if you're the scorer, the umpire, you're making the decisions.
So true.
And all of a sudden, it's got brighter.
Yeah,
The rain has stopped.
It has.
Whisper it, Vinny. Whisper it. Sunshine.
I was actually going to whisper golden ball. But anyway, we'll come back to that. We talk about the golden ball tingle. It's just a feeling you get when you realise the golden ball could be on. And to be honest, it could be on here, you know. Has anyone got the tingle in the chat? Let us know. So Romani, 2 balls to start the over. Uh-oh.
That's going to be a no ball and runs to go with it. So just as the game had maybe swung back towards the Lions, the Zalmi get exactly what they need, some free runs and a free hit to come.
What it has done is gotten the established batter back on strike as well. So Butt gets out of the kitchen, he scrambles away. Unfortunately, that will go down as a ball faced for him, which I always think is a bit rough.
That is a little harsh, isn't it, Jeff?
Especially when...
Is that a buy as well? Even harsher on the keeper.
That's another conversation. 100's up, free hit.
Well bowled. He just got it out of the hitting arc, got it full enough and well fielded too. Salonen crucially backs up to keep it to a single.
Just going back quickly to what they're talking about in the chat. Matt Hodgson saying, yeah, that game was brilliant, the VIP experience. We had guys literally playing cricket for the first time out there with no cricket knowledge, and it was shot so wonderfully by Spring Productions. But yeah, Matt's right. Corey didn't show up because it was the night after the morning after the final. I didn't have any help. He's bowled really well here,
Could be a
Subramani.
run-out chance or direct hit, Vinny.
Yeah, he just keeps dropping it into the block hole, doesn't he? And it's one thing to do against the new batter, but Hussain has 2 cracks in him and can't get him away either.
Yeah, direct hit would have been out and it went to Salonen, who picked up cleanly. Great to see it brighter and some sunshine.
Yeah, first time we've seen the sun in a while.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled. How's that missed? It's missed on height and nothing else. I think it's going to be given as a bye.
Think so. Yeah. So the keeper just not really covering the lines. Not a big side spinner of the ball, Subramani. So as a keeper, you're supposed to just try and keep it in line with your eyes. And there we go. You can see, unfortunately, the situation there.
He is at least walking, Vinny, walking of his own direction. So certainly might just be a little bit of a facial injury. Maybe they can patch that up. A couple of stitches could be needed. Again, it's the lack of spin that does the job. And the umpire may just want to have a quick look to make sure the bails are whipped off cleanly, but the batter's happy with that. Butts tortured, stay at the crease. Well, it swung the game maybe back towards the Lions, and Subramani strikes a crucial blow.
He does, and it's reward for a very accurate over so far. We'll check it on the replay. He's on the charge. Good take. Yeah, I don't think there's any problem here. Yep, it's one of the harder ones to take. It's between the batter's body and the stumps. So next to the one that's down the leg side, I think as a keeper, that's the hardest one to track because you've got a lot of distractions. You've got the batter, you've got the batter's body, their bat, you've got the stumps. But after a slightly substandard piece of keeping the ball before where he just missed a straight one, that one was a lot harder. Unfortunately, Butt has figures of 2 for 7 as he stumped Safraz Ahmed, able to execute that chance. But having said that, with so many wickets in hand, it might not be a bad thing to change the batter. It'll be Hamad Khan out there. End of the over, 103 for 3, but Hussain will be on strike.
Have you had a retired out yet? A strategic retired out? Not.
We've had about 50.
Oh, 50? Probably originated
Give
here,
or take. Yeah, because guys are smart here. Like they not, you don't always see it, but it's sometimes the best play. And you have to be unselfish. The only thing is the process of how you do it. We'll come back to that in a second because here's Shah in over number 9.
Captain goes with himself. It's straight to the fielder. The fumble won't cost a single as Subramani recovers. Game just tilting towards the Lions.
It's a calculated gamble because you do give up a wicket if you retire out. People say, oh, isn't the spirit of the game and this and that, but it's nonsense. You have your resources. You've got 10 overs to bat, and if someone's not clicking, you got to give them the hook sometimes, get someone else out there. It can backfire because it can kind of create a bit of a collapse, but also sometimes a bit of fresh blood out there is not a bad thing.
Pressure on Hussain, and right now he's feeling the weight of it, not able to pick up anything more than a single, and all of a sudden that golden ball maybe moves closer into view. If anything, the Lions moving ahead in the contest. How have the Zalmi got themselves in trouble here?
We'll see. All 3 results possible. Golden ball to win for either team. Seem to be okay for time with just over 5 minutes to bowl 4 balls here. Here, the robot reminding everyone, Dan Weston has an 0-2 record in golden balls. Yes, that is true.
Right into the block hole. Now it's clipped away nicely. There's no one behind square on the leg side, so should be a comfortable 2. Great to see the conditions getting a little bit better. Just gets home.
This is why, the rain's picked up, it's gone down, but if you keep going on and off and it wastes extra time, when sometimes the weather is good and then by the time you get out there it's raining again. So I think this is one of those days. The rain has been, slight to medium. Right now it's none, so that's great. And we have a bit of an expression. Rico came up with it actually. Says it all happens in the 9th. And Rico will be here. You'll get to do a couple of days with him next week. I think you'll really enjoy that.
Yeah.
Right now, 9 balls to go in this game.
Critical over. As that is the maximum they need. Khan answers the call. And just like that, the game swings again. Now 17 off 8. If anything, back to the Zalmi. 1 over can change things. 1 ball can change things.
Yeah, it certainly can. And again, the wrist, the powerful wrist. It's a very Tate ball type shot. Whacking it up and over the leg side. Good to have Paul Salinan in the chat. And he's supporting his brother, Nicholas Salinan. And he said he's proud to see his brother bowling so well. 1 for 14 next figures. And yeah, he can be really proud. Great to see him in the European Cricket Series for the first time.
Well, is Hamid Khan the man? 1 for 19 with the ball for him.
Change of batter, see?
This has gone a long way up. Oh, yes, take a bow. Back to back. It's a roofie.
It's a roofer. Don't worry about that. And yeah, so you talk about retired out. I know that wasn't a retired out, but we thought that perhaps because Butt wasn't really going, a change of personnel might be on the cards, and he opens up the front side and just muscles that one. He knew straight away that was out of here. And this equation now heavily favoured towards Paktoon Zalmi. 7 balls to go, they need 11. And there's so much this game has in common with the second game yesterday where we saw the Power have a bit of an up and down chase. They ended up chasing down 126 with a little bit of time to spare.
Vinny, how do they get the balls off the roof?
That I cannot tell you. I just think that in many, many years' time, when they're exploring the roof, they're going to find a lot of grizzly bear balls up there.
Well, I'll tell you something. We are just going to have a quick check now. I think the front foot is okay. They might just wanted to have had a look at that. Can't imagine what else it would have been between the two umpires.
Question in the chat from Jeff saying, Matthew in the chat, or Andrew on comms, are you going to any of the India games at Malahide? Interesting question.
Yeah, not only will it be there, I'm actually commentating on all three. So from the wonder of the European Cricket Series here in Switzerland, straight into Ireland-India action. Malahide, 3 sold-out T20s. As it's going to be smoked out towards the man. I thought he had enough of it, he doesn't. And it's held. The game somehow turns again. A good catch held right on the edge of the rope.
Yeah, I mean, this game could have literally slipped through the fielder's fingers there. It would have been 6. It's an excellent catch. You know what I like about this? It was really impressive how he was able to know where he was in the field. He knew he couldn't really jump, but yeah, that was a really, really nice piece of fielding. And I think that might be the sub fielder that's out there.
Yeah, I think it is the sub fielder who's come on, obviously, with that injury to Ahmed. So held by the sub in the deep, number 7 on the back. He's come in. Just a reminder of that golden ball that is maybe looming into sight again.
I think that might be Snehal Joshi, who is the sub fielder. We already had at least one sub fielder out there. But anyway, it does take us to the end of the over. 118 for 4. So we're on. Could we be watching Golden Ball 49 live from Switzerland? 118 for 4. 10 for a Golden Ball. 11 for the win for Zalmi.
Yeah, just about to say that, Vin. 10, and that's kind of, you almost look at the archetypal most likely tie scenario. 10 is probably the number. Big smiles on the face. Ahmed's not showing any pressure. He bowled so impressively. Can he be the hero with the bat? Hussein has just found it difficult to get the strike. It is indeed the sub fielder, Snehal Joshi, who takes that catch. 10 for the tie and the golden ball. 11 for the win for the Zalmi. I think the Zalmi will feel as though they've had the better of this contest.
I had to do a double take because Snehal Joshi is actually the 13th man in this game. So they've got Prashant Katakula, who's already on as 12th man, and Joshi has come on as well. So now we go to the 10th. So let's roll.
It's going to be Ankush Lal to bowl it as well. We haven't seen him with the ball yet today in either game, Vinny. So a wild card plucked by the Zurich Lions captain.
What a couple of days of cricket. The Ashes winding up, and now this. It is going to be the captain taking matters into his own hands. Ankush Lal. And he has not bowled in this innings so far.
Remarkable call. It's all going to go down to the man who made 75 in the morning game with the bat. Can he now do it with the ball? Starts on the money, hit out towards square leg. He does well. He didn't look overly confident underneath it, but he did enough.
It's just pressure. There's so much pressure in a day. The thing is, the last few overs are always the most exciting bit of a limited overs match. And here, the last 5 overs is like quarter of the whole game. So you've pretty much got 25 overs, say, of potential, pressure, and you're seeing it now.
And a 3-over power play at the start where there's fireworks aplenty. Fitting that we may have more fireworks with it being Swiss National Day. Here comes Lal. It's pumped down to long on. That's a good start. 2 singles. The Lions won't mind that. Oh, the misfield, the fumble nearly allows an overthrow.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm tingling hard here. I got a golden ball tingle, and it's not going away. 9 off 4, and 1 boundary, a miss, maybe a 6, a miss, a couple of 1s. There's so many ways that it could be a golden ball, but let's see. Lal trying to keep his side in the game.
Izhar Hussain gets the maximum, and the Zalmi, well, they're just 1 big blow away now. Need 3 to win. Any boundary will do. It was a little bit into the hitting arc, wasn't it? And muscled away over backward square leg for 6.
Gives him length to work with. He got away with a couple. A couple were drilled at fielders. Now, I think change of tactics for Pakhtun Zalmi. I mean, knowing these guys, he probably just goes for it. But the other thing is, if you score off every ball from here, you can't lose. So that's the other thing. I think if you get one in your zone, you still go it. Otherwise, you don't really want to eat a dot. Dot hurts you. Let's roll. 3 to win.
Will be probably a single if it's cleanly collected. It is, and good intelligent fielding. Just under him, no ball.
It's hit the edge of the pitch. This is what I was going to think. We won't actually see it here. certainly looks like it's headed for the edge of the pitch. So that'll actually tie the game, and it's a free hit.
Yeah.
You can see it's a really good camera shot in the reverse angle. And now because it's a free hit, you can even hit it straight up in the air and get the winning run. So I think the Lions are the new nomads. They've played so well this morning. They played their hearts out, but I can't see them winning either of their first 2 matches. Any score wins it for Zalmi.
Yeah, there it is. Game, set, and the match. It'll be a boundary 4 to get there. The Zalmi, well, they made it difficult at points, but they've done enough. And in the end, they've actually got there with a couple of deliveries to spare. They'll win by 6 wickets and get their ECS Switzerland competition off to a winning start.
It's been absolutely crazy action so far. And, yeah, you've got to feel for the Lions because they have played through the conditions. They played some really good cricket. That's the last we'll see of them here on day 2, but it's not the last we'll see of them in the series. They certainly look like they've got a lineup that can climb their way up the ladder. So having a look ahead, I've got some breaking news. This third match of the day, match 8, has been delayed by 10 minutes, so it won't start in 6 minutes. It'll start in 16 minutes. That gives us plenty of time to grab a bite to eat. But Vettingen are taking on the Zurich Crickets. First game for the Crickets, Vettingen winning the toss and sending in the Crickets. But high-class entertainment. Again, you've got to shout out to the Lions there. They have played their hearts out. They go away empty-handed. But I've got to say Zalmi. I'll tell you something about Zalmi teams. I've seen them all around the world. They love their cricket. They play hard, but they play fair. I think they'll be thrilled to get the points here. And they started in some pretty heavy rain, and the scoring was pretty heavy as well, Lenny.
Yeah, really, it was an innings that was built around an anchor one from Izhar Hussain. He was in there the entire 10 overs, but he only faced 19 deliveries, 4 sixes within that 19 deliveries to get that strike rate up towards 200. But what you're seeing here is a lot of Abdullah Hamdard. He made 62 of 24 deliveries, 9 maximums in that, including the moment of lifting the bat. But then this man, Nicholas Salonen, he was outstanding. Probably deserved more than that 1 wicket he got. The Dennis Taylor finger wag came out, and also good stuff from Subramani, who really deserved that wicket. The stumping of Moaz Butt, who dragged the game back towards the Lions, 2 off 7, and then a flick of the wrist from Hamad Khan, 2 sixes for him. It all went down to the final over, and we had all 3 results possible. That was his second maximum. Remarkable to think that Hussain only faced 19 balls. In fact, that was his dismissal, call in the deep by the sub. Bashir Ahmed, 1 boundary for him, and then the big 6 from Hussain finally swung the game towards the Zalmi.
Yeah, for sure. It's tough to see teams go down after they've really left everything out there on the field, but still, Lions, they must be buzzing after such an initiation to the European Cricket Series with 2 really tight matches. In the end, that 120 score doesn't hold up, Lenny.
No, it doesn't quite. And give us a little bit of that warm weather, will you? Give us that sunshine that it's bathing beautiful St. Gallen in the background. The 2 standouts, no doubt, is Hussain and Abdullah Hamdard. Look at the maximums they shared. 13 between them, overall 16 in the innings. You add that up, 96 runs from just those 16 balls. The extras count much better, only 5, but the critical one was the no ball, bowled by the gamble of Ankash Lal right at the death. They decided to toss him the ball with just 1 over left. He couldn't get it done, and the Lions came up short.
Yeah, it was a funny one, wasn't it? In a way, they get away with the extras, because remember, they conceded 24 in extras, including the 5 penalty runs in the first half of the game. But yeah, wickets shared around. Salonen, for me, the best of the bowlers, and even his brother in the chat saying it was a great game, even though unfortunately his bro not on the winning side. So just confirming that we have 10 minutes delay to the start of match 8. We'll get to see the Crickets playing some cricket when we return in about 10 minutes. Take you to that one. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Lenny Leonard, and we'll see you the other side of this break with more European Cricket Series.
And after a long period of playing cricket, the best place to come in Europe is the great Ryan Falls.
Hello and welcome back to the Grundemus Stadium here at St Gallen. Big day on the calendar. It is day 2 in this European Cricket Series, and this should be a cracking game coming up. Vinny Sander here with you, Mr Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Now, we were meant to start in a couple of minutes, but we just had a bit of a crazy windstorm hit the ground, so there's just a few things that have had to be fixed up. In particular, I think the wind affected the cube where the officials are, and so we are going to have another 5-minute delay. But why don't we give you a look at the two teams that will be taking part in this third match of the day. And we've got Vettingen there who have one win, and it was a crazy game first up where Vettingen batting first. They were sent in fact, and they put 165 runs on the board, and then they just defended at lines, making 158. And yeah, so it surprised me a little bit that they win the toss and they elect to bowl, especially with the conditions that they've decided they want to bowl first. Crickets though, first time we've seen them, they've got Nicholas Henderson leading them. He'll also be behind the stumps. So I think there's probably a few of their guys that we might have seen back in 2020, but it's their first chance to get on the park here in this European Cricket Series. So yeah, once again, I want to welcome everyone back to the ground. So just the news that we'll have a slight delay. As you can see, I'm decked out because August 1st today in Switzerland, that's their national day. So it's something that does date back to the late 1200s, and it was early August that, I suppose, the origins of what we now know as Switzerland was kind of formalised, as has been celebrated on August 1st since the 1890s or so around 130, 135 years, and now it's become a national holiday. So unfortunately, it's normally a great time of the year weather-wise, but we haven't been blessed with too much great weather this morning. In fact, you can see the wind's actually blowing the flag up, so I'm going to fix this. Feel like that's the right thing to do. So hello to all of our viewers. And yeah, it has been pretty crazy, the pace of the game so far today. So we will bring you the game. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes. Now, one thing that we have been looking forward to for a while, and I might just touch on it again, the ECC is coming up, and the groups, they're pretty fascinating. I know that we have the 7-team championship week for the first time, so we have more countries involved than ever. We've gone from 15 countries involved in the original in 2021. We went to 21 countries last year, now 31 countries getting involved. So maybe in a moment we'll be able to get to show you those groups as the flag takes off again. But Switzerland, they're in a pretty interesting group. They are going to be in there with Malta as well as Romania and Cyprus. They've got England 11 in their group as well. But I think the Swiss national team, and we will get to see them in some 10-over cricket at the end of this 2-week adventure in the ECIs. And so it'll be a great chance for them to have a bit of a hit out, taking on France and Luxembourg. Anyway, right now, I think we are seeing the players go onto the field. Like I said, it's been a bit of a hassle with the weather this morning. But having said that, it's more the wind than the rain that's caused the issues, and it's caused a slightly further delayed start to match 3 of the day, which is match 8 in the series. Just want to welcome everyone in the live chat as well, ECN European Cricket Network. Hopefully you're enjoying the action so far. Again, shout out to the players. These are European cricketers. I think they're probably the hardiest cricketers in the world, because cricket's not really designed for wet conditions, and that's just what the players have had to deal with so far. But European cricketers, they'll get out there and they will continue to go out there and try and get the points for their team. Now this wind, like I say, it picked up pretty dramatically, and it's pretty much coming from fine leg to mid-off. So from the top right of your screen there to the bottom left. So I think guys that are comfortable hitting through the line, they're going to have a pretty good time with this breeze. You'll even probably notice around the ground some of the hoardings have blown over. But we're almost going to get going here in match 8. I think the Cube didn't have a great time with it either. But Bettingen, they have elected to bowl. Like I say, they've gone out there, but it's their choice. It looks like Sahil Tadakil is going to be out there to face the first ball for the Crickets. It's Gokul Das who's there as well. With these teams, pretty similar with the strips. But yeah, Zurich Crickets, great name. But did not win a game back in 2020. They finished 7th out of 7 with an 0-6 record. It's going to be Santhira Sekaram to open the bowling. We saw him earlier on. Of course, Bettingen did play in match 1. Santhira Sekaram, not the worst figures, given the match run rate. He took 1 for 28 off his 2 overs. So, we're all ready to go. Live from Switzerland on Swiss National Day, 1st of August. 3rd game coming up. Tarakil on strike. He lifts the first ball up and away from the fielder. Good effort. Oh, and he slams into the boards. I hope that's a soft landing. But you can see the effort. Oh, I'm loving that. Bettingen, yeah, and they've taken this like a duck to water, so to speak. And even though he's already touched over the boundary, so yeah, well, one of them is already knocked over. He almost knocks the other one over. Tarakil off the mark with 4. Pitched up, and this is just inside, I think. Tell you what, it's good incentive to get through your overs. The quicker you can, the quicker you can get out of there. Just light rain falling, as they call it in Switzerland. Well, we have had snow before. I don't think we'll get snow today, but you never know. This is ECN. Santhira Sekaram. Oh, and there goes the bat. Oh, you know what? With that happening, I think this may be a sign. Maybe a sign that you're crossing the line into dangerous. I mean, we have tried to make a start. And the batter just not being able to hold the bat. That was an entertaining dot. No one got hurt. Now the next one, you see he's worried about letting go of the bat again. So, you can see it here. Again, he almost loses the bat. You can see he just holds on. It's 2 balls in a row. Credit to the players, though. I think there's a moment, though, where you've got to say, all right, I think this is heavier than before, and it doesn't look like it's letting up. Full toss, and adios pelota maximo. Have a look at it here. I mean, this is reasonably high. Oh, touch and go. But, yeah, they're going to check the height of this. And that main camera's blown over. Normally gets this one. Maybe just okay. But, I mean, it's tipping slightly. You don't really see where he is in the crease. But anyway, they run the new bat out there. Maybe one with a better grip. But this is the European Cricket Network. And yeah, can they even get through this first over? Let's find out. No ball called as well. So no ball plus the boundary plus the free hit. Santhira Sekaram. It's pretty well bowled actually. Chance for a run out. Oh, he misses. And I see so many run outs on free hits because batters, they're almost drunk on power. They can't be dismissed, but they forget you can be run out. And he hits it straight at the fielder. I don't think he runs normally on that, but because it's a free hit, he's like, I've got to score. Yeah, Crickets. Somehow, despite having been in the European Cricket Series for 3 years, they don't have a win, whereas Bettingen do. This is lifted away to the side. There goes the bat. And see, Kokul having similar problems. Checks out the replay. Yeah, well, I suppose that was an accurate pat throw. But yeah, I think when you see that happening, sometimes you've got to go by what you see out there. And for me, the fact that we've seen the bat escape the grip 3 times in a row, this will be the last ball of the first over. I got the feeling it might be the last ball in a while. Slow ball, and it almost goes back to the stumps. Why don't we hit the stumps? This will be the end of the first. It's 14 without loss. Yeah, let's have a look. I had a feeling this might have actually rolled back onto the stumps, but it does knock the bails off. Look. Yeah, it hits them, but it doesn't knock off the bails. That will be the end of the first over. It's 14 without loss after 1. Yes, the umpire's having a long chat, and I think it's a chat that will end with them coming off the field because just for safety reasons, you know, I know that all the players want to play, and that's for sure, but sometimes I think the umpire's got to take the matters into their own hands. So yeah, I think that's what they've decided. So I get the players want to play cricket. They've been waiting 3 years to get back out there, but I think there's a limit. And so yeah, I think that's the decision. So 14 without loss after the first over, and the players are going to come off. And yeah, it's disappointing, of course. And again, it's the wind as well. It's a bit of a factor. So you can see we've got the summary there, just 1 over in. So what we will do, we'll go for a quick break, and we will let you know, say in around about 10 minutes, exactly how we're travelling, and perhaps once we've got an update, we can let you know whether we're going to restart play or whether maybe we'll go to an ECN Classic. But for now, it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you shortly for an update here in the European Cricket Series. Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to St Gallen course. And when we last left you, the players just going off after 1 over in match 8. I think everyone was keen to make a start. There had been some big wind gusts. Had been probably rain around about the same level just before the start, but it did seem to get heavier through that first over. And I think what we saw, the result was that due to safety reasons, the players did leave the field after that first over with the Zurich Crickets on their return to the European Cricket Series, 14 without loss after 1. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. It's been great to have Andrew Leonard with us as well for the first time today, and certainly have been treated to a lot of entertainment. Now, yeah, unfortunately here, it being a big day, a red letter day for Switzerland, we've got the flag up. I'm wearing the flag as well because it is the National Day of Switzerland today, 1st of August. So I thought it might be a nice idea, while we do have this interruption, to put on an ECN Classic featuring this Switzerland team. But let me just let you know before we go to that we will give you updates in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Also follow on our website, europeancricket.com, and we'll give you the latest. If there is an update here, it will be straight back. But for now, I'm going to take you back in time to the 3rd of October 2022, and the first match that the Switzerland team ever played in the European Cricket Championship. It is the Euros of Cricket. It is Group D, and Romania, they are batting first in this one against the Swiss. It is going to be their openers that you'll see next. Gohar Manan opening the batting with Mohamed Moyes, so two players we know really well on ECN. Ashwin Vinod will be opening the bowling for the Swiss. So we're going to take you back in time to 2022. So just last year's Euros of Cricket. But like I say, hopefully we're back here soon with some action. But for now, enjoy this ECN Classic.
Teams Germany, Italy, Norway, Romania or Switzerland will be joining the likes of the reigning champions England, the Group A winners Spain, Group B winners Netherlands, and also the Group C winners last week Scotland, who will be joining them in Championship Week. The start of next week, which will be Week 5 of the Euros of Cricket. This match, the bat versus ball wall, is picking Romania to be 92 to 89 winners in this one. So Switzerland making their debut, and I've been promised good things from them. A sprightly team, a bit of youth in their side as well. They're looking to make a good impact. Romania, we've seen some of their players when we've been travelling to Romania in the European Cricket Series. We've seen some of these guys in the European Cricket League as well. And these two, the openers, Gohar Manan and also Mohamed Moyes, they're pretty explosive. Moyes was in fantastic form in Romania earlier this year, and also was the MVP. So he's an explosive guy, not just with the bat, but with the ball as well. A terrific all-rounder. I'm sure he's going to perform well. And he's going to be Ashwin Vinod, who's going to be opening the bowling. I had a great pleasure of meeting Ashwin's father, Vinod, as well. We had a little chat, and he was telling me about his two boys playing in this side. So a very proud moment for Vinod as well, who's watching from the fan zone. Here we go, first ball.
One more bad break could bring a fall.
And they'll take a single straight away. He's hit out to mid-off.
Good backing at that, well done, boys.
Take a single straight away. Loving the contrast of the colours here. The bright red of the Team Switzerland kit, and the yellow, the canary yellow, you've got to say, of Romania. Looking pretty dashing. And the red pads sort of complementing the red of the Swiss. Very good morning to you, Rico Full here. We're in the dream box. And hit hard, fingertips, almost. This was travelling, and Fletcher does really well here. This is really motoring. I think he does well. That for me is stopping 4 runs. You can see he's jumping high up in the air. Have a look at this. Yeah, he gets fingers to that. I think maybe you have to say it goes down as half a chance. The bowler, well, he was excited. He thought, well, maybe. It wasn't to be. So Moyes gets off the mark, but only just. And this one is a big swing and a miss. Very good morning to you, wherever you're tuning in from. I say namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, one to all of our viewers watching via fan code. Vinod, bit of width this time, and that's been capitalised on, and this will go all the way. Balle, in the sauna, and just like that, boom, shakalagia, we have the first Maximo of Group D, and comes from the bat of Gohar Manan. Just gets that little bit of extra width, and it was just there in the slot, wasn't it? Full swing of the bat, gets it over the inner ring, 6 runs. And going for a similar shot, bit of hesitation, but thrown perhaps to the wrong end there. It was Manan, that was a little bit slow to go. Nice to see Ali Nayar there. We saw him, of course, part of Alton when they were playing in the European Cricket League early in the year. Yeah, he had a very, very good week. I'm expecting him to perform well during this Group D Championship week as well. Umpires out in the middle. Stefan Gooch is at the bowler's end, and Tyrone Peters just adjusting the stumps as he makes his way back to square leg. Our man in black. Yeah, as Vinny said, slightly overcast conditions over the Cardamom Oval at the moment here in Malaga, but I mean the sun will burn that away soon. It's going to be hot and muggy, about plus 30 degrees. Slower ball, gets it wrong, and this has been blasted. I get the feeling this probably just bounces before the boundary. Yeah, good hit. I mean, it's not a good delivery. Slower ball goes wrong, and let's just see. I suspect it just bounces just before. Yeah, I think that's 4 runs. But, just watching that. Keeping an eye on what the third umpire says about it. Yeah, I'm sure that just dips. So here we go. And yeah, 4 runs. 4 carreras. And we'll see that signal now from Stefan Gooch. He will say, that's 4 runs. 4 carreras. A nice hit. So, good way to start the over. Hello to everybody. It's me, Rico Full here, and this man here is Vinny Sandu, who's doing a little bit of work on his computer at the moment. But he'll be with us pretty soon. Look, this is what Championship Week is looking like at the moment. England, the reigning champions, Spain, Netherlands and Scotland, they are the ones that will be there. And one team, just the one team from this Group D. 13 off the first over, so that's a nice start. Both batters hitting boundaries, and now it's time for Jai Sin to come to bowl. And gets the first one short and a little bit of width for the batter. Maybe not the correct shot to be playing there by Manan. See this, the left armer bangs it in, trying to go across. I mean, this is one that you're looking maybe to be hitting in that gap between point and the third man, both inside the circle. The old uppercut, if you like. Into the ground.
Got it, not coming, only one.
Yeah, it's Fletcher. Apologies, Fletcher that's bowling. Take the single. Just very important, I think, at this early stage. You eliminate any dot balls. Just keep the score ticking.
Come on, boy.
Another miss hit, and having a little shy there, liking this from Switzerland, liking the field set. I mean, we're in the power play, so you can't have too many bodies back, and they've got 2 men close on either side, not giving that single away. You can see where that was. Jai Sin attacking, making sure he's not giving a single, and then just letting the non-striker know, Manan, that, well, if you do overcommit, I'm going to have a go. Fletch, once again, left arm over, slower delivery, and he waits for it, and he dispatches it. That's a good shot. Lovely jubbly, boom. Shaka again. That goes into the Killer Pythons zone. Well, that's the first one that's in there today. Well, I can tell you this, there's going to be many a ball that's going to be fighting with the Killer Pythons out there. It was a good delivery. You can see Fletcher saying, I almost had you, but it's been well watched there by Mohammed Moyes. He waits for it and executes it perfectly. Short, up in the air, Shaka, don't bowl it there. He says, don't bowl it there to me because I'm going to have you. So the slower ball got pumped for 6, and now the quicker one short, straight at him. But he says, yeah, you can bowl that to me anyway, and I like the way. Moisey, well, he takes a high five from Munnan, but he's watching the bowler, Fletcher, and says, oh yeah, give me another. I'm ready for you. Well, Fletch, 13 off this over. What's this one going to be? Well, he goes for short again, and this time it could be trouble for Moyes. And it is, and he has the last laugh. Well, maybe he wasn't expecting a short one again, but Marty taking the catch out there in the deep. And Moyes, well, he wanted to attack. He put one short one away. Fletcher, I think that's pretty clever from him. I don't think he would have expected to be bowling that short ball again, Moyes, but it was short. It was right at him, a little bit closer to him, so a bit more work to do this time. Not as much time to swing. Gets it high up on the bat, and a good catch taken to a wicket off the very last ball of the over. Means that it's 26 for 1. Mohammed Moyes is the first batter to go, and the first wicket to be taken in this T10 international format for Switzerland is from Fletcher. So well bowled to Fletcher. Remember the team on debut here in this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Well, Moyes, yeah, he's going through the motions. He said, yeah, I should have put that into the Killer Pythons as well. But wasn't able to. Well, he's giving some running commentary about his shot there, but they're still giving him a good hand because, look, one thing we know about this format of the game, it's a case of go out there, hit big, and really don't worry too much about giving your wicket away. It's all about getting runs on the board quickly. And Romania, they've got plenty of batters to come. Well, the man that comes in now, well, Ramesh Satheesan, he's their captain, and if he can get going, well, what a good, clean hitter off the ball he is. Makes stack loads of runs in Romania and for his team at the international level. So one good attacking batter replaces the other, and that's all because of the wicket of Moyes, caught well by Amadi of the bowler of Fletcher. 17 for Moyes, 17 of 6 balls. He'd be pretty happy with that strike rate. Hardly thumped down the ground, and it's not that far away from the man that's mid-off, but he's been hit so hard and so powerfully. I think before he takes 2 steps, he's already gone past him. Good clean hit of the ball. Yeah, good swing of the bat right through the line of it, and well, it's about the placement as well. Well, that's a thunderbolt as it crashes into the banners. 4 more runs. So Manan, he's not looking to ease off. And he's gone. Yes. And I'm not sure if there's a little bit of an inside edge on this or not, but Nazir has picked up a wicket. So once again, we see a batter thumping the ball to the boundary and then losing his wicket. He won't like this shot. Won't like to see this again with Gohar Manan. Just plays all around it. And we'll see if he does get a little bit of something on this. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think he does. He just plays it right onto his stumps. And I get the feeling this was perhaps a slower delivery. I'm pretty sure it was. I think he holds this one back. That probably is what froze to Gramanan there. So clever bowling from Nazir. Both the openers back in the shed. And within 4 runs of each other. Manan goes for the unlucky 13. Off his 8 deliveries. Yeah, it's another one who comes back. He's shaking his head, but no commentary from Gohar Manan. He just knows he probably got done by the slower delivery. But one good performer, as we've seen in Romania, comes out and replaces another. And well, loving the kids here from the British School of Marbella, and love the way that they sort of welcome the players onto the Field of Dreams as they come on. I think that's a lovely touch from them in the mornings, and they're out there now enjoying watching some of the cricket, and they'll be playing a bit of cricket a bit later. I think they're just having a bit of a drinks break. So the British International School of Marbella, one of many schools that we'll see this week. Yeah, it is Vasusani, a good all-rounder that comes in at the number 4 position. You're watching the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship as the Euros of Cricket. Rico Full here, and myself and Corey Ruckus and Vinny Sandhu are part of your Good Time crew. And the fine time to welcome back into the Dream Box, Vinny Sandu. Buenos dias, Mr. Maximo.
Good morning. Buenos dias, todos. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Group D. Super excited. Yeah, big hello to the kids from the British International School of Marbella. Look, I think they've got a Swiss flag there. They've been won over by the Swiss on debut.
I know why.
Tell me
why. Because I saw it at the coin toss as well. It's the captain, Arjun Vinod, is giving away chocolates. What's that all about? Of course you're going to win over the kid. Hey, there's no chocolates in here. Where's our chocolates?
Probably the best exchange I've seen with the Swiss chocolates being
Swiss
handed out.
chocolates.
Anyway, not a bad start for both teams. It's Nazir, who we know is a good player. Seen him playing before in Italy, if you remember, for Gina Brescia. Also, he was a star when we had ECS cricket in Switzerland in 2020. Look, so great to have Switzerland in the competition. I think they're a team that are exciting. They play the game the right way. I also want to say a big hello to our colleague Andrew Ryan, who's actually in Brisbane at the moment, and he's watching with his 4 nephews, Kaya, Rio, Cade and Jarvi. Hello to you guys. They're cheering on Switzerland all the way from Australia.
Well, this one, has he got enough of it? He has. I mean, there's no man back on the square leg boundary. I think if there were, this was catchable. But they've left it open for this particular reason, I think, for the batters to take the gamble. And Wasani, he gets this beautifully right, doesn't he? He's perfectly timed shot. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. And timed well, placed well. And he gets another Maximo. 6 more.
Yeah, I think that Vasu likes pace on the ball. That's exactly what he gets. Something he can turn on. So pretty good power play for Romania, 38 for 2. Romania, we kind of associate them as a very destructive batting team. I suppose the issue last year, sometimes some of their players probably found it a bit tough going against the bowling that's next level up compared to what they would receive in Romania. Obviously, Taranjit Singh, it's a star all-rounder for them, unavailable for this tournament. But it just means that someone else has to step up. Saini is obviously one of those players that then gets pushed up into the top 4. Got to say, I like the addition of Mohamed Moyes. He's a guy we've seen doing good things for the Bucharest Gladiators when we were in Romania earlier this year. Got to say, the uniforms, I love these uniforms for both teams. Very bright and colourful, and that's what we associate with T10 cricket.
Oh, gone. Absolute peach. What a delivery. I mean, this is top-notch bowling. It really is from Fletcher. He takes his second wicket. This is just quick, fast, in the right areas. And the batter, well, you can see here, hardly has any time to react and plays a sort of defensive push at this. And Ramesh Sathisan, a very powerful batter, scores stat loads of runs for Romania. He goes courtesy of this. Well, this was just too hot and too spicy to handle for him. Well bowled Fletch, and a straightforward catch taken there by Narayan behind the stumps.
Yeah, I've got to say, he's one of my favourites, Canado Fletcher. Last I saw on ECN, he's playing for St Gallen in the European Cricket Series in 2020. And there's just something raw about him, about the way he just slings that ball down. That was a beautiful piece of cricket, unless your name is Ramesh Sathisan, who just gets an outside edge. Well held behind the stumps as well by Narayanan. And so Romania, good run rate, but some early wicket trouble here in match 1. It's 38 for 3.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. I mean, if you can get the likes of Ramesh Sathisan out before he starts playing any big shots, well, you've done well, and they have done well. And you said the power play was looking pretty good. I think they would have been slightly concerned with those 2 wickets, but now with the third, this one gone, they will be concerned.
As a keeper, you love these. It's fancy, but not too difficult. It's a healthy edge because he's quite a long way back there. Satya gets a good look at it. Knows he doesn't have to do anything too crazy. Just watches it into the hands. And Fletcher, he's got his tail up 2 for 13 now. Just starting his second over.
And this is nicely played, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. The third man is very wide, and therefore anything played, any little nudge like this into that area and that zone, if it's fine enough, is going to go all the way. But they're pretty happy at the moment. They're cheering on the Switch team, but be careful, those kids are going to be as high as a kite a bit later on, because they are stuffing themselves with Swiss chocolates.
I'm scared because I've got to go down there in a minute at the halftime break. I don't know if I'll survive. I don't have any chocolate on me. Okay.
Bring us some chocolate.
Satwit Nadagodlo, speaking of keepers, very good player for Romania. Starts with a confident push for 4.
This one's more at him, and this short ball is one that Fletcher seems to be relying on, and he's had most of the batters in trouble. And Moyes hit one for a big, huge 6 in that Killer Python area, but it was the one that outdone him in the end, and it's the short one outside the off that got Ramesh Sathisan, and that one there also, Neddy Gotler didn't deal with it very well.
Got to say a quick hello to Sama Mahmood, who's watching from Switzerland. And they'll all be saying, Hop Schwiz. That's what you say in Switzerland when you get excited for your team.
This one, Wissy's passed. Vasusani.
I know somebody else who's very happy to see Switzerland in the competition. That's the European Cricket CEO, Roger Finer.
Yeah.
He was almost wanting to get a game. He was so excited when he met the guys last night down the Sunset Beach Club.
12th man. Was he not down as 12th man?
It could be. Could see Roger running out the drinks. Yeah, it's great to see so much enthusiasm for a new group. There is something we need to show you as well. Come back to that in a second.
And looking to guide this again into that third man area. It does, but this one, and this time I should say, it's Sani that plays it, and it goes straight to that man, so he just gets a single. I tell you who else is very happy to be here, and we're very happy to have her. It's Maya. Maya is here. Of course. Maya is in the house, so hello to Maya, wherever Maya is. Give us a wave, Maya.
Hello, Maya.
Nice to have you back with us. I mean, she's a big supporter of the European Cricket Network and a huge supporter of Germany as well.
I'll come back to that in a second, but there was a late change to fixtures for day one.
In the air, opportunity taken is another one, and once again it's a short ball, as I said, from Fletcher that has the batters in trouble, and this is a soft dismissal. Satwin Nadigotla, he gives his wicket away here as well, and Fletcher, he's on fire. He takes his third wicket at the end of his spell. 3 for 19, well bowled, and Romania, well, just like that, at the end of 4 overs is 44. 4 wickets down here now, not a good shot.
Just doesn't get it all, does he, Nadagodla? Doesn't try and hit it, just tries to work it around the corner. But, yeah, just didn't get a lot of it. Nicely caught down there. Switzerland, they are ready for this. You can say they're up for the contest. And how about Fletcher? 3 wickets, including one of his last ball. He takes 3 for 19. He's been a difference maker here on a Monday morning on the Costa del Sol. It's 44 for 4 after 4 overs.
Yeah, an easy, straightforward catch taken there by Ashwin Vinod. So, yeah, on a high. They know, I mean, they will know. They would have done their homework. They'll know which are the key batters to try and remove from Romania. And they've removed them. They've got all the big guns out early here. So Romania now, I think, is a little bit of a rebuild here. Okay, the big guns are gone. Now you've got to be thinking, okay, there's still plenty of time to bat. Maybe just be just a little bit cautious for the next sort of, I don't know, next 18 balls or so. Rebuild, get a partnership, keep wickets in hand to have a big push at the end. The rate at the moment is not so bad. They're still on course.
So welcome back after what was probably about a 30-minute rain delay, something in that vicinity. We saw great efforts from both of the teams to come together and get the pitch covered, and also the rain has just relented well enough at least. It's still a little bit mizzly out there, if you will. If you're wondering what mizzle is, it's a bit of rain, it's a bit of drizzle and a bit of mist. It's all combined here on Swiss National Day for match number 8 of this European Cricket Series. Switzerland, day number 2. Vetigan taking on the Zurich Crickets, and there are the adjusted playing conditions. We're going to have a 5-over match with a 2-over power play, just the 1 over per bowler. We did get 1 over in before the rain. We'll have a very slight Duckworth-Lewis-Stern adjustment as well. They'll have to get a little bit of a boost with Vettingen taking on the Zurich Crickets. We are all ready for play. Credit to everyone involved, every single one of the European Cricket Network team. They make them hardy here across the continent. So too the players and indeed our standing umpires as well. It is still reasonably wet. We'll come to the action now. There are the playing conditions. Did see a couple of bats go flying into the air. Let's hope we see some balls go flying into the air. They'll have about 13 minutes to bowl these 4 overs, and it's going to be a little bit of medium pace, which is club straight to square leg and cleanly stopped. You can see the rain actually is coming down again. They're being really unlucky here because just as soon as they'd come off, it then stopped again. But Vettingen, who won the toss, decided to field first. We're going to have to try and restrict the Zurich Crickets in difficult conditions. Attritional stuff out there. That one's down the leg side. Given as a wide after a little bit of a think. Tarakil has got off to a flyer. Das at the non-striker's end. There's Niranjan Manakavaskar, who was the hero with the ball in Vettigan's opening game, bowling that last over that went for just 9 as they got over the line. Seen an entertaining start to today's action, and credit to everyone for getting through it with the rain. They beat the Zurich Lions in game number 6. And with it being just a 5-over contest now, it becomes all the more difficult to know what kind of a total you would like. Andrew Leonard here with you. We'll guide you through this whole first innings. As this one's punched down the ground, will just be a single. The timing being thrown all off. Let's hope that rain relents. Forecast very good for the next couple of days before maybe the gods up in the Alps thinking about intervening again on the weekend. A little bit of mixed forecast after that. See the players looking like they're in football kits out there. A few dives have gone in. As the full toss is bowled again, help to the leg side. Square leg fields well. And you would suspect that they'll be pretty pleased to get out of this power play. 2-over power play takes up 40% of the innings rather than the 30% in a 10-over contest. But it is a beautiful place we're playing in. St. Gallen, about 50 minutes on the train from Zurich. Oh, how's that miss? Just maybe a lick of paint away from kissing the off stump. I have to wonder why it was only the 1 over that Manakavaskar bowled in that first contest. He's been given the call again, answering it, going for just 4 with 1 delivery remaining. We are very pleased to be up in the grandstand here. This is the reserve football ground of St. Gallen FC. Got a miss leg, isn't it? I suspect we'll see leg by signal to close out what has been an excellent over. Good umpiring given as a leg by. Just 4 runs off the bat from it. As Vettigan continued to impress, maybe alongside yesterday's star attraction, Ulten, who won not just 1, not 2, but 3 contests yesterday. As we right on cue, have a look at the standings. 11 teams will play 10 matches each over the course of about 10 days before we get into the playoffs, where the top 5, the winners will advance automatically to the grand final, before second plays 5th and third plays 4th, in what in essence will be 2 kind of playoff semi-finals, before then a real semi-final whereby the winners of the league stages will await Naresh Kumar Thangavadevil into the attack with his little medium pacers, a few dibbly dobblers. The field can now spread, and there are indeed 5 in the deep. It really looks as though this rain delay has thrown off any timing that the Zurich Cricket's CC had. Been a mixed return for the various Zurich sides thus far. So the Zurich Nomads there as well in action yesterday. Zurich Lions losing both their contests. Can the Crickets turn things around from the teams that are coming into this contest? 11 from right across the country. So Winter Thor in action yesterday, 2. It's only about 10 minutes. That was the first stop on the train I was on yesterday. Really, the timing's been thrown all out of kilter, isn't it, since this rain delay? Remember, 10 wickets in hand. You would suspect that the Crickets are going to need something, and need it quickly. 5 overs. Maybe you're just watching cricket for the first time. Remember, an over, just 6 deliveries, so it's only 30 balls that both sides have to work with. 30 legal deliveries anyways. This one's well fielded. Direct hit. Oh, would have been gone. And gone for all money. With good backing up in the deep from Gushlaven, will keep it to just a single. And yeah, look at how far. Well, he'd given up, hadn't he? Just wonder, could the bowler have got back there? Naresh Kumar. That is going to be given as a no ball. I wonder, is that actually a wide as it's pitched past the stumps, a law that Vinny Sandhu was explaining to me. Well, very marginal. The umpires just going to have a look at that. It's clearly going to be off the width of the pitch, and indeed it's a reverse decision. Good umpiring. The guys down in the box working alongside our two standing umpires, as it will be given as a wide instead. Get a little bit of leeway when you go too full like that. Better length this time. Not really conducive to running twos, so it will just be a single. The boundaries, well, they're nowhere to be seen right now. And you have to say, to get into this contest, the crickets are going to need some. Can't think of anything short of 50 being enough. Oh, the bat's gone flying again. The third time, twice in the opening over. This one a little bit less dramatic, but it's clearly proving a bit hot to handle, a bit slippery. Throwing everything at it. There it goes. Oh, yes. End of a very tight over. And the crickets struggling. 26 for none. Remember, if you're just tuning in, this is a shortened 5 overs per side game. We're seeing a bat run on. If we come back, just see a bat be run out by the 12th man. And the non-striker it is who's had a change of bat, Tarakil. They're really just unable to get anything going here. The Zurich Crickets, it'll be Sylvain Yagayam to bowl his 1 over. Remember, in a shortened game, just 5 overs per side, it is only the 1 over each bowler can bowl. He starts with a dot again. Das nearly losing the ball. They're losing the bat even. Slippy handles thus far. Great to have you all watching with us live, both on Facebook and of course here on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel as well. And do drop us a message, let us know where you're watching from. Always nice to hear from everyone. Some Irish fans in, keeping me feeling at home. As this goes a long way up. Is it going to fall safely? The bowler goes towards it. Oh, that's a great catch. He's done really well. He's adjusted very, very cleverly. That wasn't easy. Sylvain Yagayam takes what was a brilliantly judged effort to get the first wicket. Critically, it's another ball with no run scored off it. And Vettigan are looking ever so good to make it 2 wins, well, in a hurry. They won this morning, the 8:45 a.m. contest, where they triumphed over the Zurich Lions by just 7 runs, but they made 165, scoring at a run rate of 16.5. So you think that whatever the Crickets can manage from these remaining 9 deliveries won't be enough. They need to find some boundaries. And the new man to the crease, in comes Ahmadi. And that's more like it. There's the first maximum, over the rope, dug into the wicket. Not really the length you want to bowl here. And what a way to start for Noorkhan Ahmadi. Just sat up to be hit, didn't it? Gets a good piece of it. And fittingly decked out in that red helmet to celebrate the Swiss National Day that we have here. I think it's actually an Afghanistan Cricket Board helmet, isn't it? It's the Afghan flag on top of it. So you can tell Ahmadi's roots, like so many cricketers now in the continent, here having made journeys from Afghanistan, and that one is going to skew away for 4. Again, the outfield's very slick with all the rain we've had. Not where he intended it. I think he was looking probably somewhere over deep mid-wicket, but it's a top edge. Third is up in the circle, and it runs away for 4 more. That's more like it for the Crickets. 10 from just 2 balls. Where's Ahmadi been? It's definitely an Afghanistan Cricket Board helmet that he's got on. Lovely to see, and a little bit of a bandana on underneath it too. Oh, what a start. Much more like it. 6-4-6, and the Crickets finally get something going, giving their bowlers something to defend, and don't they love it? They're on their feet down in the dugout. A dance down the track. Oh, he's thrown everything at that. Great bat speed. Out of the ground. 6 to the total. And as if from nowhere, all of a sudden the score moves to 43. Another swing, another ebb, another flow. 14 runs come from the over. But yeah, great to hear from you all in the YouTube chat. And a couple of people saying, Dave, saying the bat went further when the ball. Lovely to hear from you all. Wasim Ahmed, Ridwan Ahmed watching on, Matthew Hodgson, Jeff Maguire too. And there's the leg breaks of Yegentharan, who starts with one short and wide outside the off stump. Kind of gets away with it, to be honest. But maybe, just maybe, for the Crickets, that's the best result, because it brings Ahmadi back onto strike. He's on 16 off just 3 balls. Strike rate, it's over 500. But as soon as the pace comes off, scoring becomes just that bit more difficult. Oh no! It's Mohamed Akhtar in the deep who did all the hard work and then couldn't make the stop. Not easy out there with the rain that we've had. And it has finally relented. Thank the heavens for that. But what a cameo. He's only faced 4 balls. He's striking at 500. Ahmadi going large. Now comes a reverse hit. A long think from the umpire. And wide given. Well, a bit of Kevin Peterson flair coming out from Ahmadi. Look at the style. Love the bandana under the helmet too. Cricket's definitely giving themselves something to work with. Might just be checking this. No replay check, just a slight break in play. 4 deliveries remain in this abridged 5 overs per side contest. Yegentharan just desperately trying to get them bowled without too much damage. That's okay. They'll try to get 2, I suspect, to get Ahmadi back on strike, but he's slipped, and oh, maybe they'll get it now with the overthrow. Throw goes to the bowler's end. Oh, they might think of another one, but I think Ahmadi, he wants strike. He'll keep the strike. He gets 2 runs. He's the power hitter. You can see here the slip has actually got him the extra run because of the fumble from the keeper. Maybe could have done a bit better. And it really is difficult. I have to remind you, the players, of course, not able to wear spikes because we're on an artificial surface. So with all the rain we've had, it's been almost unrelenting this morning. Very slippy, very difficult conditions out there. This one's helped down the ground. Long on in place. Takes an excellent catch. Well, that's very well judged. It's Pacha Sibratullah, who has gone maybe 9-10 yards to his left and opened up his body really pleasingly. That was incredibly well judged. But he gets a big ovation for what's been a sparkling innings. Look at this catch. Oh, yes, superb. Really good effort, particularly given the underfoot conditions and the wet ball. But what an impact Nurkan Ahmadi has had. He's only been in for 6 legal deliveries. He's made 22, 2 6s, 2 4s, and that it's just given the Cricket something, just something to work with. And with 2 balls left, in comes Nicholas Henderson, captain. Big swing and a miss. We'll also see him keep wicket in the second innings. Last thing you can afford now is a dot ball. If Yegentharan can get through this final delivery without a boundary, he'll very much feel as though that's job done. Not sure whether 50, 55 even is going to be enough given the quality of the ball striking that we saw from Vettigan in that morning game, the early one, the 8:45 a.m. game. That woke us all from a slumber with nearly 330 runs. Bowls him. Well, it's a great over. Straight through. Henderson can't get any joy. He's cleaned up for a second ball duck. Not an innings he'll want to remember. Very difficult with it being just 5 overs abridged because of the rain. But Vettigan, look at them. They are fired up and they think very much that they've done enough. Nice piece of leg spin bowling. It's really just skidded on. No turn at all. Actually has flicked off the thigh pad as well. They will get just a very slight Duckworth-Lewis stern adjustment. I think they will get about a 2-run boost. Let's have a look at the highlights. Here we go. It was fast, it was furious, it was a bridge to just 5 overs, but really it was all about one man, Norcan Amadi, with the bat. That was before the rain break. The bats were flying everywhere they were going. Further, and the ball in some cases, and what we definitely saw was some good efforts from Norcan Amadi. He made an immediate impact. His first ball went for 6, and then he went for a huge one. This one went quite literally almost out of the complex, maybe 85, 90 metres plus, and then trying to repeat the dose. It was an excellent catch held by Patcha Sibratullah down at long on, and then the leg spinner Yigan Thiran, he got good reward, and the umpire got the finger up for good measure. You can see there the deflection off the inner thigh pad. A job well done by the leg spin bowler. It means that surely Vettigan will fancy their chances. The Crickets will get that little 2-run boost, and in the 5-over match, remember, a 2-over power play, 1 over per bowler. That DLS target is going to be 54. We'll be back with all of the action really in just a couple of minutes time. Don't go anywhere too far. Firstly, let's take a look at the scorecards though. Coming in over that beautiful church in central St. Gallen, which you might see now in a moment. Let's hope for a bit of weather like that. It's a fairy tale town. It really is. Picture postcard. Norcan Amadi top scoring with 22, 15 for Sahil Tarakil. And the pick of the bowlers for me, the leg spinner. Do love watching my wrist spin. Perna Parm, Yoga Thiran, who picked up 2 for 8. We'll be back with all the action. I think this chase is going to get going in less than 5 minutes time, so don't go anywhere too far. For Vettigan to make it 2 from 2 on the day and stay unbeaten. They'll need 54 to win in 5 overs. So here we are, the third game of the day, match 8 in total of what will be 55 group games that make up this European Cricket Series. Switzerland, the return to Switzerland, and how fitting it is that we're here on the Swiss National Day. Can Vettigen make it 2 wins from 2 on the day? There's the exact equation. It's a 5-over game, reduced because of some quite heavy rain and a few concerns for the player safety as well, with bats flying everywhere. As I'm really glad to report that the rain is a bridge. 54 it's going to be to win for Vettigen to make it 2 from 2. They won match 6 in a thriller, a barnstormer. Nearly 330 runs were scored and it went right down to the wire. 165 only proved 7 runs too many. And the quality of ball striking that we've seen so far in this Vettigen lineup, I think they're favourites. Andrew Leonard here with you. Be joined in a few moments by Vinny Sandhu to guide you through this chase. Just a fraction under 11 runs per over, and 2 overs of power play will really be the key ones. Interesting field as well. We'll try and bring that to you in a moment, as we're going to see left arm over. In fact, we're going to see right arm around the wicket from Farhad Momand. But yeah, the 2 fielders in the deep. We've got one out at sort of a wide long off, and then a wide long on, and then a very straight man on the edge of the circle at mid off. He's going to be left arm over the wicket. We'll get there eventually, as Farhad Momand is whipped into the leg side for what should be a couple. The outfield a little bit mixed because we've had all that heavy rain. When the rain is out there, it's slick, but if it's not, it tends to be a little bit thicker. Some great style on show thus far. Shades for me with this Zurich Cricket Club top. A little bit of like a Brazilian football top, isn't it? The away top, that is. The one made famous in the 1994 World Cup. Bebeto and all the boys rocking the baby in USA. As that one's a wide down the leg side. Great to see the T20 World Cup go to USA next year. They'll be the co-hosts alongside the West Indies. And we saw the representatives from the region, Ireland and Scotland, fill those 2 spots off to the largest ever T20 World Cup next year. This one's helped away. Going to go all the way over the Let's Play cricket banners. That's a good strike. Square the wicket. Just looked to me like he lost his run up a little bit. Bit stuttery, and look at the rage in the eyes as he gets a good piece of it. I think Vettigen are going to fancy their chances. 2 legal deliveries in, 9 runs on the board. They only need 11 and over. And we're going to see a slight break in play as the keeper is looking maybe for a piece of protective equipment. I think he's gone out to keep with his batting thigh guard on. Maybe a little forgetful as I welcome Vinny Sandhu. And I'm seeing all sorts I've never seen before, Vinny. I don't think I've ever seen a keeper bat in one of those.
Yeah.
Keep in one of those.
Sometimes the protective gear is so comfortable, you don't even know you got it on. I will say what I thought it was, is he'd forgotten a very key part of protection, protective gear. But I think, yeah, he actually takes off his pretty hefty thigh guard, I have to say. Anyway, what a start that is. Maximo time, 54, the adjusted target. As you mentioned, 2 extra runs added because of DLS.
Oh, chops him in half. The change of angle seems to have worked. A much more fluent run up and an appeal. And I think we're going to go upstairs. Now, what's happened here? No, he's absolutely fine.
Yeah, well, I know there might be several lines there, but to me it looks fine. But again, batters probably be good. Probably good to pay attention.
Vinny, what do you reckon of that Zurich Crickets gear? We will see not a given here. There is a shade of that Brazilian away top.
I agree with you. And I love that World Cup, except for the fact that in Australia it was a terrible time zone. I think I watched the kickoff and the last penalty that Baggio missed. And I was 13 at the time.
Well, welcome to our world when Australia and New Zealand hosts a Cricket World Cup or the Women's Football World Cup like they're hosting right now.
I know, and they're trying to mix stuff from the Matildas, which is the Australian team at the moment, in that Football World Cup. Anyway, he's all right now.
It's the collar, isn't it?
The collar's good. I tell you, the hairstyle's good as well. Any Simpsons fans, a bit of sideshow Mel about that.
Might be a little bit of Bebeto with a little mini afro going on too.
You're jealous.
Smoked into the sky. Has he got enough? Well, we'll wait for the umpires on that one. They're going to have a boundary check. We suspect it's a Maximo, but I'll wait for Vinny to call it.
Yeah, I read it as a 6, so I'm clearing my throat because that is a Maximo. Yep, just gets over. Good club selection, as we say in the golf world. Just enough. And you cannot get into this guy's wheelhouse. I mean, Akhtar's just been so dynamic today. I've got to say, I love the fact that he's opening the batting short game. Get guys in form in there, and that's why I think he's been thrown to the top, and he's doing a really good job once again.
Yeah, 52 he made in game number 6. He came off just 20 deliveries. Strike rate 260. Oh, it's going to be 6 more. The angle has been punished. The rain starting to come down. Vettigan, though, they're doing it so fluidly. Liquid cricket out there, Vinny.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. If you are a Crickets fan, you probably need to be doing a rain dance right now to bring it on because they've got to get 3 overs in for it to constitute a game right now. Betting a long way ahead. This first over's gone magical. It's not even finished yet.
Well, this is the one that we used to do in Ireland a little bit. Is it time to get the comedy dive out? Might not be in the spirit. But certainly Vettigan are cruising. We're not even to the end of the first over. They've scored 21. We've got a lost ball.
Here's the thing, though, in the European Cricket Series, we don't have too many lost balls. We shouldn't have too many here. But normally if one does go too far, they'll say, look, here's another ball. Let's keep playing. And even last week in Prague, this outfield was so quick. It was a bit like an airport runway. And some of the balls going so far, they just throw another ball out there before the other ball even stopped.
Well, I have to admire the innovation from Mohammad Akhtar. Look at that. Not the full bat, just the grip going up into his belly.
That's the bit that matters.
Keeping it dry.
Yeah,
very clever.
I've seen some bats flying.
Thinking cricket, that's what they call that, Vinny.
It is. And I'm thinking this could be another 6 if he gets too close to the legs, but he doesn't. But he goes offside. So he goes the other way, and Akhtar has a crazy start. 27 come off the first. It's 27 without loss.
Well, they might not need to get to the 3 over marker, Vinny, because I reckon they're going to get there at a canter. The umpires are coming together.
I think it's all right. It hasn't got too much heavier.
No,
71 matches since the Golden Ball, although, as good an over as that was, if you can peg one back, it evens it up a bit. With these 5 over games, each over is a bigger proportion of the game. So, you can come back. You don't need to do as much to come back. I've got a question for you, though. Let's say it's 2.5 overs and they're already 50, let's say, or 52. I don't like this rule because I feel that if you're already past what the DLS target would have been at 3 overs,
you should get the win. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
It doesn't happen that often, but every time it potentially happens, I feel it can be a bit unfair.
It does occasionally happen in a T20I as well, where particularly when it's a 5 over total they're going for, they don't actually get to the marker to make it a legal match. As Niazi comes in with some leg break, starts down the leg side. That's a mis-stumping for me, Vinny.
Yeah.
It's Henderson, the captain, who's really not had a great start, has he? A second ball, a 2-ball duck, and there, clearly a chance for a wicket.
Difficult one, but a chance nonetheless, as you just didn't quite get far enough down the leg side to take that. They're always a bit uncomfortable, though, because you're blinded by the batter's body in those takes.
Yeah, definitely some blue sky in the distance as this one's heaved into the sky. Will go all the way again. Great club selection, as you called it, Vinny. That's the 9 iron. Gets it enough for a Maximo.
Here's the thing. You thought maybe last ball, last over, will he just push you one, retain the strike? Well, I knew that wasn't going to happen. But he gets a strike back without even burning a ball because the 2 wides gets him back on strike. So there's 8, and then add the 6, that's 14. And I think we could be done pretty quickly the way things are going.
19 to win all of a sudden. This one might just be half a chance. Has it come off the bat?
No, I don't think so. But you know what? I've never seen a more heartbroken single because Akhtar misses it and he begrudgingly sets off for a single knowing that he's probably not going to get back for 2.
Credit to Niazi for being able to turn it when it's so wet. Look, you see the ball being dried. Certainly some talent there with his leg breaks. I'd like to see him bowl more of them. The first legal delivery for Thanga Vadivil to face. Thuds into his pad. There's a bit of drift on offer as well. That's always a sign, Vinny, for a wrist spinner. It means they're getting good revs on the ball. So potential for Niazi. I think he'll favour the slightly longer format, the 2 over spells in a full 10 over gotch.
Yeah, it's something that surprised me a little bit how much spin that they've actually gotten. But let's have a look at how much that required. Rates come down very quickly. Akhtar, I think he wants to finish this in 3 swings to the bat.
A little bit of touch this time as it just pierces the infield. Half a stop at backward point. Yeah, the Crickets, you have to feel sorry for them. They couldn't quite find any timing, could they, with the bats? And since then, Vinny, it's really been all vet again, apart from that blitzkrieg, a smashing innings from Norkan Ahmadi. 20 off just 6 balls. Again, the drift. Should be a chance. The man nestles underneath it and takes the catch. It's a good one held by Firdaus Rahimi. And even though the wicket may not change the outcome of the game, it shows the promise that Niazi has with those leg breaks. Beautiful drift, dip and turn.
Yeah, well, Naresh, he certainly entertained us in the earlier games. Hasn't had too much to strike here, but you see, he tries to fight the turn, doesn't he? But I've got to say, it's a good catch in these conditions. They all are. He was just determined to get everything he possibly could under that. And Derek is going to keep Naresh company as he goes for a second baller. And, oh, Derek, I thought he'd like the water. Yeah, there he is. It's perfect conditions for Derek as well, you know. And that is the first wicket, 38 for 1.
No golden colour this time, but certainly a duck nonetheless. It will be Selvin Yagayam who comes in at number 3. Just wonder, can Akhtar maybe have a bit of a record here? If we have a dot ball, Vinny, if, it's a big if with the way that this 10 over cricket is being played, but if we have a dot ball, we are going to have a dot ball.
There's your dot ball.
If Akhtar just gets the long handle out now, he may score every run in this chase off the bat.
Wow, yeah, that's pretty amazing. And that would be a record, I think, for the highest proportion of runs, although we have had some pretty good ones. One batter, the top score ever on ECN for an individual, 156 not out of a score of 178.
Wow.
And I think the other scores for the top 4 were like 4, 3 and 1. But yeah, looking at the table, Vettingen could go 2 out of 2 here, and that would put them up in the company of Power CC, but they will be the only other undefeated team apart from Alton that have played. Right, clock's out, but I don't think that's been adjusted at the moment. So it's always a bit funny with the shortened games. There we go. It was just a bit of a reset there. So there are adjustments. You get slightly longer for the shorter game because it's just fair.
Going to be Abdullah Zahir with the Afghan headband on. I absolutely love this.
End of the power play, sorry, by the way, as well, only a 2 over power play. So
correct.
That means that we can have up to 5 outfielders from this point forward. Let's see if Zahir can keep things quiet.
I think Akhtar is going to keep playing in the style that he has. Can he get every run off the bat in this chase? Well, possibly not.
Yeah, get him out, though, and get into another batter. A couple of wickets. You know, it's a short game. It means that things can change even more quickly. So, okay, doing it in a doddle right here, and with Akhtar going the way he's going, you'd say it's a long shot. But if you can get him out, you can get the nerves creeping in. Plan A has to be get him out, get it above a run of ball again, and then you're only ever a couple of dots or a wicket away from sticking your nose back in front. Sounds crazy, I know, but things can change really quickly in these games.
This is lifted down the ground, up towards us, Vinny. Going to be 6 knocks off the seats into the crowd and caught
What a catch.
by a Zurich CC member
Yeah, well, the thing is,
on the rebound.
it's one hand off the chairs. So the thing is, this would have been out, I think, if he goes one hand off the chairs. But the proper rebound, and never mind keeping Akhtar quiet. Salvanagayam has just gone bang and gotten off the mark with the ball that joined us.
Yeah, I think really with 9 needed to win now, Vedigan should be thinking about a big net run rate boost too. They can get it done now with 2 big hits. He could ice this chase. Even 2 boundary 4s now would do it. Akhtar just the man to get there. You do feel a little bit for the Crickets, Vinny.
Yeah, they came out there. Promising start, 14 off the first, and we had that interruption. And they were never quite able to get their mojo back, but it's uncomfortable. It's a bit of luck of the draw as well, with the rain coming when it did, but at the moment, fairly clear.
Slapped away and slapped for 6. And the crowd, well, they're on their feet. I think we've got Vedigan supporters into our left here. They're dancing. This is an almighty strike.
Yeah, what I liked about him is he's not a one-trick pony. He's not always to that leg side. I mean, that's just unleashing the wrist at the right time. Yeah, they're loving it right now. Might need to get your catching gloves out, guys, because this game could be over within the 3 overs, because just 2 runs required to win. And I'd say this could be the last ball of this match.
Well, it's not going to be in the way that he would have liked to do it. It's a top edge, but it still goes for 6. Massive net run rate boost. This chase, would you believe it, has lasted just 17 deliveries. And it's all W's. WW for Vedigan.
Crazy stuff. And Akhtar, for me, is the player of the day. He's come out 2 games. I've loved the way that he's clearly thrilled about it, and why shouldn't he be? Cricket's like, you've got to feel for them. But we'll see plenty more of them during this series. Don't you worry about that. In fact, we'll see them in the very next match, because the Cricket's taking on Paktoon Zalmi, match 9, and that should start on time. 25 minutes until the next game. So you've got a little bit of time to compose yourself, because that was a game that finished a little bit early, shortened, but no shortage of action.
Oh, there he is.
Mohammad Akhtar, the hero of the hour.
Who doesn't want a hug from Naresh Kumar Thangavadivil? I do.
I'm just kind of relieved that Resh doesn't play that innings, because I don't know how many players it would have taken to carry him. But anyway, let's go into the highlights. It was short, but very sweet for Vedigan.
46 he's made from 12 deliveries, Mohammad Akhtar. 7 sixes. The only thing he'll feel robbed of is a chance to make back-to-back 50s. And that was the 1 wicket to fall. We'll see more from Khalid Niazi. Looking forward to see his leg break straight the competition. That was Thangavadivil, who was caught for a second ball duck. This one pumped down the ground. The only 6 hit by a batter that wasn't Mohammad Akhtar. And these were the winning moments. Top edge going over the head of the keeper, over the head of the short third, all the way for 6.
And there you go. I'll tell you what, with your Taekwondo, he gets a little bit of a congratulations. And this is what it's all about. I mean, the players say they're some of the toughest cricketers you'll come across. You know, the conditions they're having to play in today. Okay, cleared up a little bit towards the end, but there was no slowing down that innings. They end up on 205 pace as they make 58 for 1 off 2.5. 46 of those runs from Mohammad Akhtar. And he's having such a great day. Loves the wet. Just the 5 extras in the 2.5 overs. You've got to feel for the bowlers as well. Not easy for them. They were just smashed all over the place. Well, I will say, Khalid Niazi, there's good signs from him. We'll see more of him, I'm sure, in the next game. He takes 1 for 9 off his over. We'll take a break, and we'll have a slightly extended break this time. We'll be back in about 20 minutes, and it will be the Crickets getting another opportunity against Paktoon Zalmi, who do have a win already in the series. So stay tuned for that one. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Leonard. Back after this with more European Cricket Series. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the St. Gallen area here in Switzerland. It's great to have your company. It's a very proud day for pretty much everyone in Switzerland today because it is the National Day of Switzerland. That's why I'm looking like this. This is why I've got this. And no, I haven't had time to eat it just yet, although we did get a slight extended break after that last game. Wasn't it smashed by Mohamed Akhtar? I tell you what, he's having a really great day so far. So coming up now, we have the fourth match of the day. Still 2 matches to come on ECN today. It's going to be Zurich Crickets who are back and they're taking on Paktoon Zalmi. And yeah, Paktoon Zalmi started really well in their first game on ECN. Like most Zalmi teams, they love to take the game on. Zurich Crickets though, I've got to say, I kind of like what I saw from them, even though they didn't have the best of it. Their innings was interrupted with the weather after 1 over. It turned out to be a 5 over game. They're kind of blasted by one guy, but maybe we'll get a better idea of where they're at as hopefully we'll get the full 10 overs in here. Have a look at the two teams, the news from the toss. The Crickets win the toss and elect to bat. So they were batting first last time, but like I said, it was interrupted, but I did like a little bit of what I saw early. Tarakil likely to open up again for Zurich Crickets. And Paktoon Zalmi, though, I think that they have had a very confident start to their ECN journey. 1-0. They'd love to make it 2-0. And, yeah, for both of these teams, still in very early stages of the tournament. But Zalmi, they still play back-to-back matches here in matches 9 and 10. So it plays out there in the middle. And it looks like it will be Nurkan Ahmadi to open up. And the Crickets, like I said, they were slightly interrupted, but I like that they've moved Ahmadi up from 3 to number 1 here because he did hit 22 off just 6 balls in that abbreviated innings. He was able to nurse his team up to 51. A couple of bonus runs thanks to DLS adjustment because their innings was interrupted, but still wasn't nearly enough as his effort was counteracted by Mohamed Akhtar. 46 not out of 12, including 7 Maximos. They chased the target down in 2.5 overs, didn't hit a single 4. Vettingen, but they did hit 8 sixes. So Vettingen are a side we'll see again in the last game of the day. In fact, they'll be taking on Paktoon Zalmi as well. So big program, as it is every day. Without the night series, though, feels a little bit light on. Just the 5 games, 10 hours of cricket. Anyway, we'll survive. Here we go with the first ball. Bashir Ahmed. Low full toss first up. And worked away for a single. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Once again, it's been a great opening day for Andrew Leonard in the commentary, although we are in today too. Certainly, I think you've enjoyed it. Keeping warm at the moment, Lenny.
Loving every second, Vinny, apart from the weather. And look, when in doubt, blame the Irishman. I think I'm the only Irishman here in person. I may have brought the weather with me across from Ireland. I apologise.
I have no problem doing that. Low full toss again, worked away, and this should just be a single.
Yeah, maybe the best thing, Vinny, for the Crickets is to get straight back into action.
Yeah.
Realistically, they were beaten out of sight. Zalmi will be full of confidence. Resplendent in their sort of almost lime green and what's that, a canary gold?
I really like seeing so many teams and their uniforms. Just seeing different things. I don't think I've ever seen quite those shades. A little bit of the lemon lime about them, but they've got the black numbers as well. Unusual combination, kind of a Jamaican combination actually. Anyway, inside edges this onto his kneecap, and that means he can't run, which means the other guy's in trouble, and he's almost run out. Well, that's classic ECN for you, as this was a ball that misses the pad, I'm pretty sure. And well, Lenny, what do you make of this one?
That's going to hurt, I'm telling you now. He's in pieces. Back he comes, direct it would have been gone, but God, we've had so many near misses from runouts today, Vinny.
Yeah.
Good angle, that one, poor old Nurkan Ahmadi, who smashed it everywhere in the 5 over abridged game. Limping round, stumbling round, no way that Tarakil could call him through for the single, and Tarakil it was nearly run out.
Yeah, almost like he was hitting the voice box as if he couldn't tell his partner not to run. But anyway, here's the next ball. And they like it. I kind of think it hits the ground here for me.
Good Yorker, really good Yorker. I'm going to test your ice cream knowledge here, Vin.
I would love for you to do that.
It's not really an ice cream day. We have it back in Ireland, I think in the UK as well.
Just quickly, do you see how he made a little splash there when it hits the ground? So that's why I think you can see it's the bat hitting the ground that's the noise. I get a little bit excited about it. Izzah Hussain is good quickly behind the stumps, captain and the keeper of Paktoon Zalmi. Backs away, hits straight, Fielder should cover this. It does. Slightly casual effort, but effective from Arif Sangha. Okay, ice cream chat. Now, normally we do food chat last game of the day, but I'm prepared to bring it forward for you.
On a one-off basis, okay.
Please.
Just this one's purely because I don't think we have the Zalmi involved in the last game. Maybe we do. We'll check that.
Yeah.
But that lime green, the sort of light green,
Yeah.
alongside that yellow, reminds me of an Irish ice cream. It was called the Loop to Loop.
Okay, I haven't heard of that one. I like it. Is it kind of like, is it more ice cream based or is it more of like an ice lolly based?
It's like a
type?
lollipop, but it had a little chocolate tip in it.
Ooh,
So do you see what I
okay.
mean there, Vin?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Definitely a little bit of a shade of a Loop to Loop in there.
So look up Loop the Loop. I think for commercial reasons, I'm not allowed to put it up on the screen
Oh, yeah,
anymore.
fair.
But I will say, if you look up Loop the Loop, that does look delicious. They still sell those?
Yeah, very popular.
All right. I need to go to the island again sometime soon. And tell you what, that kneecap blow that Amadi copped is still bothering him. Look at the end of the over, but just have a look. He's certainly hampered here when he tries to change direction. It's an external kind of injury, but
Shades of Moeen Ali in the Ashes, isn't
Yeah.
there? He
Yeah,
somehow
true.
battled through. I have to give you a little twist of the knife in. I know you weren't watching, but how have Australia not won that series?
it reminds me of the other series that they managed to drop after being so far ahead. I think 2013, where Australia seemed to have it on toast early in the series. Look, I just think it's good for cricket. I grew up in a generation where England were a bit of a shambles again in the Ashes. And although that was kind of fun, it wasn't that. I mean, yes, it was enjoyable, but I'd never really experienced it being competitive because the first series I watched was in '89 when Australians were big underdogs and they won 4-0. And they would have won 6-0 if the weather hadn't come in. So
They took over simply
Yeah.
for an eternity there. It's going to be Hamad Khan to bowl his first over.
probably a wide.
But certainly it was such dominance, wasn't it? All the way from, I think that 86, 87 was the last time England were competitive, all the way to 2005.
And wasn't that a
that
great
was the
series?
one that captured the public's consciousness. I don't think one since or before has quite got to that same level. So 18 years on, whatever you think about Bazball and everything that they've done, I just think it's great for cricket. Credit to them.
Agree, 100%. Anyway, loses the run here. Now, in the last couple of years, being a bit more of a citizen of the world, I've found myself a lot more neutral as well. So, yes, I suppose when it comes down to it, I support Australia, but being involved in so many countries, I've just kind of softened a little bit as to how hard I'm rooting for the one side, if you know what I mean. This is hit up and over the top. We'll get over the infield and I'll probably take a friendly hop and get away for 4. So Amadi on one good knee and one suspect knee is still able to get it away over the leg side for a boundary in the power play.
Yeah, I was commentating just whilst you were having a quick break on the cricket's batting innings the first time. One thing I noticed, Vinny, if you just get that close-up of the batter again, you'll actually see he's wearing an Afghanistan cricket board helmet with the flag on the top. And you obviously have such an amazing story of the scale of immigration that's happened and into countries like Germany. And so many players of Afghan origin have come across. It really is magic to see that national pride's still on honour. Sometimes you get the Afghan war paint out too.
Yeah, true. This is a turn around the corner. This will be 4. And one thing's for sure, every time bowlers have gotten down that leg side, the ball's disappeared pretty quickly in that fine leg region.
And this is one of the shortcomings, isn't it, of around the wicket as a right arm quick. If you get it even into the body, it should just be a free hit. Helped around the corner. Amadi finding a way to score again. Definitely not comfortable. Pads can only protect so much. I think it's the inner part of the knee, and if you've ever worn one there, it's very sensitive.
We had one actually in Prague over the weekend as well. Same issue. Sometimes you bend that bat leg as well, bend your knees. Pads don't really cover above your knee. Can't sneak in. Anyway, can't. Got to get in the off stump. Does. Just like change of pace as well, beats the bat. So my question is to you, as an Irishman, who do you support in the Ashes?
Well, actually, historically, it's anything but England. That's certainly what we're raised.
I'm aware. It's funny that there's so many countries where that's the rule.
Well, I think for historical reasons in Ireland, 800 years and all that, we'd no option. But look, for me, I've gone, particularly 5 years now in the circuit commentating, I've gone much more neutral like you.
Ooh, that was quick. Look at this. This is taking out the keeper now. He's got a busted thumb. So it's carnage early here.
I think he might have even worn it up close towards his shoulder.
I thought he got the hands on it. Maybe I'm
Definitely
wrong.
an effort ball.
Bit of both.
Yeah.
Here's a good view of the keeper. But look at that, just explode off the surface. Gets big on Izzar, who's a genuine keeper.
Almost knocked him over. But yeah, certainly for me, I occasionally get little bits of banter on social media saying, oh, you just want Nepal to win, or you just want Ireland to win. Nepal, my adopted home, of course.
Goes up and over the leg side. Fielder coming around. He's going to go back to the wall. He can't do anything about it. Maximo Amadi with another 6. He's continuing his good day despite his troubles physically throughout these first couple of overs.
Got this really well, right out of the screws. And despite the driving rain that is, again, just coming down, it's been such a strange day of weather, Vinny. Every time it looks like it's done for the day, another belt comes in somewhere. There's a big bright patch off to our right.
Yeah, drizzly. All of our English viewers know exactly how that feels. Anyway, this is up. It's probably catchable height, but it's into the gap. Namadi with the placement once again finds his way to 20, and the Cricket swinging the bat. This time, they don't have to walk off after 1 over. They get through 2, and they're looking pretty good so far, 23 without loss.
Well, Amadi's doing it almost single-handedly. 22 off 6 in the previous contest, which is an abridged 5 overs per side clash. And now he's got them off to a flyer. There's a look at the points table. The Zalmi are up and running, and they've got a lovely big net run rate boost too. Vettigan as well. Look at that net run rate surge.
Yeah.
Over 3 because of how quickly they chased down that total.
Yeah, other end of the scale, poor Crickets find themselves at the foot again with a minus 9.7 run rate. But look, it's early days. They only had to field for 17 balls earlier on. I want to say a quick hello to all of our viewers in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I know that we've got Trip, known as Mr. Kitty, because Kitty is one of our big fans from the USA. He's watching. Maybe Jenny watching as well. They take on the fielder, and it results in a fumble. It will be a single. Bashir not able to handle it cleanly, as we see Sanger coming into the attack. Third over here, Lenny. It's the last over of the power play.
Yeah, just 5 deliveries left with those fielding restrictions. We'll see 2 in the deep, both on the leg side at the moment, Vinny. Long on and deep mid-wicket in place. I have to say, we consider ourselves in Irish cricket pretty hardy. I'm not sure we'd be piling to continue through this, even in somewhere like Derry, where it always rains.
Yeah, you'd be a little bit used to it as well, but this might go all the way. I don't know if this is 4 or 6. It's been called 4. Certainly, it's gotten close, isn't it? It's just kept on going and going and going. I think, let's have a look. Maybe, yeah, just inside. Good eyes from the umpires. They get it spot on, but still, another 4 to the total, another 4 to Amadi.
Vinny, without self-praising too much, I suppose I'm praising the team here. Just phenomenal work from the camera guys to pick up. They don't seem to miss a ball.
They're very, very good. That's why you've got to get genuine Latvians. That's our crew from Spring Productions, who are such an integral part of what we do here at the European Cricket Network.
But even that sentence, Latvians covering cricket, isn't that just so
I've
refreshing?
never seen cricket.
So
3 years ago,
wonderful to hear.
last time we were here in Switzerland, let's say, never even seen cricket, heard of cricket, knew any of the rules of cricket.
They fans now?
I think so. Actually,
how could you not be?
When it's a bit brighter and we get a few more breaks, some of them are actually pretty good. There's a couple of good fast bowlers coming through. The Latvian national team could probably
ones to keep
use
your eyes
bit.
on.
Yep.
Anywhere you haven't been in Europe, Vin?
There's a few.
30 countries now, is it?
There's yeah, we're getting up there. We probably don't get to all of them in a year. So I'm going to give shout out to Martins from Spring Productions, who I actually got him out there in the middle in Prague last week, and he was our director. He's definitely good enough to play in the European Cricket Series now if he ever gets an opportunity with the ball. And normally he's just practicing off to the side with some of our crew. I got him on the full pitch, put the gloves on, and said, come on, let's see your bowl then. Nice, strong action. Fielding's a bit suspect still, but we're working on that. Anyway, it's up and it's over the leg side. And now we are getting to the end of the power play. 2 outfielders in play. They're both on the leg side over there. Tarakil hasn't had to do too much so far, but
you talk about art imitating life, though, don't you? And really, the power of the freedom of accessibility towards being able to watch this all free on YouTube. We see it also on Facebook Live as well. And just that ability. I love the stories of some of the players come through and go on to play international cricket. How did you learn to bowl? Well, I saw it on YouTube. I saw Shane Warne, I saw Rashid Khan's videos.
Happens. We have Greek guys that have taught themselves to bowl from the TV. And they're actually pretty good as we get to the end of the power play. And yeah, cricket's, I think there's a wicket, maybe a touch under par, but still, who knows what's going on today with these conditions. It's a bit hit and miss. Right now, Amadi's been dominating. It's 31 without loss after 3.
Yeah, really, Amadi is the one who's carrying the weight of the run scoring. That 19-run second over, just followed by a tighter one with 8 runs coming off it. Zalmi certainly a side to watch on what has been a bit of a day for the Ducks, really, on the Swiss National Day. Let's hope we don't see too many more ducks out there. Not physical ducks, cricketing ducks, that is, Vin.
Yeah, that's right. Although, if we do have any physical ducks, I do think they may find their way to this cricket ground today. And like you see, all the places I've been, there is one ground where ducks will interrupt the play. It's the Sporting Alfaz ground in just out of Alicante in Spain, where there's a duck pond right near the ground. And we actually had a fielder colliding with the duck in one of the games a couple of years ago. Just ECN things. Anyway, this is in the air but doesn't carry down to Hamad Khan. And yeah, during one of my introductions when I had a young child with me, actually, I think it was Olivia, who is the daughter of one of the captains, was on with me, and yeah, I was getting attacked by a duck. These actual trousers were attacked by a duck back in 2021 in my introduction. So yeah, we do have it all happen here. This is Reza. He gets pushed down the ground again, won't carry. So just a single.
Well, Vinny, we're not on the lake front here quite, but we're not too far away from it. About sort of 5 to 10 minutes up the road, we've got Arbonne and Rorschach, and my Swiss insider that I met yesterday was telling me that is maybe one of the most beautiful lakes, Lake Obersee, just up the road. It would take, well, maybe Chris Gale in his very best to hit a 6 up towards it, but that's where the Ducks will be. And apparently with Swiss National Day today, there'll be the fireworks flying high over to celebrate the anniversary.
Yeah, that's going to be something really special. Hopefully the weather allows it. Anyway, hit and run, hit the stumps, he's gone. He's not gone. He turns for an overthrow. Good to see that knee healing in real time. Yeah, plenty of lakes in Switzerland. You won't find any oceans or seas around, but you will have lakes. And actually, Andrew Ryan, who we'll see playing for Cosnay, he's a commentator this year on the ECN when his schedule allows. And he is actually one of the top, I think it's called ice swimming, like super cold water swimmers. Wow. So he'll, you know, given winter, whatever, he'll be in there. And he's actually competed at World Championships and everything. So yeah, he'll often just go for a dip. He thinks it's fun.
I thought the Irish, the Atlantic was the real cold, but no, it's the Swiss lakes. Swiss
lakes in like winter or close to, like if it's degrees. Liquid, he's in there.
Wow.
Yeah, so look that up. And I had to look up, yeah, ice swimming, it's like they basically have a pool, but it's carved out of the ice. And then
I've heard of ice fishing. I've heard of ice fishing. You get the you cut through with the circular saw and you get down and maybe catch some fish, but ice swimming, that's hardcore.
I don't mind icing my cold drink, but that's about the end of our relationship. Anyway, this is in the air. This one should carry. In fact, it's going to carry over the fielder. Maximo. Amadi gambles and wings as the Crickets move up into the 40s. The bowler there holds his head. Said Reza. And see, in field, if he's back on the rope there, he might have a better play at that.
Well, it's a miss hit, and it's a very slight misjudgment as well from the long-on fielder, Hamad Khan, who's down there because he's a tall man. But if he's on the rope, he might have been able to get up into the air and at least affect a play to prevent the 6, if not take the catch. But Amadi, well, he's doing it single-handedly. He's got 34 of the 41 scored.
Goes again, same direction, same result. This one goes a bit further around to the right as well. So no fielder was getting near this. And Reza, well, whatever hair he does have, he may be pulling it out by the end of this innings, because that is back-to-back Maximo's. Ends his over, 16 come off it. It's 47 without loss.
And really, it's a one-man show, isn't it? We saw Noorkhan Amadi get it all right in the first innings, when the first game of the first innings, the 5-over contest that preceded this one. And now he is driving this worm upwards, getting that run rate up above 10 runs per over. You want at least, I think, 120 from what we've seen thus far. And with the Zalmi's batting lineup too, you suspect 120 a minimum. They're going to get there. How much of it will rely upon the batting quality and the extreme 6 hitting of Noorkhan Amadi? Zurich Crickets of 47. He's got 40 of them.
Yeah, dominating the scoring. Something really interesting I'm picking up from the chat. I'll come to after this, because Bashir is going to come back. What a good first over. Full straight. just a single. Quite a few Irish supporters are also English supporters when it comes to cricket. I've got to say there's times where you do things that are a bit surprising. So for me, I kind of like the English football team. As an Australian, I'll support the English football team.
I can't get behind that.
Because
I definitely can't get behind that.
Part of me also kind of likes seeing, a bit like I like seeing South Africa getting knocked out of Cricket World Cups in bizarre ways. Apparently shootouts in England don't really go hand in hand. But yeah, that's interesting. Jeff is one of them. Matt Hodgson in the chat as well is one of them.
Yeah, I think a couple of reasons for that. One, obviously, our beautiful island. You've got 2 countries on it, Northern Ireland, where a huge amount of cricket's played up in Belfast,
Yeah.
Derry and Coleraine, and in and around those 2 main hubs, the northwest around Derry and then the Northern Cricket Union in and around Belfast.
Uh-oh, this is trouble. This could be a no ball on height. I think it has been called, and for me, it's even worse because it's gone to the boundary. Yeah, that's a clear call. Would have been a wide anyway, but it just means the next ball's going to be a free hit. I've got to say, they made a law change a little while ago. It used to be any balls that weren't hit off a no ball that went for runs were called no balls. So there'd be 5 no balls. Now, I think there was a meeting where the keepers were not invited, where
The keepers
suddenly
union.
that goes down as 4 byes.
Harsh
You can
one.
have 4 byes that just goes over your head on the full. You can't even reach. I think it's a bit rough. But anyway, that one just got away from Bashir. It was tight in his first over. Right now, he's going to have to deliver the free hit. And, well, just stroked away. The outfield doing the work and slowing that one down. Yeah, I feel like now his figures are none for 8, but I feel like he'd be held civilly responsible for those 4 runs. So in my head, he's gone for 12.
Does well off the free hit, though. Gets it into the block hole. And Tarakil just taking a while to get going. 7
I don't know
off
if
10.
Tarakil realised that was a free hit, because it wasn't a free hit kind of a shot. Amadi is going to dig this one out of the block hole. But for the most part, I think Bashir's been pretty good. Slight fumble. And they think of 2. It's not quite on.
Yeah, but just to finish that point on why some Irish fans do like getting behind the English cricket team, also historically Ireland never had a side that could compete at the top level. So
True.
growing up through the 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, when a lot of Irish cricket fans would have been exposed to cricket due to it being free to air on the BBC, they naturally would have got behind England.
Yeah, I've got something to expand on that as well, as this one beats him outside the off stump. I think it was just inside the tram line. Also, a lot of good Irish players would end up in the county system, which kind of feeds into the English side. And then, of course, I'm thinking of guys like Ed Joyce is an obvious one. Owen Morgan's the very obvious one. But even
Boyd
guys
Rankin.
like Boyd Rankin is another one that comes to mind that been given opportunities to play for England. And I suppose now with Ireland being a full test nation, there's also opportunities for them to represent their home country. Anyway, this is a slight miss hit leading edge. It'll be a tough one to catch. It's a really good effort there from the bucket hat special. Oh, they reckon this is out, you know. Fantastic recovery, wasn't it, from Said Reza? And how quickly did Ahmed get that ball onto the stump? So for me, I think that this is a big moment in the game. I think that Ahmadi's run out here. They've gone to the replay. Let's check it out.
Yeah, this looks really close. My initial thought was out. And Vinny, you're spot on the money as always. He's caught short by about maybe 6-8 inches, something like that. And critically, it's the man, Noorkan Ahmadi, who is scoring with such fluency, who's going to be caught short. He looks to the heavens. He wonders why, oh why, did he take that second run? And what a moment in the game. He was flying. He was 42, scoring at the speed of light. But he's been run out after a brilliant piece of work from Said Reza.
That really was. It was a fantastic bit of fielding. And also from the bowler, Bashir, to get that throw. It was on the full to the bowler, which is always tough. That's why you normally bounce it into the bowler. But this is kind of a full force throw. And the bowler basically becomes a wicketkeeper without gloves. This gets whistled in. I won't say the position was perfect, but it kind of helped him because he got it at a bit more of a comfortable height and then just improvises onto the stumps. So fielding, super important. We've seen that all day. We see that all the time in these matches. And Ahmadi is going to have to go for a very well-made 42. And you can see that one broke his heart. Running to the non-danger end as well. It's 57 for 1.
Well, Vinny, I'm almost scared to say it, but the sun's back. We literally have it all 4 seasons in one day here, haven't we?
The best bit about this, and yes, I've been all around the place We are so well covered here by this grandstand. It's a completely different experience. If we were down in that queue down there this morning,
is it not always like this? Really?
it would. You don't know how good you've had it. I've been messaging all the other commentators saying, guys,
well, you told me you'd look after me, Vinny.
I've even got a chair that swivels a little bit, so I'm feeling like I'm in first class here. Anyway, Tariq Hill, and he does survive, but he's 8 off 12 and hasn't been able to put anything together yet. It's the end of the 5th over. Tariq Hill not facing because it's Niazi, the new batter, that faces up start of the 6th over.
Yeah, Subhanullah Shirzad comes in with his right arm quick and an immediate change of angle. Going to come around the wicket. Didn't like that from over the wicket. Extraordinary efforts from everyone to get what will be hopefully all 5 games completed, albeit game 3 of the day, match number 8 in total. Abridged to a 5 overs per side clash. That could be the end of the rain, Vin.
Famous last words.
It's very bright all of a sudden, mate.
Yeah, goes up, must come down. I'm still cautious. Actually, Rico famously in Bulgaria spotted a cloud. I'll never forget this. And we were actually up in the scaffolding, so we weren't undercover back then. And so we're up upper level. And so he said he thinks it'll go around us. And about 5 or 6 minutes later, we had one of the biggest storms I think we've ever had. And he was completely uncovered. Oh, it's a no ball, and that's going to be 4 as well. So Tariq Hill gets a bit of a gift, and he cashes it in, and he's going to get a free hit coming up. So a great start to the 6th for the Crickets.
Yeah, definite no ball this one. Clearly over the waist-high position, and immediately the free hit signalled. Shirzad, surprised to see him come around the wicket after just one delivery. Never quite convinced by right-arm quicks coming around the wicket. Off spinners I can understand it, Vin, but for right-arm seamers to come around to right-handed batters, just, in essence, you take leg before wicket out of play.
Takes a lot of things out of play. Basically, I call them fake left armers because they're trying to recreate that kind of angle, maybe trying to get leg side dominant hitters to be fighting the angle. Anyway, it goes to bouncer. I think this is a wide, so the free hit will remain in play. For me, seemed like a wide. So if it's over the head here, you get a sense of where that is. Yeah, clear call. Bowler didn't like it, but no surprises there.
And that's one for me, Vinny, that isn't called enough at the international level. Often in a T20 or an ODI.
Up and out of here. Maximo! As Tariq Hill has woken up. Well, he might have been grief-stricken after losing his partner that was dominating, but he's picked up the bat and he's running forward with it. What a shot.
Yeah, and what a start to this over for the Zurich Crickets. Much more like it. 14 runs from what has just been 2 legal deliveries. But yeah, in top-level ODIs and T20Is, often the quick bowler gets away with it. And then you see the replay side on, you can't believe it.
Yeah, this is a clear wide. But it's also a pretty tough call from side on. Okay, we get a nice slow look at it, but you got to realise that the square leg umpire, they're looking at a lot of things at once. They're scanning the field, where are the fielders. That normally they will watch the bowler as well and watch the flight of the ball. They won't just sit and watch the batter as well. Look at the keeper. Keep continuing to say outside off stump, please, outside off stump. And even though it's a bit outside off stump, it's going to disappear over the leg side. Maximo! And it's quite incredible how Tariq Hill has just picked up this innings after losing his partner.
Well, Hediatullah Shinwari, who's out at mid-wicket, he's just going to rub his head after he watches that go by. He can't quite believe what's happening here to the Paktoons Almi. It's all going horribly wrong. Now he goes back to over the wicket. 3 legal deliveries. Well,
what
economy rate? I don't even want to know what it is. 42 per over, is it?
Yeah, at the moment. That's hypersonic speed. And it goes over the wicket. And yeah, you're right about the round the wicket being a bit of a risk and taking a few things out of the game, like the LBW, for example. And look, there's some applause around the ground because I think the sun came out for the first time today.
Well, I think that's great credit and a great sense of humour from everyone involved. They've worked so hard. We've seen the players themselves getting the covers on and off. Sun is out. Let's hope it stays.
Oh, that's probably a no ball as well, It would have been a wide anyway. He shapes to ramp. To me, I don't see how this possibly can't be a no ball for height. Yeah, that's way above. And so, one would.
Yeah, I think you're spot on here, Vinny. I think this is clearly over the standing position waist high of the batter.
Yeah, and I think they've spotted it now. And so I think it'll be, instead of a wide, it'll be changed to a no ball, which is correct. And it means that the free hit's coming up for Niazi.
free hits are coming in a big way. This over is where it's all gone horribly wrong, really. Zalmi guilty of just not doing the basics. Here comes the free hit.
Here it comes. We had a few of these today. He cramps him for room and almost creates a run out. I see so many run out. Oh, it's been booted away. Collect them all. It'll be 2 in the end.
Gotta love buzzers, don't you? Also loving the bucket hat. That's coming a bit into vogue of late. Leg by signal, 2 more to the total. Not sure Tarakil was certain it was a free hit because he didn't really seem to play a free hit shot, did he?
Communication is key. I don't know the cricket sign language. When they swing the arm, it's time to swing.
Keep your eyes on the umpire, always. Usually they'll give you a verbal communication as well, free hits.
That language barrier. Anyway, last ball of the 6th over. Up in the air, and fielder comes around. Oh, he backs off, pulls the shoot at the last moment there, Bashir, who we know can catch, because he was the second half of that very good run out of Amadi. But as it is, Shahzad's over. Kind of pulled out of the fire a little bit. It ends up going for 24 plus a bye plus 2 leg byes, and that's 27. Let me just check my maths. Yep, 27 off that over. It's 84 for 1 after 6.
Carnage ensuing. We've seen plenty of big overs, so a 31 run over in the first game of the day, game 6, and now a 27 run over. Even bits of blue sky, Vinny Sandu. Blessed in the shadows of the main Kaiban Park, which is the home of FC St. Gallen, who play in the top division of Swiss football, there to the left.
I know you've got Sunday off. Someone told me there's a big game here on Sunday.
Oh, there we
so
go.
If you want. In fact, maybe I want Sunday off. Do you want to work Sunday?
You're selling me short here, I feel.
Yeah, it's a problem with thinking out loud all the time. Anyway, but yeah, I think the season kicks off this weekend, actually. So, yes, St. Gallen will be opening their season across the road. So, Reza, he's taken off the bucket hat. Bucket hat would have been useful to collect a drink a few moments ago if he went upside down with it. But it's time for over number 7. And Tarakil, who's woken up, is going to face up.
Looks like a different venue all of a sudden in the sunshine.
Just it was fleeting though, because now the clouds come back. But I don't mind the cloud, it's just the rain, I think. The wind as well, which has been a bit of an issue. Right now it's blowing right to left. So it's quite incredible how a lot of those lakeside shots, they've been into the wind, but they're still flying miles.
It has swirled around as well, Vinny, hasn't it? It hasn't really been a prevailing wind of any great prominence. Well, on track for maybe 130, 140 from here.
Goes leg side, and a little bit of Disney on ice there. The fielder decides to pull out of the catch and make sure he makes the stop. So I had a question from Maya. Was that his 3rd high full toss? But there were only 2 in that over. The 3rd one, which actually happened before those 2, was actually Bashir in the over before. So he will be on his last warning though. Shirazad. He's bowled 1 over for 24. Something tells me we might not see him for the rest of this innings. Full toss, whipped away. He still tests the outfield as well. They're all after it, but the ball is going to... Well, I thought the ball wins the race. It stopped. But, yeah, the umpire wants to have a check. This is one of those ones that even the replay won't really tell you, because the ball stops. Now, does it stop on its own, or is it because it touches the rope? And...
I think... Is there a kiss? Is there just a kiss of the rope there?
It seems
from
like
the leather?
it. And even when he boots it, I don't know. To me, it's still a bit inconclusive. It's been given 4 in the end. Yeah, so
I think a kiss, just a
it
kiss.
felt like it.
A
but
Swiss kiss on Swiss National Day.
You might get a Swiss kiss on,
who knows?
National Day. Who knows? Play your cards right. Yeah, I suppose it did look that way. I won't put it that way. Anyway, this is hit down to long on. The Crickets have suddenly exploded to life, and suddenly they're on high 130s pace here.
Yeah, good partnership. 34 it's worth off just 12 deliveries. It's come in good time. And Reza just trying to get out of his final 2 deliveries.
Get out the sunscreen, Lenny. It's back.
Do we want to be down pitch side now?
Yeah.
We don't want to be up in the stand, do we?
And we'll see if Rob wants to trade the cube down there. Anyway, couple to come here in the 7th. Here's Reza. Another full toss. There's been so many. This one might just be okay. But one thing that isn't okay for Zalmi is it's been smashed to the boundary. Ken, we'll check it out here. Oh, yeah, it's probably just okay. But we know that they're very harsh on these. We have seen them called. In the end, I think that one probably just under.
Yeah, I think that one's okay. For me, certainly that's dipping down into sort of the thigh region. should get away with it, but I've been surprised by the number of full tosses. I think it's predominantly been because of the conditions. Certainly all of that rain around has made the ball very slick, and it's mainly been the fast bowlers who've got too full.
Last ball, the over. Oh, now he gets funkalicious, but he's just put it straight up in the air, and it's a simple catch for Izzat Hussain behind the stump. So, yeah, when you can smash it all over the place, sometimes I wonder about the value of this shot, especially with the outfield not giving you a lot of assistance. So the Crickets, for me, they hand one over there. It's the end of the 7th over, 95 for 2.
Yeah, the simplest of catches for the captain, Izzat Hussain. Couldn't agree more. That's in the slot. If he stands there, he's going to pump that down out of the ground over long on. But delight for the Zalmi skipper, who gets the big wicket.
Yeah, and well, once again, I want to welcome you into the comedy box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Andrew Leonard with me. And yeah, we're flying the flag. How many crosses have we got in this time? 1, 2, 3.
Well, hold on.
There we go.
Hold on.
Look at this guy.
Ah, there it is.
You're like Superman.
I'm that cold.
You are
mate.
Superman.
I am that cold.
I know all the Swiss supporters, they'll be saying Hopschviz when we get to the second weekend of this tournament, because the Swiss national team will be out there. They're taking on France and Luxembourg. So sense of national pride then. And of course now on August 1st. So I hope everyone's having a wonderful national day here in Switzerland. And even if you're not in Switzerland, why don't you celebrate?
Yeah, no, beautiful country to be in. Special, special place for the latest bit of ECS action.
All right, back to the middle where we have sun out. We can confirm sun out and 3 overs to go here. It's going to be Hamad Khan coming back. A slight slower ball, I think. We're just flat batted down to mid off for 1.
Yeah, critical phase of the game now. Final 3 overs. That current run rate in and around 13.5 per over.
I've got some news, and this comes from Roger, who's watching from Switzerland. And of course, Roger is the CEO of European Cricket, and he said the girls are excited back home for the Swiss kiss. So maybe we need to start to run a competition. Who is going to give Lenny the Swiss kiss?
Well, I can think of worse things to celebrate a national day with.
Watch this.
Fireworks and a Swiss kiss.
Get a load of this. So it's a direct hit opportunity, but he hits the edge of the pitch and deflects away. It looked like a pretty good throw. Only on ECN moment. Don't know if it's going to hit or not, but there.
Oh, just a little deflect. Might actually have hit.
Yeah.
I think that was on pace to hit.
Missed it by this much.
I'm
I can see a full-on Bachelor type spin-off where, we narrow it down to 20 for the Swiss kiss. A few people here are blinded by the sun now.
Well, I'm just hoping,
Put it away.
as a fellow somewhat follically challenged man, I'm hoping that Hamid Khan has some sunscreen on the dome. Definitely some bright sunlight coming down now.
This is down the ground, and yeah, I see a scenario where we get 20 finalists, and then we narrow it down and see who gets the Swiss kiss.
Well, it's funny. I think the only country where that would be a successful story might be in Nepal. I think up in Kathmandu that could work. I'm not sure about Switzerland. There wouldn't be the volume or interest.
Being the Taklu Dai, the Swiss kiss would be right on the top of your bald head. Anyway, here's the next one. It's a bit of a walking wolf from Tarakil, who's kind of gone through phases of hibernation in this innings, but with some action in the middle.
I do love the nickname Taklu Dai. I'm going to have to tell you, Vinny, because it's both complimentary and derogatory at the same time. So the bald elder brother, I just think it's a beauty. I love being called the Taklu Dai.
Yeah, I like it. I like it as well. Tell you what, you might have some competition here from the bowler, Hamad Khan, but this is hit, and it's hit high. All right, it's been called by... he's lost it in the sun. You wouldn't believe it, Lenny. You would not believe that the sun has come out for the first time today, and the ball's gone straight into it.
Well, where's the cap? Where's the sunglasses? Surely you should have had them on. He's just blocked it out.
New batter was already halfway out there thinking, this is it. And then, how unlucky can you possibly be that for the 7 seconds the sun's out, you get a high ball?
No cap on. You always wear a cap in the field, Vinny.
All right, this is going to go in the same direction. Great fielding, though. Well, what he could see, he fielded well.
Well, redemption from Moaz, but that's outstanding
work. It might be gone. It might be a bat plug. Watch this. This is typical ECN. The issue is sliding the bat here because you don't have a square. So he slides his bat, but it jams in. So check this out, and we'll see here. Oh, for me, that's out because look, Oh, the bails are gone there. So, for me, you can see the foot's just short of the line. Yeah, let's have a look. For me, what are you seeing? I'm seeing out, but you tell me what you think.
It's difficult, isn't it? I think certainly the bat jam, as you've described, into the turf is the thing that's going to cost him his wicket. It's in rather remarkable circumstances, but credit to Moaz Butt. A Superman-esque piece of fielding down at long off has palmed it away to his colleague at long on, who gets the throw in, and it is indeed out.
2 brilliant run-outs from Zalmi, and the 100's come up, but it does cost him that 3rd wicket. What about the initial stop, though, from Moaz Butt? Because that was heading for 4, but he launched himself, even with the sun in his eyes and all, and then it was hurled in to the bowler who does the rest. So 100 for 3 off 8.
Yeah, 2 to go now. Action aplenty. You're going to have to get this over in reasonably quickly. I'm fascinated by this clock. I want to see this brought in T20I cricket.
Yeah.
I think it's the way to go.
Again, when we get a quiet game, which is probably never, we'll talk. I've got ideas based on baseball about what I would do if I could choose. And it involves small penalties that are throughout the day, a bit like baseball. Like maybe a 1-run penalty, like a wide, if you don't deliver the ball or face up for the ball in time. So it's not crazy, but they might add up to 10 or 15 runs in the day. Problem with Test cricket, for example, if you were then to say, okay, 15 runs at the end of the day, everyone's going to say, oh no, you're changing the game too much. But yeah, you need to kind of do it in the run. This is kind of what I think anyway.
Well, I think one of the things I love about cricket, it has innovated maybe more than any other game. It's been in a constant state of change, a constant state of evolution. And we see that with the format of cricket that we're playing here. 10 over cricket, it's much quicker. We're getting 5 contests in per day.
The race is on though. 3 minutes to bowl this over. I think they'll be fine, but sometimes they don't realise they need to hustle. So, for example, Moaz Butt, he's just taking his time. He says, that first one didn't feel right. I'm going to pace out my run up again. But tick-tock, you're on the clock. And I know it's his first over.
I think the concept of the penalties that apply post-match, i.e. a match fee fine, they just don't really work, do they? It's got to be in-game, the penalty.
Yeah, no one's thinking about it. No one's thinking about after the game, during the game. And I would say that finding the players half their match fee in the European Cricket Series would be pretty tough since they're all amateurs. But yeah.
What's half a zero?
That's right. But the thing is, it needs to be... okay, check the ball. Bad timing from the umpire. Maybe we'll get an extra 5 seconds back for that. But yeah, it's got to be relevant, and it has to be applied consistently and fairly for all teams. So this is hit straight to the fielder. He picks it up, has one crack at the stumps and misses. They get through for the single. So the fact that it's fairly and consistently applied, and I know it sounds harsh, but you've got to draw the line somewhere. If you say, okay, they're 10 seconds over, we're going to let it go. But then what about when they're 20 seconds over? Well, the fact that the clock exists, it is to the second, a bit like basketball or something like that.
So, we think of all cricket now really being very much a for TV or a for broadcast product. So it just adds to the excitement, I think, for the fan too, keeping a little eye on the clock.
Well, this one is lifted up and it's over the top and it's over the fence. Maximo! Well, Tarek Hill, there's been a bit of war and peace about this innings. He's just been kind of up and down like a cardiograph, but really, he takes this one off middle stump, gets plenty of it, and he should have his iron by now. He sends his team up to 109 after that shot.
Yeah, not a huge amount of fluency. He certainly has battled despite getting to 43.
This is worked up, and it's worked out of the ground once again. Too short from Butt, and it is over the fence. Maximo! Tarek Hill to 49.
And all of a sudden, that fluency is coming. Back-to-back sixes. Amazing how quickly an innings can change. Amazing how quickly it can turn things around.
Yeah. Now, here's the pressure. There's one ball. He just has to let go of this ball in the next 30 seconds. As long as it's a legal ball, it's fine. But if it's a wide, it could be a 6-run wide because he'll have to re-bowl it. It's not a wide. Fact, might be a little nick, and he's gone. Yeah, umpire, that's 7 nods. And in the European Cricket Series, that's out. And so Tarek Hill's going to have to go for 49. But brilliant innings from him nonetheless. And yeah, Butt does get some reward in the end. The score 115 for 4 after 9. But Tarek Hill, I mean, when you look at his strike rate, at the end of the day, he does a good job for his team.
Well, it's almost been the picture-perfect finish to an innings that just could never really get anything quite going. He finishes with 6, 6, and then out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good way to finish, isn't it? Boom, boom. And so I tend to think the 120s is par. This might be what we're headed for. I think Sangha probably comes back for the last over. He will. He only went for 8 in his first over. Got to say, Bashir, excellent work without taking a wicket. None for 10. And so we'll go to the 10th. And it's going to be Barakzai to get us going. Strap yourself in. Time for Nova number 10. Big swing and a miss first up. And here's Zalmi. Remember, they did chase successfully the first time we saw them at all, actually. They chased down 129 against the Zurich Lions in match 7, which was the second match of the day.
Yeah, and really from here, you suspect the Zalmi will be thinking, close things out well, keep it under 125. We're very much going to back our batters to chase that.
Well, good points for bat speed, but it's a swing and a miss once again.
Like the way they're running now, the timer is no longer in
Yeah,
play.
timer's off.
Do they know that?
Meyer actually in the chat had a question I didn't get to before. It's why do we turn the timer off after 9? I think because in the 10th over, especially in the second innings, you want to allow them as much time as they like because it can get pretty tense.
Oh, brilliant bowling this, Finn.
Yeah, it's really good, but I tell you what, he's let the batter off the hook because he scampered as a non-striker, Zen Barakzai, after strike 3 in baseball. You a bit of a baseball fan?
I certainly knew nothing about it before I lived in America, and then I moved to Chicago.
Okay.
Back in 2005, a long time ago. We lived 1 block from Wrigley Field.
Is that right?
Got
Cubs
to
fan.
about 16 or 18 games that summer. Loved every second
So that's
of it.
uncaught third strike where the batter can run. I actually played semi-professional baseball after I finished playing cricket. So I'm one of the, I won't say few, a handful of people that have played semi-professional cricket and semi-professional baseball. But I didn't play a baseball game until I was 33.
The one thing I'd say about it, and again, pardon my ignorance, it felt to me like a lot more luck was involved in baseball. You had broken bat singles and accidental miscues that you went for doubles and all sorts happening.
No, I think it happens in cricket as well. Okay, guess who wants to strike back despite missing 3 so far? And here's the problem: you got to get over the rim. That's the issue.
It's at the rubber stumps, isn't it? The base, and it just flicks into the air. I think he might have got home anyway.
I'm not so sure. I think it would have been out.
It wasn't even the rubber stumps.
Yeah, the rims cost him there. But anyway, couple to come. 118. And he's bowled. I think this actually flicks off the back pad. I mean, I like the confidence of Barakzai, sporting the strike rate of 20 to get back on strike and prepared to risk his wicket to do so. I suppose he does get that run, but he won't get any more. Bowled off the penultimate delivery, 118 for 5.
Well, in any cricket, 1 off 6 is not a good result, but in this 10 over format, to get 1 off 6, a strike rate of 16, it can just stunt that momentum. It'll bring out for the 1 and final delivery the captain of the Zurich Crickets. Out comes Nicholas Henderson, who did battle himself in that first 5 over game. Is 120 going to be enough?
Maybe, but it'll be tough. I still think runs on the board. For me, 120's par. That's kind of where I've landed. We've seen some crazy above par stuff, but I do think that 120 in the European Cricket Series, no matter what the venue, if you can hold your catches, if you can create opportunities, if you can take opportunities, I think with it drying out a bit, touch wood, that's, it might be a little bit easier to field as well and make the most of those opportunities in the second innings here. So last ball, it's going to be Henderson just to face the 1. And seatbelts on. He digs it out well. Probably take on the 2 here, even though it's been fielded. This is why you take the 2. Now they might be out anyway. And I think he is. Yeah, that's inexperience for me. It literally doesn't matter if you're out. And don't worry about the average. Don't worry about anything like that. We'll check it out on the replay. But if he runs the second straight away, at least you force him to make the out as it is. I think he's gone.
And I think he would have got home comfortably if they'd immediately ran the 2. The throw went over the keeper's head. Gets back and clearly catches him short. So we'll just be 1 run to the total as the attempt for the second goes in vain.
Again, I don't know why the keepers throw both gloves off when they're just there to receive the ball. I don't see how he needs to throw that. But anyway, we'll be gone. And they're going to finish off 119 for 6, setting an even 120 for Zalmi. Well, they chased a similar score earlier on, but yeah, right now they've got it ahead of them. I fancy them to do it, but the Crickets, I didn't get to see that much of their bowling. We only saw 2.5 overs last time they were defending. But yeah, I think an interesting game set up, and I do think it's a defendable score, but they're going to have to do a very good job in the field if they're going to defend this.
I think we could be in for a really good contest. Again, it was all about Noor Kanamati here for the Zurich Cricket CC. What a start he's had to the tournament. Strike rate 221, 4 4s, 3 6s, and boundaries all around the ground. That was the start of the innings when we still had rain, and now the sunshine is out and blazing across this beautiful ground. Some good ball striking, particularly given that he got that blow to his inner leg, which was definitely affecting his running. Sahil Tarakil was the other one. This was the end of Fordiz Rahimi, though, who was run out after a marvellous piece of work. In fact, that was the run out of Ahmadi. Plenty of run outs in this innings, 3 of them in total. That was the scoop shot attempted and a good catch, simple catch held by the keeper, the captain as well. And there were some good strikes down the ground before this outstanding piece of fielding affected the second of those 3 run outs. With the bat getting stuck in the turf as he looked to scamper back for the second, he got caught short. Runs continued to flow, some maximums into the leg side, 7 in total. Sahil Tarakil had an extraordinary end to his innings, 6-6 and then out, and this was the very final delivery of the first innings as they initially turned down the second, but when the throw went over the keeper's head, they said, let's have a crack at that. And they ended up never having a chance. So 1 run was from the final delivery, and it's left the Zurich Cricket CC with a total of 119 for 6 from their 10 overs. The 2 openers by far the stars of the show, 42 and 49 for Ahmadi and Tarakil. The rest, not much to shout about. 19 extras in total to go alongside it. As we'll also take a look now at the bowling figures. The standout for me, probably Arif Sanger again, who's had back-to-back good performances. 2 overs, 1 for 11 for him. And the standout economy rate alongside Bashir Ahmed, who was very economical too, for Subhanallah Shirzad and Moaz Butt, and even Ahmad Khan, expensive. So that means we'll get to the end of the first innings. We're back with you. 10 minutes time for every ball of this chase. Can the Pakhtun Zalmi get there? To do so, they'll need to be at their brilliant best again. They will need exactly 120 to win at 12 runs per over.
Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. Weather's cleared up a bit, which is good news as we head into the second half of match 9 between the Zurich Crickets and Paktoon Zalmi. Now, the Crickets, we did see them back in 2020. They went 0-6. Unfortunately, they were 7th out of 7 on that occasion. They did have a rain-shortened match earlier in match 8 where they weren't able to pick up the points, but they've got some runs on the board. 119 for 6 here against Paktoon Zalmi, who are coming out to chase 120 for victory. And welcoming all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on Fan Code in the Indian subcontinent or on our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. And of course, a special hello to everyone watching on Swiss Sport TV and happy Swiss National Day. We're certainly decked out in the famous red of Switzerland right now as we get ready for the second innings. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Tuesday. I've got Andrew Leonard with me and Lenny. All set up. Means Zalmi, you would favour them in this chase, but we know the Crickets, we haven't seen too much of them, and we know they're going to fight hard.
Yeah, just wonder how these conditions are going to affect this chase. Certainly Zalmi will be confident given what they've shown so far, but is it a case of the changing conditions might make the pitch a little bit more difficult? It's tended to skid on and maybe been really pleasant for the run scoring and very difficult for the bowlers with that slightly slippery ball. It's all of a sudden a picture-perfect day. Not too warm still, 16, 17 degrees centigrade. Going to be in for an interesting 45 minutes or so.
Zazai to get us going. 120 to win. Starts with a no ball off the pitch, and it hits the edge of the pitch. Yeah, so that's why it's a no ball, and then it means the free hit coming up. I think the biggest thing that'll be the difference when it stays dry is the fielding. So particularly taking catches. We know the value of taking wickets. You might not think in 10 over cricket wickets are important, but they are because of who you can remove. Especially early in the innings, the runs you can save down the stretch. Anyway, this is blasted away off the free hit as Sangha goes the other way. That was power with a capital P. Maximo Zalmi away to the races. Basically 7 off the first ball.
Well, an almighty strike. Look at this. Oh, yes, right out of the middle. Not even a cap needed for Sangha, who's, well, he's turned a few heads with that blow, hasn't he? He's been good with the ball. Now gets the Zalmi off to a flying start. That would have been 6 anywhere, any ground in the world, over extra cover. It's been a favourite zone of the day. And look at the pads. We've spoken about the kit, Vin. What about these pads? Sensational.
Yeah,
multicoloured.
They're brilliant. Anyway, this is wild. I think this is just a wide because it's after the stumps. But we'll have to see. To me, even eyeballing it was clear. And no wonder Sangha wants to get back to the other end. It's just the standing umpire's checking with his colleague, is it past the stumps or not? And for me, yeah, definitely is. You can see it's still on the way down when it's past the stumps. So I think that will just be a wide, not a no ball. Wow, it all really does happen here in the European Cricket Series.
Given as such, Shabadin Zezai really not finding his radar yet. That's more like it though, Vinny.
Yeah.
Right on the money.
Into his work now. You mentioned, yeah, maybe slightly dry ball. Favour the bowlers as well. I suppose the batters will be happy if the ball stays a bit drier because they can hit it a bit further as well. But now Paktoon Zalmi, just looking at the chat, I think the chat feels they've got the batting to chase this down. They certainly made light work in the second match of the day, although it had a few dramas. Big swing and a miss, and then probably get a bye here if they want one. Wow. Wow, jeez. That's going to be... Well, it's definitely going to be a bye in the end. There's a keeper throwing at 2 stumps on the 1 ball. Is that something you see very often in international cricket where you come from?
I thought we were going to have a run at the non-striker's end here because he's done everything right. He's picked it up cleanly and fired at the stumps, and I'm pretty sure that Arif would have been caught short. He was long gone.
And it wasn't far away, and I was just thinking that could have been 4 byes, as in 4 overthrows. You see it all. So, you know, when things happen in, let's say, mainstream cricket, and they go, oh, has anyone seen that before? On average, I've seen it 8 times. So you can understand why, right? You've only been here half a day. We've had it all. This is a low full toss, drilled. Sangha, he went for 7 off earlier. Yes, Alistair, who is an absolute unit around the ground here, keeping everything looking tip-top. And right now, it's a tip-top start for Zalmi.
Well, never in doubt with Alistair out there that would have been stopped. He didn't need to because the banner did its job for him. Yeah, one of the great crew from the ECN who, it's remarkable, Vinny. One of the big things I've been blown away by just arriving in is how you, in essence, if you don't mind me describing it, as a pop-up cricket event.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
And the way in which you've done it with the branding, all of the fixtures and fittings that you need to bring a good quality broadcast to, magnificent to see.
All right, pitches up. Oh, what a shot. This one over extra cover, inside out. That's pretty. That's lost. That's gone into the football field. Maximo Sanger. This time he's come out swinging again. And look at the extension on this. And he does not move a muscle after he lets that one go. Look how far this has gone.
That is huge. That's the biggest of the day. I know we've had a couple up onto the roof, but in terms of length, well, I think that's close to 100 metres plus, Vinny. That is absolutely monstrous. I think it's hard to get across as to just how big a hit that is.
And if that was the Olympics, it'd probably be disqualified for wind assistance if it was a world record, because the wind is going directly in that part of the ground.
Are we at elevation? I don't, maybe
yeah,
not.
we actually are about 700 metres above sea level.
Okay.
That was monstrous.
Little bit of Bob Beam in Mexico City coming into.
Yeah, or if you're a baseball fan, it's the Colorado. That's the Colorado
The
Rockies.
yeah.
The Rockies. The ball flies on that ballpark.
But that went so far, and it just seemed to keep going. If we talk about that being, there's someone's found it. Just come back. I don't know how they've got it.
I actually think they had to get a taxi to go find it, because it hit the path, and the last I saw it was going down the street. What a shot.
Yeah, quite something. That really is the biggest of the day by a distance, whether it was helped by the wind or not. Wouldn't have mattered. Any boundary, any ground in the world, stick that into the MCG, that's 20 euros back.
Here's the last ball of the over. It's gone magical already. That'll be a wide, I think. And like these umpires, they're very careful to make sure the ball's dead. Everyone's watching keepers now because of what happened in the Ashes. They're saying, hey, so are you happy to kill the play? Cool. Yeah, we'll come back to that in a second anyway. Right now, it's a brilliant start for Zalmi. This one will be a dot, I think. This time the keeper holds on to it for the first time ever. It's the end of the first over, and the score is 21 without loss as the counter ticks up. Again, 72 matches without a golden ball. Lenny, I'll tell you some science. You ready? Every match is one closer to a golden ball.
Well, that's just factually true, isn't it? I'm going to give you a prediction. I'm prone for, well, what some people say are brilliant predictions. I'm prone to some poor ones as well, or putting the mockers on people. We're going to have one when I'm here. I can't come all the way to Switzerland. I can't find the gap in the schedule to get here without having one.
Yeah.
It's a banker. Which day? I don't know.
All right. Maybe one when I'm not here, and you can deal with the chaos on your own. But anyway, right now,
try to guess what's happening.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Farhad Momand. As the good hairstyles continue here in this European Cricket Series. His left arm is going to be a no ball, and it's going to be a worse one for the keeper. That's a 5, and it's going to be a no ball plus 4 byes. Again, feel this is harsh on the keeper.
Well, somewhere in England right now, Jack Russell, he is going, what on earth? How has the keeper been done for 4 byes? He's done everything right. He's even reacted.
That's actually one example where poor keeping and positioning would have paid off if he hadn't moved. We had a keeper yesterday who I was calling a scarecrow, Baljinder Power, who just wouldn't move. And if that was the case, it would have gone straight to him.
Would have hit him, I think. Yeah,
so a free hit coming up. And he does hit it. And it's going, and it's gone. Maximo! Well, put that one down on your bingo cards. That's 11 off the first ball and counting. This power play getting out of control for the Crickets.
Yeah, the no ball followed by the free hit, and again pumped down the ground. More than good enough to get a Maximo. As cricket on display, I'm sure, at all these events. Everyone's in it for the right reasons.
That's exactly right. I mean, everyone's thrilled with the opportunity. If you said 5 years ago that the European Cricket Series would be what it is, the players would have said, you're absolutely crazy. I often wonder, in tennis, how if you get a let cord, you kind of fake apologise. I wonder if that'll come into cricket one day. This one isn't an edge, though.
Vettigan, and now their 120 is looking modest, to say the least, because the current run rate, well, what is it? It's up over, I can't even calculate that many. 25?
It's 1.5, so it would be
26, I think.
It's 42 divided by, it's 31.5 and over.
All happening.
All right, in the air though, hasn't got this, but there's no outfielder. So the infielder's going to have to chase it back. It'll plug. It needs to not touch it. He's interesting that sometimes fielding is dodging the ball, and they'll only get one there.
Not the greatest piece of running, Vinny. I think there was a comfortable second, but maybe the captain is saying to Sanger, I don't mind you being on strike. What a flying start this is. 21 runs off the first, and already 22 off the second, despite there just being 4 legal deliveries, 18 of those going against the bowler to go with the 4 boys too. Round the wicket now.
Oh, that's absolutely smashed. I think that's Rooftown, USA. Beware for the bang. Maximo. Another ball bites the dust. Around this time yesterday, I saw Sam, our project manager, with 2 boxes of balls going just to get replacements, because I feel like if this keeps happening, we might run a little bit short here.
Well, that shot there reminds me of an Irish cricketer, Paul Sterling, and a shot he played in the SA20 off the fastest bowler in the world, Enrique Norquilla. Dispatch for 6 over long on, turns his back on it. Thanks very much.
Yeah, this one isn't really controlled, but it's still going to disappear over the fielder in the circle, and that's going to be 4. It brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for Zalmi, who are off to the races. In fact, they're flying at the moment through the first 2 overs, 53 without loss.
Again, a little bit of luck involved in this one, but such good intent. The Zalmi throwing the bat at everything. Sanger and Hussein, they are flying up here at the altitude, 700 metres high. Here we are for ECS Switzerland 2023, the first time the European Cricket Network has been back in 3 years to this beautiful country. I am staggered by the beauty, the cleanliness, and also the air. There's something special up here in the Alps.
That is true, actually. It is crisp. I know that we had some questions about how cold is it because of how many layers Lenny was wearing, but it just gets a bit chilly. I'm with you. And when you're using the jacket as a blanket right now, that's smart. When we were in Croatia, and we had one of the windiest days ever, we were actually using the blanket from the hotel because it was a short walk. Anyway, this is up, it's into the gap, and it should just be a single. It is. So Maya had a question about talking about time. Do you think the fielding side could have a fielding time out of 1 minute in innings to discuss things, especially if things are going all right? Speaking of things going all right, I think you might have copped this on the way back.
You didn't actually see this first time. You just thought the throw was coming in, but maybe just a little bit of an ankle sprain or a twist. I think he's okay. He's back up now.
Yeah.
Ready to go.
Tell you what, he's wearing the sunglasses as well, which is certainly a confident move.
Well, you'd have needed windscreen wipers on those earlier,
That's
Vinny.
true. Maybe keeping the wind out of his eyes. I'll come back to your question in a minute, Maya, but right now, see if Niazi can do something about this. This one just sneaks off the pad, tossing it up a bit. Yeah, for me, it's all about managing your time. If you manage your time well, then you should already have time to talk tactics. I know in some parts of the world they have what they call strategic timeouts, which are really normally just an excuse for a commercial break. You know, I think sometimes you can control when it is. That's normally what it's all about. Don't know what your thoughts are on that. This is hit down and should pull up. Will they get 2? Not big on the 2s at the moment. Probably don't need to be the way they're hitting them.
Obviously, I think it first came in the IPL, didn't it? The strategic timeout. Obviously, a lot of people would have felt it was for commercial reasons, so you can get in another 2.5, 3 minutes of ad breaks. I'm not a big fan myself. I think from a playing perspective, you never need it. And the break that you would tend to get when you need, it comes with a wicket. So if you get a wicket, you can bring everyone in together, have a quick chat. But like you say, with the timer on that you have here in the ECN, what you end up doing is, if you can manage your time effectively, you could bring everyone together anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. And the fielder, he goes forward, he goes back, and then he just pitches it because Maximo has 6 more for Paktoon Zalmi.
Well, another one I've never seen before. At the last moment, Firdaus Rahimi, he ends up ducking because he thought it might hit him in the head as he turned and realised it was going over his shoulder. Let's see if we can bring you that here. Look at the last moment. Isn't going to get it.
To be honest, he's only insured on that side of the rope, so it'd be good if he would stay there. But anyway, 62 in this power play and counting. And it will stay that way. The bounce not helping Niazi out. Goes straight over middle. And it's the end of 3. 62 without loss after 3.
I like Niazi. I think he's a very talented little leg spinner. And I feel for him there because he's done him in the flight. He's beaten the attempted stroke. And it's just gone through and it's solely missed on height and nothing else. Bouncing over the top as, well, just a few dark clouds coming back over again. This is the state of play with regards to the Manhattan chart. 32 runs in that second over. You must have to scale those charts at points.
Yeah, so we call, we do. 21 is magical, 32 is supersonic. That's just, we've kind of evolved our own vocabulary now, accidentally. Just the evolution of ECN. We talk about a magical over, 20 plus, supersonic, 30 plus. And we had to invent one for 40 because we had a 45 run over last year and a 41. And so Yeah, they're hypersonic overs. Anyway, let's get into the next one. And this is going to be Rahimi to bowl. First one sneaks past. And I know you're interested in the headwear here from Arif Sangar.
I don't think I've ever seen this before. I think at the non-strikers end here, we've got, it's a cap I've seen in golf before.
It's the visor.
It's the visor,
He's
isn't
got
it?
the visor.
Oh, he's gone rogue.
Wow. This is the first time we've been here in a while.
I've only
Thing is, I don't think a traditional cap can contain that hair. It's pretty... It's got some volume to it, put it that way.
It's high quality, no doubt. A jealous man watching on from up here. Like the style, I have to say. Never seen that before. It reminds me of golfers from the 80s.
Yeah.
Gone with the visor.
Or people doing accounting on old-fashioned adding machines.
Or maybe a croupier.
Yeah.
Going back to your former life.
Potentially, yeah. This is one of my former lives. But anyway, yeah, we've just got time to breathe now. This is a differential. Both teams hadn't lost a wicket at this stage, but Pakhtun Zalmi pretty much 30 ahead on the comparison.
Yeah, really the intent has impressed me, Vinny.
Charges, hits, finds the gap, and scores 4 runs. And Sangar, we only saw him briefly in that previous game, but he's showing why he's at the top of the order. And you talked about the fact he's got the golf-like headgear. Well, this one's straight down the middle of the fairway, 4 runs.
Yeah, the driver comes out, doesn't it? Gets it on the full, good use of the feet. And Zalmi, all of a sudden, 8 runs required per over, 10 wickets in hand. They are heavy, heavy favourites. Somehow, the crickets, they need wickets.
Well, I like that. It's a variation in pace, and it's just quicker. It just says, look, I'm not going to stop tossing them up there. And I think the variation is important. Going back to what we were talking about time, I did captain in 10 over cricket about 4 weeks ago. And one of my tactics was to get through the over to buy us a bit of time because it was the same kind of rules. And watch out because that one has gone many a mile. Maximo Zalmi have just gone absolutely crazy here in the first half of the chase. And that'll be the end of the over, 73 without loss.
Vinny, look at the follow-through. The flourish. Sensational ball striking. Oh, yes. Right out of the screws again. It's that most difficult of strokes if you play cricket. Whatever level you play at, inside out over extra cover. Not every batter can hit there. And there might be a slight downward curve to that worm. But that won't matter if this man keeps going. He's been batting sensationally well. And I just go back to it. I know I've used the word about 50 times already in today's broadcast. The ball striking, Vinny, it's blowing my mind.
It is crazy. To be critical of that one, if that was golf, he's probably playing his second shot out of the trees. But still, it's gone absolute miles. And you saw that run rate coming down. The reason is that it was 26.5 after 2, so it weren't quite able to keep that pace up, but still, they are cruising with a run rate over 18 at the moment. Let's have a look at the equation. 36 balls left, and they need 47. So I don't think they're looking at using all the balls here. Pakhtun Zalmi. Oh, it's well bowled once again. Oh, has that actually hit the stumps?
Just wonder.
I've got a feeling this might have bowled him. My spider senses are up.
Certainly the leg bail is off, Vinny. I think
reckon
you could
he's
be
out.
right.
Yep, look, gloves are nowhere near it.
Really tight,
He's
yeah.
gone. He's bowled him.
Just a kiss of the bail.
Yeah, and I think that's a big moment in the game.
The amazing
Let's see
thing
if it
about
actually-
this, Vinny, is that the bowler hasn't even realised it.
Yeah, the keeper definitely appeals, though. It literally flicks the very top of the bail.
And it's the momentum then of the
Yeah.
impact on top of the bail that has just made it roll off. Great spot live, Vinny. Certainly, we saw the leg bail on the ground. That's why it has bowled him by the narrowest of margins.
Yeah, but you see the keeper straight away. And a definite appeal there. So there's a possibility that no one notices and it's not out because there's no appeal. But, yeah, I think they get that spot on. Again, the benefit of having the technology to back us
Unbelievable.
up, and I've got to once again tip my hat to Spring Productions for their excellent coverage and their backup here in the European Cricket Series. But what an innings we've seen so far. It's Hussain who gets 2 Maximos and a 4. In his 20s, the first man to go 73 for 1.
And imagine without that replay, poor Khalid Niazi. Leg spinners, you need to love them, you need to help them, you need to encourage wrist spinners. He'd have been robbed of a wicket that he was rightly deserving. We thought at first, just on very first view, that maybe the bounce had done him almost like a replay, bouncing too much over the middle stump, but it was just enough to kiss the leg bail. And all you've got to do is knock that onto the turf. You don't need both bails off, Vinny, just one of them will do. And it's Izhar Hussain who's been bowled for 20 coming off just 13 deliveries. Pakhtun Zalmi, 73 for 1, and in comes the big hitting Abdullah Hamdard.
Wealth of riches for Zalmi. Niazi, though, I like his bowling. I agree with you there. This is kind of into a gap, but it's cut off pretty quickly. Good fielding, good one-hand pickup out there by Abdullah Zahir, and a very good throw to boot. But, yeah, Niazi, I think, is one guy that has been able to stem the flow, and you've got to praise the wrist spinner in these conditions where, for me, it's one of the hardest skills in the game. It's such an unnatural action going over the wrist.
Yeah, and it makes it all the more difficult when you're bowling an artificial surface with the boundaries that aren't necessarily as big as some traditional ground. So great credit to Niazi. He's got nice flight. This one darted through them much quicker, goes on with your arm. That's one of his variations.
Yeah.
Might be scared of Sangar's power, who before that ball was striking at 300.
Yeah, exactly right. But again, it's about getting in the batter's head that there might be a variety of options coming at you rather than letting them settle. But let's see if he goes flat again or whether he's willing to toss one up and challenge Sangar. Right, it's the second, and he is challenged, and he gets his answer pretty quickly because that's gone miles over the wicket. Maximo as Arif makes it to 48 now, just 16 balls.
Vinny, how long was this in the air? You'd already called Maximo. The call was done. It was still going. And then finally, wait for it. There it is.
Pretty much embeds itself as well.
Hang time. Have we got a hang time counter?
Sometimes we can get hang times, and when you go 6 seconds, that's when it starts getting ridiculous.
That was proper. That was something else, Vinny.
Without getting into the physics, but the longer it stays in the air, the faster it hits the ground. Anyway, this is going to be 1.5. I think they'll settle for 1. Sanger moves to 39, but what a start we've seen. And Pakhtun Zalmi really sending a message, I think, to some of the other teams in this competition.
19 seems to be the number. We've seen, I think, 3 50s come off 19 balls today, 1 off 16. And we've also had what could well be an 18-ball one. From the next delivery he faces, Niazi finishes out what's been a very, very good spell, Vinny. 2 overs, 1 for 17. Keep your eyes on him. A young leg spinner who turns it very nicely. Well bowled.
Yeah, it's a good spell. And you can see he's frustrated with himself. I mean, everyone's been getting some tap, but I think he can be very proud of himself. And he's down to here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Andrew Lenny Leonard. And I know, I typically wouldn't see you in this, but I know you're proudly wearing your European Cricket Network stuff. Hey. I know it's just it's your first full day with us, but you already feel like part of the team. Hope you're enjoying the experience here with the Blue Crew. Vinny. That's what they call us here, the Blue Crew.
Why is that?
Because we wear blue.
Like the blue. Okay. Yeah. Well, we got the Blue Crew kit on. I'm pretty happy with it.
It's again very imaginative name that we've come up with, but that's just what stuck.
Well, I've had a great welcome. Really enjoying it. 5 games every day. What have we got? 10 days together, or something like that. Gonna enjoy every ball, mate.
And if you're going to go back to the weekend, we had up to 9 games in a day across 2 venues. That was a couple of Saturdays ago. We had 6 in a day in Prague. Because of the format, you need to get an extra group game in the first 11 days. So one day has 6 games. Then we had 3 in Portugal.
So did you sleep at all, Vinny?
I only did, actually, to be fair, I only did 4 out of the 6. I was quite clever. Come back in a second with that. This is a slight miss hit, but he might get lucky. Bermuda Triangle is formed. It falls in the middle. And eventually, they field it. Not before a few dramas. As the 50 comes up for Sangar, who has been incredible here.
Yeah, 18 balls, 6 sixes, 3 boundary 4s. Great quality all round.
And now he's going to open his shoulders, but this will be a tight single in the end because he didn't exactly motor down the pitch. But
again, that's Niazi doing the fielding. I think he's a good young cricketer. Vinny, I've liked the looks of him and actually love to talk to him a little bit about his leg spin bowling. Definite potential talent there.
This is a bit high, but push through again. Rahimi doing the job at the moment.
Are the Zalmi here now not just thinking about the win, but again maybe a net run rate boost? We've seen the difference in this event, like you've explained to me, that winners of the league advance automatically to the final. Second to 5th goes to the playoffs. Could be a small marginal difference.
This is going to be hit into the outfield once again. Yasanger, what a nice moment for him as well. His first half century in the European Cricket Series. I actually think that his team might have missed it because he's been scoring so quickly. And I'm going to tell you some stories about some of the characters around European cricket. There's a guy, Saif Ur-Rahman, who's from Estonia. We saw him playing for the national team recently. This is hit hard, it's hit powerfully, it's hit flat, it's hit into the grandstand. Maximo Sanger does it again. End of the over, 91 for 1.
Well, we saw a hang time 6 moments before. This one's like a tracer bullet, lasered, flat as anything. Well, maybe just as well. There wasn't anyone there in the grandstand that could have taken them out. Incredible ball striking. I think if he's going to go on and play maybe even at higher levels, he's got to trademark that visor cap. First time I've ever seen it.
Yeah, and they're hard to sign as well because they're all black and there's not too much on the top of them. But anyway, yeah, he's made it his own, 91 for 1 after 6. But this is the magic of the European Cricket Series. We're getting new guys that we've never seen before. Shows you the depth of cricket in Europe. It's like he's just getting that hair right.
He's loving that cap, isn't he? What is it? Is it a visor? Is that what you call it?
Yeah, we could call it a visor.
Visor
like
baseball.
a topless cap.
Yeah. But it just kind of works for him, doesn't it? With a little bit of a kind of
with him,
the throwy style to their hair.
I will say, I think the days are numbered where batters will be wearing anything but a helmet out there in the middle. But at the moment, he can choose what he wants to wear. That's what he's choosing.
There is something lovely. I understand totally why we'll probably get towards a point at some day where everyone has to wear a helmet. But it's lovely to see a batter just enjoy it in the hat. That's going to be a no ball. Another one, Vin, off the pitch.
Here's the thing. Hamdard can also smack them, but he won't have to right away because the free hit's going to come up and it has changed the strike. Again, another one that's a bit tough on the keeper. Like I say, when they changed that law, the keepers, I don't think they were invited to the meeting. I was going to tell you about Saif. So he made his 50, no one clapped, and they said, we only clap his hundreds because the 50 clap distracts him. Don't you like that?
I love that. I've got one for you from Nepal as well. I'll tell you in a second. Abid Bariskai, unhappy and understandably so. Remember, it was the 4 byes he conceded with the one that came off the other side of the rim on the edge of the pitch. This time it's a bye again.
Yeah.
Kushal Malla, the 18-year-old who made his maiden ODI century for Nepal. He got to 100, didn't take the helmet off, and just a cursory wave of the bat said to him after, why didn't you celebrate properly, take the helmet off? He said, well, if I took the helmet off, they think I'd only do it once. I want to do it again, and again, and again.
I like that. Something in the Sheffield Shield, Teague Wiley from Western Australia, same deal when he made his first century. He was just pretty low-key about it. He said, well, it's kind of my job. Mixture of confidence. Different personalities, different reactions. I never reached the 3 figures that often, so I was sure to carry on.
Helmets off.
About it. Had to once for a tyre hurt soon after the 100 because my celebration got out of hand. But anyway, this one is out of hand as well. Once again, doesn't even look at it.
Turns his back at it, Vinny. That's his style. It hits the concrete too. That ball's going to have to be checked. This is a quite sensational innings. Look at the way he does it.
Yeah, look at him. He just doesn't care. He's actually hit so many sixes now that he looks a bit bored. In fact, he gives a little wink to the keeper, I think, on the way back. Sang it to 63. And I got to say, I don't want to jinx him, but I'm on ton watch right here. It's in the 7th over. The rate that he's scoring, it's crazy.
Well, wish he could get there, Vinny. I tell you something, the ball striking, he is not lacking in confidence, is he? Unbelievable hitting. That one, as soon as he hit it, he turns his back at it. And he says, thank you and good night.
Can't give this guy length. Oh, yeah. That's coming our way. Heads up. Yeah, it's a roofer. Maximo. 69 for Sanger and counting. Said you can't let it bounce. If you're going to miss your Yorker, miss it full. Because if he drives on the up, it's going to go miles. And no one's catching that. Hoping for a roof rebound. Well, you might want to keep on waiting.
Well, extraordinary hitting. That's the only way I can describe it. That one has come right out of the middle. I think it's fair to say that Arif Sanger is loving every single second of this as well. As the wind gets up and it's just blowing the bails off, he is good enough to even pop them back. New balls are being run out. That is another one on the roof. Vinny, we're going to have to find a way up there. Where are all these balls?
If we can train some very strong pigeons or something like that to go and find them, I don't know.
What about a drone? Can we get a drone up there?
Yeah.
Like a little collection?
Well, they have like bomb disposal robots. Can they make cricket ball finding robots? Anyway, wants to go again, and he will go again. Fielder comes around, can't do anything about it. Maximo! As Sanger swings his way into the sweet 70s, and this is one of the innings of the tournament. You're watching it live here on the European Cricket Network.
Well, look at the strike rate, Vinny. He's got to 75 off just 23 deliveries. A strike rate well in excess of 300. And this game is going to be ending in a hurry. It's just 9 to win. He may well go bang, bang. Can he finish it this over, Vin?
Yeah, well, I don't think we'll get the century because of the fact they only need 9 to win. I kind of forgot it was the second innings. I was hoping to see the full 10 overs here, but Sangha has made an absolute monster out of his reputation. Look at this. They dig it in. They try something different, but he's actually been pretty simple with his batting and his technique here. I think sometimes we see batters almost getting bored with the shots that are working for them.
He is loving every single second out there, isn't he? 5 to win. Can he get there with a maximum?
Look at that. He's just biding his time. Now he's being a good team guy, saying to Hamdard, look, I know I've been a bit selfish here, so I wonder if he's going to block this.
I'm not so sure of it. I think this one's going out of the ground. I think he was just showing off his array of strokes.
He's cheeky.
He was saying, right, there's my cover drive. Now I'll finish it with a maximum. I'll dust this game with 3 overs to spare.
The Sangha smirk has certainly come out a couple of times as they've closed in on this target. 5 to win. And yeah, you're exactly right. He says game, set, match, roof. I didn't hear it, the noise. It's gone over the roof. So that's the biggest hit so far.
It's gone over the roof, Vinny.
Maximo. And what a knock. He's going to finish 85 of 26 balls with 11 Maximos and 4 fours. And that's one we might actually find because that goes over the grandstand. What a performance by Zalmi. They chase it down in 7 overs.
Well, Ali, who has lived here for 28 years, he collected me yesterday. He helped found this ground. He said he's never seen one go over the roof. Plenty on the roof. That one, in his words, it's gone miles.
We were bracing for impact and sound. It never came. In fact, it might still be in the air for all I know. But congratulations to Zalmi. Just saw there that match 10 is coming up. It starts in around about 30 minutes. Right here on the European Cricket Network. Vettingen and Zalmi with 2 batting lineups that have really clicked today. They'll be going head-to-head in the last game of the day, 2 undefeated teams. So the setup in match 5 today is much like match 5 yesterday, where the 2 teams with 2 wins are going to battle it out. And I think there might be even more runs on the way, Lenny.
Well, if Arif Sanger can keep going, the Zalmi are going to feel as though they will make it 3 from 3 and be perfect. Look at some of the shots we're going to see here. 15 boundaries in total, 11 of the maximums. We thought that was the biggest, but they just kept getting bigger and bigger, accessing the offside, getting it through the leg, runs aplenty, and some of the biggest sixes you would ever want to see.
Yeah, and Meyer has some fair comments as far as the bowling. They didn't particularly have any kind of plan. I think what you learn pretty quickly is anything that bounces is trouble. Even something that's foolish. This was the wicket to fall, and it hit the top millimetre of the bails. The keeper realised what's happened and say, hey, look at that. I didn't do that. So the ball had to do it. But it didn't really slow down Sangha. But yeah, it's kind of bowling machine style at times. This one put a...
That was a hang time.
Yeah, put a crater in the field here at the Grundama Stadium. But yeah, I mean, with 11 Maximos, yeah, the bowlers, I think maybe sometimes ran out of ideas. But you got to say, he was so powerful down the ground and in front of the wicket. And then, of course, he could turn on a ball like this. But for me, his hitting over the cover and straight was the real feature. He got to his half century. He wasn't finished, ending up with 85 runs off 26 balls. The runs were great, but even the confidence that he had there, you can see he really enjoyed this opportunity, especially after he got out cheaply with just 7 in the first innings. He certainly made a name for himself here. Zalmi do it with 18 balls to spare, 85 of 26 for Sangha, a breakout innings from him. And the exciting thing is we'll still see him at least 8 more times in the series. Hamdard was more or less a spectator while he was there, Hussain with 20. But yeah, quite incredible. That 120 does not hold up. Another successful chase, and it was carnage. Although one man did stand out for me for the Crickets.
Yeah, the young leg spinner Khalid Niazi, remember his name, but it was all about one man this game. Number 9, the Sanger Show here in beautiful St. Gallen. Some sensational striking of the ball. It went many a mile. We've sent a search party out, Vinny. I'm not sure we're getting that one back that's gone over the roof.
I might try and get this on the stream, but I got sent a video of where the ball landed in relation to the grandstand. So the good news is that's one that we will get back. We might have to get that one signed and get that over to him because that's the ball that I think he should be keeping. Anyway, we will be back, and a little break here, back in about 20 minutes or so to 25 minutes. We'll have a start at 4:45 local, which is 8:15 in India. In match 10, battle of the undefeated teams here on day 2, as Vettingen are going to challenge Zalmi in the last match of the day. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Andrew Leonard. Back after the break with more European Cricket Series.
And welcome back to St Gallen. Very happy Swiss Day as well to all of our Swiss viewers. And even if you're not Swiss, why don't you celebrate with a piece of cheese or maybe some fantastic Swiss chocolate right now? We've had an adventure out here today, haven't we? We've seen it all already on day 2. 4 games in, but 1 game still to come. And this should be a cracker between Vettingen and Paktoon Zalmi. Now, both these teams, they've showed a lot of power today. And I do have some toss news a little bit earlier on. It was Zalmi that won the toss and they've elected to field first. I think they've been really well led today. I think that they are a team that really seems suited to the 10 over format, and I think they want to bat second because that's what they've done already today. They'll get the chance to do it again, but they're going to have to deal with Vettingen and some of their hitters. And Mohamed Akhtar, what a day he's had. 98 runs already, and he took apart the Crickets back in that rain-shortened match 8, which was just a couple of hours ago. So he's, I'm sure, refreshed. I do like him at the top of the order. I think they took him to the top because it was shortened, but I still think it's probably worth going with because the guy is having such a great day today. So go with players in form. I do think, you know, with so many games, each team playing 10, it's still early, but teams finding their way, I do think having a good start is so important so you're not playing catch-up. Here's a man, well, he's playing catch-up a little bit because he did miss yesterday, but he certainly hasn't missed any of the action today. Andrew Leonard in the commentary box, ready for the first ball. I can tell you the news from the toss here in match number 10 is that Paktoon Zalmi, they've won the toss. They're going to field first.
So thanks as always to Vinny Sandhu, looking resplendent in red. As he's not just got the red colours on, he's got the red shoes, the red socks, the red trousers, the red jacket and the red Swiss flag to go with it for Swiss National Day. It's a battle of the unbeaten teams from today's context. Vettingen and Paktoon Zalmi, both outstanding 2-0 thus far. And some of the players to keep your eyes on. Well, Arif Sanger has lit up St Gallen on Swiss National Day. We suspect that one of those 6s, if our hand or foot measurement, if you will, is correct, is about a 110-metre hit. Maybe, just maybe, one of the biggest in ECN history, as it's going to be the big man, Naresh Kumar Thangavadivil, to get things going alongside his opening colleague. He'll be at the non-striker's end. I think it's going to be Mohamed Akhtar up at the top alongside him. To get things going with the ball, it's going to be Bashir Ahmed. We're all set for what should be a really good conclusion to the second day of the return of the European Cricket Network to here in Switzerland. My first taste of the action up close and personal at this level. Getting to call every ball alongside Vinny. Vinny will join me later in this first innings, but I am going to guide you through it. Andrew Leonard here with you. Great to be with you. And thanks so much for all the kind welcomes, the kind comments, and indeed all the love from all the way around the world. We've seen great numbers tuning in today for this day number 2. It's a great venue too. I described it earlier to Vinny Sandhu as a pop-up cricket venue. And if they can play cricket here, well, I think you can make it happen anywhere. We're right in the shadows of that beautiful main stadium that St Gallen FC play their Swiss Premier League football in. We're at the reserve team ground, and it has provided plenty of brilliant cricketing action, probably better than any of the football action you'd see here at the reserve team ground, I reckon too. So we're all set to go. It's going to be Bashir Ahmed to come in to Mohamed Akhtar. 2 unbeaten sides. Who will it be? A little bit of shape away from the right-hander Akhtar, who got his feet in the muddle. He can't make any contact. A little bit of a slip in place. He's almost a fly slip as much as a short third. That could well turn into a catching position. Big gap between him and the keeper though. Probably about 5 or 6 yards. So an edge could flash through there too. Just so you can see his left foot in the right of your screen. There he is. And that is going to be a no ball. Well, maybe that's why the slip is in play. Keep an eye on that one. Have seen the new ball prove a little bit difficult to control, and it just squirts away. If you don't land it on the proper playing surface, the actual artificial wicket that we're using here, you will be penalised with a no ball. And like all no balls these days, the free hit will come after it. So here's a free hit, and what a way for Akhtar to get off the mark. Oh, well, that's marginal. And Akhtar none too pleased with that. He thought that this was a wide. You can understand why. Was this out of the hitting arc? He felt the arm should have been extended and re-bowled. I think for me, certainly on the margins, in and around that guideline. Good movement though from Ahmed, getting it to shape away from the right-hander. Cracked away, going to be the first. Runs off the bat, will be a boundary. Akhtar now sizing up the shape of Ahmed and getting something on it. We are in for a cracking contest. It's a 4:45 p.m. start, the final game of the day. Fifth and final 10 over per side contest. One of 55 matches that's going to make up an 11-team table. All 11 teams are going to play 10 games. The top 5 will then advance to the playoffs to help us crown the European Cricket Series Switzerland champions for 2023. And that will be a no-ball. That man, Fly Slip, is getting a bit of a workout. 2 now have come off just a little area that kind of almost falls off, and as a consequence, Bashir Ahmed is going to come to an angle that I'm not the biggest fans of here, as well, we thought we were going to be set fair for the rest of the day, but the rain has returned somehow. Tended to be playing through this. Really mixed day of weather. Here's the free hit. Which again, Akhtar wants the wide. This time he'll get it. The arms are extended. Certainly that rain is falling quite heavily. Don't know where this has come from, and all of a sudden the hills that were in the distance we could see comfortably disappeared out of sight. What a way for the Swiss to celebrate their national day. This has gone down the ground, long off in place. It's that man. Oh no, juggled and put down. Arif Sankar. Well, I think he probably judged it correctly in terms of keeping his feet inside the rope, but wasn't able to hold on. And certainly for me, clearly it's a 6. It's a Maximo to get things going. Easily could have been the first wicket. And that rain, well, you can see Akhtar none too happy with the way in which it's coming down. Might need a jumper or a hoodie brought out to him. Misses hit away. Skids off the turf. The extra little bit of juice with the rain that's come down means it will be a boundary. Well, it's been raining boundaries, rather fitting as the rain comes down. Probably not where he intended, was looking to go maybe over extra cover, but it skews away. It flies over the men in the ring. That rain, wow. I just wonder if the 2 umpires going to have a look at each other here. There's people scurrying everywhere all of a sudden. Definitely as heavy as we've seen it. There is 1 ball to come, the 2 umpires signaling to each other. They might have a chat at the end of this first over, you'd suspect. Right into the block, well bowled. It's squirted out and juggled, and only half a stop really from Abdullah Hamdard. Will get us to the end of the first over. Score now 18 for none. You can just see there, certainly it is a little heavier, that rain, and they are going to go off. And I think that's probably for the moment a pretty wise decision. The good news is, just behind that area, we are looking at a little bit bluer skies. I welcome Vinny Sandu.
Yeah.
We'll come up and have a chat here on
Here's the
Comcam.
thing. Airwet was bucketing down, and it made sense they went off. Soon as I went to get the covers, it's pretty much, I won't say completely stopped, but almost. So I actually think, you can see the keeper's trading, putting the bails back on, and I think we're going to continue. So, yeah. You're watching live. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Got Andrew Leonard with me. Lenny, what a day. Let's just be happy that we've got some good cover here. We've enjoyed having the Swiss flag up. Let me just fix this one here, because that's been a bit of an issue here with the wind coming in.
I'm not sure you saw the moment. A little bit comical. I'm going to have to give this one to you, because you do enjoy the few humorous moments here in the European Cricket Network. The pitch cover is currently hidden behind the 2 football dugouts that the 2 teams are using as shelter. And they were asked to rush that cover out. The problem was the cover was either side of the dugout. Guys ran from both ends and the dugouts. They got in the way and held things up. But maybe that's helped us get back out there a bit quicker.
I was all ready to send you back to 2022 and continue the classic match we were watching, but it looks like we're going to get straight back into it. Naresh is going back out there, and Mohammad Akhtar's going back out there. That was about as heavy as we'd seen it all day.
It
but
was.
Then, hey presto, it disappeared. Anyway, let's get back into it.
Yeah, hard to know. I think it tends to come from up towards those hills you can just see in the distance.
Yeah.
That to the left there is the main football stadium, built just a few years back in 2005 after almost 10 years of planning. And it is known as the Kaiben Park. It's got a capacity about 18,800, and the Swiss Premier League season will get going on Sunday. St. Gallen playing at home.
I've actually got Sunday off. I've decided now.
Oh, we switched, did we?
So
Thanks,
I
Finn.
might actually go and actually catch a game. I haven't caught a football game in a while.
Well, to be honest, mate, I'm a cricket man, so I don't actually
Okay.
mind if you switch. What I'm hoping is that particularly if we send you, maybe European cricket's greatest marketeer, maybe you can persuade some of those 18,000 to come and fill the seats of this reserve
We
stand
lock
for the
them in.
rest of the ECN action.
Lock him in, maybe. Bring him down to the VIP section. What do you think?
Well,
Anyway, it's going to be Hamad Khan, and we will keep going. We won't miss the ball here.
what do you reckon we have here, capacity-wise, at this reserve grade? It must be.
I
it's
was
not
trying
a
to do some quick numbers yesterday.
Maybe 2,000, does it?
That's what I thought. I thought maybe 1,500 to 2,000
Well, surely a man
with the standing room.
A man of your charisma and marketeering skills will be able to persuade just a tenth of those who are going.
1 in 10 people.
Yeah, all you've got to do, get 1 in 10 over, we'll have a full grandstand for the action on Sunday.
Probably limited on how many people I can physically drag, but guess we'll find out. It's a little bit short, gets the top edge, but it's going to fly. Maybe it's a bit unkind to call it a top edge because it still goes the journey. This guy's having such a great day. Over 100 runs and counting. Maximo Akhtar does it again.
Yeah, I think he's actually got enough of it. It just went quite high into the air. He's reacting to the bounce, gets it over the rope. Still not convinced at all, Vinny, by this right arm medium pace around the wicket angle. I don't mind it as an off spinner. I understand the difference there. But that's just set up to be hit. Particularly with the split field he's got. He's got a man out at cow corner and then another one at deep cover. This one he doesn't even release.
This one's so
Loses his footing.
short it never leaves his hand. I was just going to say, it is the last game of the day. We have a little bit of a tradition here.
Yep.
The last game of the day, we throw it open to the chat. Random question time.
Oh, yeah,
It
time.
can be about cricket. It can be about anything. It doesn't have to be about cricket. Ask Lenny. Anything you like. Lenny, of course, hasn't really been in the box too long, so you might want to get to know him better. Also, it's a bit of a tradition that we go food chat sometimes as well. I know we talked about the bratwurst earlier. Anyway, this one is going to go as well. Maximal flat bat smack from Akhtar. Moves to 27.
Yeah, great striking again. Really not convinced by this angle. And with long on up, deep cover back. How can the ball go to deep cover? Unless you're looking for the wide block hole, maybe get an extra fielder out there. Everyone in the deep and the offside. But that's not where he's bowling right now. He's bowling into the slots. Hamad Khan going the distance. 2 Maximos already.
Sometimes you bring fielders up on the leg side to encourage them to go across the line. I don't think someone like Akhtar needs to be encouraged. He'll do it if it's in his zone.
That'll be signalled as a wide down the leg side. Yeah, love to hear your questions. Also, let us know where you're watching from. Always fascinated by that. Certainly, when we tend to do the games for the ICC Pathway events where I go in and around the world, what I'm always fascinated by, Vinny, is not just where people are watching from, but the time of day that they're watching at. 3 o'clock in the morning, you get Nepal fans in Colombo or God knows, they could be anywhere.
Definitely.
This is the effort ball dug into the wicket. And yeah, do you tend to get, do you have an idea of the breakdown? Mainly viewers coming from Europe? And
Literally, it's all around the world, but I know different times of the day suit different time zones. So I know that late in the day, a lot of our North American viewers tend to come in. It's a good time for them. I think earlier in the day to the middle of the day, a lot of the Australian, New Zealand viewers enjoy watching it. We're in kind of prime time in the subcontinent, so a lot of them stay with us the whole day. And it's great that everyone does get an opportunity because of the length of the day here.
this is powered to that man out at cow corner. Well fielded.
I'll give you a random one. This is more a random thought than a random question. And this field is very, very lush and nice to field on, but not all of the European cricket fields that we visit are. We have a few where there's some crazy mountains that's super fast, unpredictable. I often would like to see some of the best fielders in the world take on some of these fields because it seems a bit incongruous that, like in golf, the better you are as professionally play on harder courses. So I'd like to see like a Glenn Maxwell or something taking on what we call a Tortuga, which is a super unpredictable bounce. Because these fielders, they are so brave. These balls are hit so hard at them. Naresh tries to load up, and he misses, but still a good start for Vettingen at the moment. They are 32 without loss after 2.
Yeah, certainly you can imagine Glenn Maxwell or Ravindra Jadeja being tested by the different conditions, the different facilities. One of the things I was struck by recently as we take a look at the standings, just the 3 of the 11 sides yet to come into play, including the hosts here, St. Gallen CC. And lovely to see such variety in the representation from right across.
Funny thing is, on
Country.
that table, there's only Power that have anything but 100% or 0% record, and it'll be exactly the same today. The one team's going to finish 2-1. Yeah, same kind of structure with the fixtures, but different teams today.
This one pulls into the pad. Big shout. Given not out. This looks close. And it's that man, Sanger, again. Well, his batting and his bowling are lighting up this competition. It's definitely pitched in line, Vin. Probably just angled down.
Probably.
Just.
To be honest, I'm going to sneaky suspicion it might have clipped the leg stump, but there's an element of doubt here. He's on the move. Close. He's right back in his crease, but I can understand why the umpire could have gone either way on that one.
Yeah, maybe one of those ones when the European Cricket Network gets Hawkeye in, I'm sure it will.
Yeah, we're saving the pennies at the moment for that. One thing about that one as well, the batters will move really quickly. We saw it in slow motion, and yeah, and also when the ball just skims the pad and goes pretty fine, umpires tend to think, okay, what was that really going to hit? Because it's just glanced off the pad. And you saw how much it missed by off the pad.
Yeah, the direction of that deflection is actually usually a really good indicator. If it comes back towards the bowler, it will quite often be out as this one's dropped. Could be a run-out chance. Direct hit would have been gone. Thanga Vadivel is living right on the edge. He could have been dismissed not once, but twice.
Yeah, well, Naresh gets double lucky and maybe could have thought of an overthrow, but I just don't think he had it in the tank to turn around and get back to the other end. But, yeah, that was Moaz Butt who put it down. Again, not an easy catch to take, kind of burst through the hands.
Oh, that's monstrous. Absolutely monstrous. We have seen some quite awesome hitting here. And Akhtar, well, maybe he's saying, Arif Sanger, I saw your one. Match this.
Yeah, and there's something about the sound off the bat when Akhtar bats. Some of these guys, they're so good at cracking sixes. And it's hard to believe it's his first day in the European Cricket Series. He is loving it, though. Of course, since we were here 3 years ago, probably a lot of new players, even new teams involved in Switzerland. So it's nice to see more of them getting an opportunity here in the European Cricket Series. Got a question for you here. Well, this is pretty close, maybe a bit high. Umpire, I think, secretly likes this. And he's gone. Yeah, I knew it. So he pushed back, and he's trying to say it's high, but is it high? He's a long way back. To me, I think this is closer than you think. Let's have a look. Oh,
over the top, Vinny.
Now I'm looking at that one.
No, first viewing over the top. It was always going over the top. I don't think you can give that.
Yeah, I mean, from front on, the umpire doesn't get that angle. What really concerned the umpire was how he's seen way back on the back foot. And look, again, it's a speculative one, but Akhtar, for the first time today, I think something doesn't go his way, and he will have to go as the first wicket, 40 for 1.
Well, the decision took a long time to come. I love an umpire who takes a little while to consider all of the aspects, and in the end, the finger did go up. But like you said, maybe just he's going to feel himself more than a touch hard done by, as Akhtar is trapped LBW for 34 from 16 deliveries. The score now, 40 for 1.
And we have seen a few balls creep over the stumps. If you look across the board today, quite a few have crept over. And, I know he's devastated there right now, but still he's got his team off to a great start. 40 for 1. They've got other hitters to come. For me, just over by a shade. But the umpire, I could tell he liked it, and he wasn't thinking too much about the appeal. From front on, I don't think it was as obvious. Yes, he hits him high in the pad, but then that's kind of countered by the fact he kind of stuck on his crease, never really got forward. And there wasn't too much of a distance.
It was a fascinating little battle, though. Sanger, who's lit up the entire tournament with the bat, wearing that quite remarkable, almost visor, croupier-style cap, and hiding that beautiful mop of hair. He's just 19 years of age, Vinny. He could be a name to watch for the future for me, ever smiling. But the big-hitting Sanger, then bowling to the big-hitting Akhtar.
Yeah.
6, but then out.
Battle of the big boys. Even though Akhtar, I wouldn't say he's massive in stature, but he certainly hit some big balls today. This is Selvanagam, who's coming out.
I really like young Arif Sanger. How many of these sort of young players who might be discovered through the European Cricket Network have then gone on to play for their adopted nations?
A lot. And that's been one of the greatest things. In these countries, there's not often the infrastructure for selectors to go around and look at a lot of teams. 41 for 1, by the way, after 3. Decent power play, but they do lose the key wicket there in the 3rd over. But it's been wonderful in a country like Spain, for example, where we broadcast a lot of cricket from Barcelona, and then those guys are impossible to ignore. And often this 10 over cricket, it actually builds a lot of skills that are so useful in T20 cricket, such as decision making under pressure. Obviously, they're both attacking games. They're slightly different, but the fact that now people are making decisions about national teams, they've got so much footage to choose from. The other thing is, don't forget ICC criteria. Some of the great players you see here, they might not be eligible to play for Switzerland at this stage because there's residency qualifications, 3 years where you have to pretty much continuously have been living in the country. That's if you're not a passport holder.
Said Raza will come into the attack for his first over, the 4th of the first innings. 2 unbeaten teams, but they could well be on the pathway towards qualification. And certainly, even if Ari Sanger is not yet qualified, surely, I know we've only seen him bat twice today, but even with just that 1 innings, he's putting himself in the mix.
Exactly. Anyway, I've got a random question for you. It's come in, and it's come from the robot in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network account. As Reza comes in again. That'll be wide, and I suppose well team fielded, because they won't get any extras apart from the 1 for the wide. So the robot wants to know, Lenny, tell us about your first years being introduced to cricket. How old were you, and what was the inspiration?
Yeah, really good question. The robot is right on the money. I can really solely thank that freedom of accessibility to be able to view cricket, in my case on the BBC. In Ireland, every single household was able to get the 4 primary English channels, the 2 BBCs, ITV and Channel 4. It is given as a wide. They were just double checking it wasn't a no ball. If it wasn't for that, I didn't really have a cricket background or family connection to the sport in any way, shape or form. This is punched down the ground rather delightfully. Going to be a boundary 4, straight as a die. Nicely played, as the bowler can't quite believe what long off and long on have almost escorted it through. Maybe their positioning not right on, but Vinny, for me, if it wasn't for watching those men from the Caribbean beat England over and over again, it seemed like the late 80s, early 90s, every time they played them they did. And I have vivid memories, particularly of Viv Richards walking to the crease without a helmet. There was no one in the world for me as cool as Viv Richards. So Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards can thank him and many other West Indians for getting me into cricket.
My favourite player to watch as well in that era. Anyway, this is going to be smashed, and it will go all the way. Maximo! And Selvin Nayagam has been so good, as you can just see the hitters keep on coming for Vetigan.
Yeah, also what you saw there, Vinny, clearly on the replay, it's that modern technique of clearing the front leg. So even though that has gone over extra cover for 6, he's getting that left leg out of the way to allow him to access power hitting. It's the one that Chris Gale really pioneered, and we've seen it travel around the world. But yeah, just to wrap up, to answer that question, not just the inspiration from the Caribbean players, but then we used to play literally with a stick and a tennis ball in the front garden, my two brothers.
I was a stick guy as well.
This is powered down the ground. Going to be 4 more, 3 consecutive boundaries.
Yeah,
4, 6, 4.
I'm no body language expert, but Reza's mad. Because if he was mad that they got bisected the first time, then he's super mad now. And he's saying, come on, that's not going to bisect you again. It was just too well struck. I think the kind of film of water on the outfield has actually quickened it up a bit in a weird way. Because
it has. It definitely
it's
has.
just skiddy, isn't it? But yeah, you got to pinch him mid-on, mid-off. Try and create a bit of a wall for the batter to hit around. Don't let him get it through.
A bit of movement in the air. Just be worked away for what should be a single. And then purely after years and years of hassling and badgering my parents, I use the word badger because I'm a bit of a badger to say the least. They said, right, when you get to 8 years old, we will bring you to a cricket club.
That's cool.
And I didn't know where any was, but my brother, who was in Trinity College at the time, took the Dart, which is the little train in Dublin, past a cricket club, and that was the only one you could see from the Dart, which is the local train, Pembroke Cricket Club, South County, Dublin. Went down there at 8, never looked back.
Well, this could be gone. And he is gone, and it seemed like a bit of an edge. And I know that Thangabadivel never moves particularly quickly. Let's check it out on the replay. I certainly heard something goes across the line. If anything, it's maybe scratched off the bottom of the bat.
Well, Vinny, for me, that was a Yorker, and he nailed it, and I couldn't even believe there was an appeal, but the finger's gone up. Thank you, the devil. I think he's going to feel himself pretty unlucky.
It was a weird one because I definitely heard a noise, and often those I'm looking, okay, as the bat hit the ground, it might have been one of those ones where it just scratches off the bottom of the bat, maybe off the toe. It can happen. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. It was a slightly odd one, but I mean, that's one of those ones I think you've got to give the benefit to the guys on the field, to the umpire, who's in the best position, even better than what we can pick up on the replays. But it is the end of the kind of cult figure, Naresh Kumar, Thangavadevil, and 4 overs down. It's 57 for 2. Got more random questions coming in.
Go, Vin. Yeah, get
James Stewart basically asking, what's it like commentating with me? Because I know the viewers know me really well. Some of them know you as well.
Am I allowed to be honest, or do I get in trouble?
Do you want me to turn? I'll turn my ears down so you can say whatever you like.
I'll be genuinely honest.
Okay.
And you can't be upset with me, Vinny. It's different. It's unique.
Okay.
But everything I think you guys do, I hope I'm not meaning that in a bad way or a good way. It's definitely different. But European cricket is different, so it's got to be different. And one thing you certainly do is bring a lot of energy, a lot of passion, and a lot of love for the sport. So I love that.
That's very kind of you. And I'm really thrilled to have you here. I know we've been looking to work together for a while, and it's not easy with the amount of cricket I think that's going on in the world, not just on ECM, but around the world. I think in 2021, 52% of televised cricket actually was ECM cricket.
Wow.
52% of the world.
That's quite remarkable.
We're talking something that's more than, more than a 2-camera operation. Anyway, we'll come back to that in a second. Right now, we'll see a ball which is drilled towards long on. This guy's having a good day. Arif Sangha.
He's everywhere, isn't he? Look, the big thing for me, Vinny, I think the proliferation, the amount of cricket that is being covered now around the world can only be good for the sport. It can only inspire people to get involved in the sport. And yes, it might take 5, 10, 15, 20 years for that to seep through, to get more and more different backgrounds to come together and understand and play cricket. But it's definitely helping. It's definitely working. As this one's pumped down in between long off and deep extra. They should just be held to the single. And for me, I'm blessed. I feel blessed. I'm sure you do as well. I left Ireland in August 2021. I haven't been back for more than a week at any point since. Yeah. So post-COVID now, the first 6 months involved lots of things being stuck up my nose to make sure.
Oh, tell me about it.
Those are the
what
days
was your final count of tests? I think it was somewhere in the 30s or 40s.
I was up in the 60s, I reckon.
It was ludicrous. I got to know which cities they were more intrusive. Brescia in Italy was a shocker.
I reckon I sadistically...
Pretty sure were they taking out brain cells, they went so far up my nose.
I reckon I sadistically got to quite enjoy it. I hated it at first, but then, yeah, certainly a couple of the venues we were at, I think it was in Fort Lauderdale in Florida, where it was quite strict at one point. We were trying to run an Ireland-USA series there. It was daily testing, so they really started to stack up.
I don't know if we did daily. We did maybe weekly.
That's going to be a no ball. I think that's hit just the outside side of the...
There's a great question
bowling surface
coming up as well. But yeah, just taking me back in time. Of course, last time we were here was 2020. Now, I didn't join the tour full-time commentating until 2021. So I kind of avoided a lot of that. But in 2021, when I decided, look, I'm going.
I'm all in.
I'm getting out of my little bubble, and I'm going for it. And there was a lot of testing. This is going to test the fielder. And we'll make the stop, so it's just the one. But I remember there's one, actually, this was in, I'm going to have a guess, and I'm going to say Romania, although I can't remember exactly. But all of us went in, that's right, somebody went in, one of our crew went in, and he got the proper nose, up the nose. But there were different types of tests, right? There was one that just kind of like, just lightly give you...
Little feather ones at the front.
Or out in the mouth. Remember, they give you a little brush to the mouth, and then,
a Swiss kiss.
So Barry, who now he's in the Middle East, but he got a proper up the nose job and said, it was a nightmare. Good luck, guys. And this one is going to probably get over the infield. It does. It may get to the rope. It does. And so Selvanayagam is going to work his way into the 20s as we get to the end of the over. And we're halfway through 66 off the first 5 overs. Want to welcome you into the commentary box here, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, and it's my pleasure to have Andrew Leonard, and you always capped out for your first full day on the network.
I'm still here.
Just going to finish that. So Barry's gone in, had the full hook job, and then he came out, and when the next person went in, they said, so do you want it in the nose or just the little mouth one? And they got a little, like tap the tongue.
I've had
And
the
it
ones
turns
that are
out
just
he
up
had
the
the
front.
he had the
The little
option.
ones.
He
Oh,
had
he could
the
avoid it.
option, and he didn't realise, and he just basically offered the nose and
Yeah,
got the hook.
different.
I got this question from Keanu, and I really like it as well. Maybe
Okay.
you can answer it. How did you think the lower-ranked European sides went against some of the higher-ranked sides in Ireland, Scotland, in the recent World Cup qualifiers?
Yeah, the
And what did they do right, and what did they do wrong, in your opinion?
Look, for me, I think the potential is so rich. The biggest challenge, and it has to be said, you can't overstate this challenge, moving from artificial surfaces back to grass wickets. And obviously, the T20 World Cup qualifier, like all of the ICC events, have to be played on grass. So that was hosted up in the Grange and Golden Acre, two very fine cricket grounds there in Edinburgh. And the adjustment for me, I thought, proved too big. There was shades. Italy really pushed Ireland right to the brink. They lost by just 7 runs. In fact, if they didn't drop a catch and 2 misfields, I think they would have won that game, and that would have been maybe one of the most seismic shocks. As this is hammered, heaved, oh yes, a big one, all the way for 6. You're getting through and now getting in on the act. Wasn't going anywhere prior to that, but Pardes dispatch for a Maximo.
Yeah, all seismic shocks. This one registers on the Richter scale off the bat. Hugenthren goes bang, and another 6 to the total. I want to say hello to Jatin, who's watching from India, who sent us a message saying it's at 8:30 p.m. there. Probably a little bit past that now.
Well, lovely to hear from him. But yeah, I think the things they did well, they tended to bowl and field pretty well. Keep your eyes on that in the distance. Very dark over there, Vinny. That may play a bit of havoc with our 5th and final match for the day, match number 10 here at the European Cricket Series in Switzerland. But what I thought they did well, on the whole, was bowl to good plans, maybe not with the same kind of express pace that we saw, with one exception. Dieter Klein of Germany bowled with real heat and gas up towards the Josh Little levels, alongside the likes of Gavin Main from Scotland too. As this is helped away, gets more than enough of it. Going to be 6 more. Well, it's raining boundaries. Let's hope the rain holds off. As Vetigan, they are soaring into the St. Gallen sky.
Change of pace, and you see almost one of those ones coming to the front of the hand, but the batter picks it. It was almost too slow as a slower ball, so he was able to readjust his shot and whack it away. Selvanayagam has raced to 28 off just 11 balls. Keep the random questions coming in. I'm enjoying them so far. I've got one for you. Just to finish that observation, and my observation, we're talking about players going that way from kind of European cricket to associate kind of cricket and qualifiers, as this one's up in the air, and that's pretty close to 6. I think it might have just pitched inside. As I know that Selvanayagam will move into the 30s here. Let's have a look. Yeah, 1 bounce and 4 runs. But I've also seen players going the other way. So I've seen some players like Tobias Visse from the Netherlands. I've seen Michael Leask recently in tournaments at the Cardimer Oval. So other players that are in the county setup, like Alex Russell, like Harrison Ward, and to see how they adjust. And then they have to make an adjustment. So I'm actually going to go both ways. So in a sense, they're different, not different sports, but they're certainly a different spin on the same sport.
There is a huge difference. It's almost the best way I can describe it, Vinny. If you imagine somebody who's brilliant on a grass tennis court compared to a clay court.
True.
So you could be an absolute expert at clay. You go out and you'll be a massive favourite to dominate someone else, and then you get stuck onto a hard court or a grass court and you're nowhere near as good. You can still play cricket or tennis in that example, but you're just not quite as prevalent. And the biggest disappointment maybe for me, just around that question about how the lower ranked sides went against Ireland and Scotland, there's clearly a gulf. There is a gap right now. That will narrow. But I just would have loved to see a bit more intent with the bat.
Sure.
Austria in particular, they went into their shells a little bit. I think
That's not their game.
Three or 4 times posted 80 or 90.
Yeah.
Batting their 20 overs. Have a go.
Yeah.
Play the way you play here. Just like that. Smash it. High, handsome, out of the ground. And I don't know what Sanger's pointing towards. He's giving himself a tap of the head, but that was right into the slot. Maximo.
Yeah, Sanger goes and gets a bit of his own medicine. Selvanayagam enjoyed this. I reckon he gave him a little wink as it went up. And you can see Sanger saying, why did I let that one pounce? You know, I think block hole is probably a good option. Jam that Yorker and don't give him anything they can get under. What a knock this is.
Flying now, 39 off just 14. Beats him this time. Just drags the length back a little bit better.
That was close. But yeah, the other thing, teams get better from playing better opposition, and it can take time.
Correct.
Rugby union's a good example. Look at where Japan are now. I knew that wasn't too long ago that they were getting beaten like 100 points by New Zealand, and they've come back and they've beaten South Africa. And like, I just think the gap is narrowing. Demographics are changing. And yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. The surface is such a big thing. And the question is, how do you fix that? There are a few players that qualify normally on passport, I should say. As this is cracked through the covers, and this is going to be 4 as well. Selvanaga moves into the 40s. This is a classical cricket shot, no matter what the surface, Lenny.
Yeah, perfect stroke right through extra cover. Just the shuffle of the feet again, opening up that offside to him, able to access it. And the fielder chased in vain. I think there's no quick and simple answer, Vinny. It's a process. And quite simply, you have to play higher ranked oppositions. You have to overload against better skilled players to improve yourself. What I'd love to see, particularly out of some of these leagues, is maybe somebody like an Arif Sanger. Can they headhunt him, get him involved with English club cricket, Irish club cricket? We've seen quite a few of the Danish players go over and play, not just in the Irish club game. Nikolai Damgaard's also playing in the interprovincial structure there. As this is helped away for, well, he's going to test the rope, but not quite get there.
I've already seen some of that from time to time. That's a cracking throw from the outfield. Just kind of slings it inside arm. They do get back for 2. Burhan Niaz in the Netherlands, and also we've seen him playing for Belgium, actually, but he plays club cricket in the Netherlands. He's been playing Pakistan Junior League and identified as these pathway competitions. So it does happen.
Quite a few of the Jersey boys too. They've got that link with Sussex County
course,
Cricket Club, and again, you can just see that additional exposure to playing on turf wickets, which they have there on their island of Jersey.
That's such a big thing.
Despite the small population, that's been a big advantage. I actually thought they were a bit disappointing up in Edinburgh. To be honest, they very nearly beat Scotland, had them at 88 for 6 before Mark Watt and Chris Greaves dug them out of trouble to get up to 149, and then they never really got into the chase.
Yeah, so I know Austria, they tried to get some practice on turf. Well, they did. They played Isle of Man twice in some T20Is and didn't have any success there. The other thing is, you've got to realise these amateur cricketers, so they're having to get time off work a lot of the time, so they're going to have to prioritise. So it's fine to say, as that one is going to be fine, end of the over, 97 for 2. It's fine to say, look, they need more practice, but already getting enough time off work to play in the qualifiers, to then set aside another week or 2.
Spot on.
It's just still a little way away. This is what's coming up tomorrow, and we will be starting the same time, 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe. It's 12:15 in India. Matches 11 through 15, and I'm excited because tomorrow we'll see the hosts, St Gallen, for the first time. We'll also see the Lions, who we've seen today. We'll see the Crickets, who we've seen today, and Power CC. Well, they were bringing the power, although they did drop match 5 last night to Alton, but I think you're in for a treat tomorrow, day 3. Not too far away.
The big question, though, Vinny, 8:45 a.m. starts for Zurich Lions versus Paris CC. How big are the celebrations going to be tonight for Swiss National Day? They'll have to be on their best behaviour.
Yeah, well, it does seem like the celebrations should be indoors. I think that all these players, after being out here today, will probably relish that. Let's get rolling into the 8th over. Hamad Khan ready to bowl.
Yeah, that rain. It cleans them up. Oh, yes, the leg stump knocked back, and the stumps go flying. Finally, that angle works. Well, what do we know up here, Vinny? Maybe right arm round is the way to go.
Oh, well, you know, eventually it'll work. And I think it just comes across the straight one, no matter the angle, as the rain has started to pick up a little bit here. But it was a good 46, wasn't it, from Selvanaga? And he just swings all around that. Really didn't get it across far enough to open up that leg side.
Well, Vinny, I'm not sure they can play through this. My big question to you, we walked here from our hotel.
Oh, that's a good question.
How are we getting home tonight?
I think Jay's car is available.
Someone's got to bring me home, don't they, surely?
Well,
you're not going to leave me out in this rain, Vinny.
I think that wisely they are going to bring the covers out. And I think if we lose time here, then I think it'll be the end of the innings. I know we're 7.1 overs in here. It's 97 for 3. And so yeah, we will have an interruption. And the way things are going, I mean, yeah, you're hopeful you can get a game on. I suppose you only need a window of around about 3 overs now, because you've got a first innings. You could, you only need probably 12 and a half minutes. But the thing is, you've got to look after this field, and we've got 14 days here, so that's another concern I think that people are going to have to take into consideration.
Also for me, Vinny, that's the heaviest it's been.
Yeah.
I know we've had these kind of occasional downpours. The issue As I'm just kind of trying to peer, you're getting a good look at my full head.
Yeah.
Can't really see those hills in the distance. Hopefully we can get back out there, but that is heavy. That's heavy, Duke.
That's where the weather's coming from. So, look, does look like that will be the end of the first innings. While we just set ourselves here, we'll come and we'll give you some more information as it comes to hand. Keep an eye on the chat. Also, keep an eye on our website, europeancricket.com. We're going to go back to that classic match before, and it was Romania take on Switzerland. First ever time we saw Switzerland playing in the ECC, so it's Group D, match number 1, all the way back in October 22. Right now the score is 38 for 2. Romania after 3 overs, so we'll take you back to that classic match, and hopefully back for more action right here as soon as we have some more information. Gets pushed up into the top 4. Got to say, I like the addition of Mohamed Moyes. He's a guy we've seen doing good things for the Bucharest Gladiators when we were in Romania earlier this year. Got to say, the uniforms, I love these uniforms for both teams. Very bright and colourful, and that's what we associate with T10 cricket.
Oh, gone. Absolute peach. What a delivery. I mean, this is top-notch bowling. It really is from Fletcher. He takes his second wicket. This is just quick, fast, in the right areas. And the batter, well, you can see here, hardly has any time to react and plays a sort of defensive push at this. And Ramesh Sathisan, a very powerful batter, scores stat loads of runs.
A very destructive batting team. I suppose the issue last year, sometimes some of their players probably found it a bit tough going against the bowling that's next level up compared to what they would receive in Romania. Obviously, Taranjit Singh, it's a star all-rounder for them, unavailable for this tournament. But it just means that someone else has to step up. Saini is obviously one of those players that then gets pushed up into the top 4. Got to say, I like the addition of Mohamed Moyes. He's a guy we've seen doing good things for the Bucharest Gladiators when we were in Romania earlier this year. Got to say, the uniforms, I love these uniforms for both teams. Very bright and colourful, and that's what we associate with T10 cricket.
Oh, gone. Absolute peach. What a delivery. I mean, this is top-notch bowling. It really is from Fletcher. He takes his second wicket. This is just quick, fast, in the right areas. And the batter, well, you can see here, hardly has any time to react and plays a sort of defensive push at this. And Ramesh Sathisan, a very powerful batter, scores stat loads of runs for Romania. He goes courtesy of this. Well, this was just too hot and too spicy to handle for him. Well bowled Fletch, and a straightforward catch taken there by Narayan behind the stumps.
Yeah, I've got to say, he's one of my favourites, Canado Fletcher. Last I saw on ECN, he's playing for St Gallen in the European Cricket Series in 2020. And there's just something raw about him, about the way he just slings that ball down. That was a beautiful piece of cricket, unless your name is Ramesh Sathisan, who just gets an outside edge. Well held behind the stumps as well by Narayanan. And so Romania, good run rate, but some early wicket trouble here in match one. It's 38 for 3.
Yeah, that's a big wicket. I mean, if you can get the likes of Ramesh Sathisan out before he starts playing any big shots, well, you've done well, and they have done well. And you said the power play was looking pretty good. I think they would have been slightly concerned with those 2 wickets, but now with the third, this one gone, they will be concerned.
As a keeper, you love these. It's fancy, but not too difficult. It's a healthy edge because he's quite a long way back there. Satya gets a good look at it. Knows he doesn't have to do anything too crazy. Just watches it into the hands. And Fletcher, he's got his tail up 2 for 13 now. Just starting his second over.
Yeah, this is nicely played, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. The third man is very wide, and therefore anything played, any little nudge like this into that area and that zone, if it's fine enough, is going to go all the way. But they're pretty happy at the moment. They're cheering on the Switch team, but be careful, those kids are going to be as high as a kite a bit later on, because they are stuffing themselves with Swiss chocolates.
I'm scared because I've got to go down there in a minute at the halftime break. I don't know if I'll survive. I don't have any chocolate on me. Okay.
Bring us some chocolate.
Satwit Nadagodlo, speaking of keepers, very good player for Romania. Starts with a confident push for 4.
This one's more at him, and this short ball is one that Fletcher seems to be relying on, and he's had most of the batters in trouble. I mean, Moyes hit one for a big, huge 6 in that Killer Python area, but it was the one that outdone him in the end, and it's the short one outside the off that got Ramesh Sathisan, and that one there also, Neddy Gotler didn't deal with it very well.
I'm going to say a quick hello to Sama Mahmood, who's watching from Switzerland, and they'll all be saying "Hop Schwiz." That's what they're saying in Switzerland when you get excited for your team.
This is passed for Vasusani.
I know somebody else who's very happy to see Switzerland in the competition. That's the European Cricket CEO, Roger Finer.
Yeah.
He was almost wanting to get a game. He was so excited when he met the guys last night down the Sunset Beach Club.
12th man. Was he not down as 12th man?
It could be. Could see Roger running out the drinks. Yeah, it's great to see so much enthusiasm for a new group. There is something we need to show you as well. Come back to that in a second.
And looking to guide this again into that third man area. It does, but this one, and this time I should say, it's Sani that plays it, and it goes straight to that man, so he just gets a single. I tell you who else is very happy to be here, and we're very happy to have her. It's Maya. Maya is here. Of course. Maya is in the house, so hello to Maya, wherever Maya is. Give us a wave, Maya.
Hello, Maya.
Nice to have you back with us. I mean, she's a big supporter of the European Cricket Network and a huge supporter of Germany as well.
I'll come back to that in a second, but there was a late change to fixtures for day one.
In the air, opportunity taken is another one, and once again it's a short ball, as I said, from Fletcher that has the batters in trouble, and this is a soft dismissal. Satwin Nadigotla, he gives his wicket away here as well, and Fletcher, he's on fire. He takes his 3rd wicket at the end of his spell. 3 for 19, well bowled, and Romania, well, just like that at the end of 4 overs is 44. 4 wickets down here now, not a good shot.
Just doesn't get it all, does he, Nadagodla? He doesn't try and hit it, just tries to work around the corner. But, yeah, just didn't get a lot of it. Nicely caught down there. Switzerland, they are ready for this. You can say they're up for the contest. And how about Fletcher? 3 wickets, including one of his last ball. He takes 3 for 19. He's been a difference maker here on a Monday morning on the Costa del Sol. It's 44 for 4 after 4 overs.
Yeah, an easy, straightforward catch taken there by Ashwin Vinod. So, yeah, on a high. They know, I mean, they will know. They would have done their homework. They'll know which are the key batters to try and remove from Romania. And they've removed them. They've got all the big guns out early here. So Romania now, I think, is a little bit of a rebuild here. Okay, the big guns are gone. Now you've got to be thinking, okay, there's still plenty of time to bat maybe just be just a little bit cautious for the next sort of, I don't know, next 18 balls or so, rebuild, get a partnership, keep wickets in hand to have a big push at the end. The rate at the moment is not so bad. They're still on course maybe for around about a 110 score, but they need to keep some of those wickets intact.
Have one more go at giving you the updated fixtures in a second. This game is moving so fast. And it's Fahim Nazir coming in for his second over. Okay, let's have a look at it. So here's what happened yesterday. There were some issues with flights regarding the German side. So they weren't able to play first up this morning. So what we've done, we took the original game 2, 3, 4, 5 and moved them forward one. And we put the first game, which was Germany-Norway, to the end of the day. So these are now the updated fixtures that you'll see today. So if you're looking for a certain team, maybe the electronic program guide won't be updated, but they are the official fixtures, starting with this game, the new match one, which is Romania versus Switzerland.
Oh, that's a peach. I think this one you'll find comes in, then moves away. Good delivery, good seed here from Nazir.
Yeah.
Oh, beaut.
Good area, isn't it? This isn't a really exciting start. I think you've got two teams keen to make their mark. Two teams that are, I'd say, fairly evenly matched as well. Got to say, we had a golden ball in Group C. We didn't have a hat-trick in Group C, but we had a golden ball. Well, we get either or maybe both here in Group D.
Nicely played. Once again, going for a similar delivery. Nazir pushes this one a bit fuller. Probably doesn't get as much movement on it. And that's just been nicely worked away.
Good to see Gaurav Mishra out there batting in the top 6. I think he offers a lot with the bat in his form of the game. He's a good striker of the ball. Also will bowl some in-swingers, perhaps with the new ball for Romania. We'll have to see what their plans are.
Oh, this is an ugly shot, really, from Sani. He wants to get on with it. He doesn't want to get bogged down. But I still believe this is a period, especially with those 4 wickets gone, that you just got to settle down, maybe push those singles. Looked upon as the bad ball, of course, but you don't want to be losing any more wickets, really. You've got to just buckle down, I think, for the next sort of 12 to 18 deliveries to keep getting bad on ball, take those singles, eliminate the dots. Goes down the ground. This looks like a good shot. That really good fielding and just staying in the field of play as well. Was keeping it on his feet all the way. And he's, he's certainly walking the tightrope here. But good work from the fielder. Nicely done. Arun Vinod makes a good stop. And then just to keep an eye on this, he's just running along that tightrope, stays in. And then as he feels he's about to maybe go over it, he just flicks the ball back in. Yeah, that's nicely done.
Yeah, I think there's no problem there. He ran across, got close to the rope, but didn't quite touch it.
Yeah, very well done. Very, very well done. And Will gets back to the umpire from the third umpire. So, yeah, that's all good. Carry on. Nazir. Edge gone. Adios. Here's another one. Bites the dust. Says Vasu Sanu. He's, gets a little edge on there. So the difference between him, Sani, and Cinderella. Well, Cinderella knew when to lead the ball. Sani doesn't get the edge. Another good catch taken there behind the stumps by Narayana. And Nazir picks up another wicket.
Good finish for him as well. So both those bowlers take a wicket off their last balls. Canado Fletcher, now Fahim Nazir, who finishes 2 for 16. Between them, they've taken 5 for 35 in the 4 overs. And Romania, 48 for 5 at the halfway point. We've seen it all. Runs, wickets, action here as Group D gets underway with the bang. And we now are at the halfway point of the first innings. Disappointment there, I think, for Vasu Sani. The last shot was a decent one before he got out. He just wafted at that one. He can easily miss that, can easily nick it to the boundary, but unfortunately he will have to depart, and that will bring Abdul Shakur to the crease.
But it's about bowling in good areas,
Yeah.
isn't it? And it's the variation that's been good. We saw that from Fletcher. He used the slower ball, but it's the short ball for him that worked. From Nazir is getting that one just outside the off stump, moving away, gets the edge, gets another wicket. Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Switzerland.
Yeah, no doubt. Anyway, I want to say a very, very good morning or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome to Group D. Welcome back to the Cardamom Oval. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico Full with me. Corey Ruckers will be joining us very, very shortly as well. We've got 5 teams here. Only one of them will make it through to Championship Week next week. And really, all teams, I think if they have a good week, like Group C, anything's possible here with no, I suppose, quote-unquote, big dog in this side. The highest-ranked team, Italy, is 30 in the world, so you can kind of throw a blanket over them for their rankings. I still think Italy will be very competitive. Not saying they won't be, but really looking forward to seeing how this turns out. Anish Kumar with his left-arm spin now.
Oh, wow. This is a very risky shot just played there by Shakur to get off the mark. good to see spin into attack. Spin certainly here at the Cardamom Oval does work well, and a lot of teams have had success with spin. We saw that even with our weekend EC10 series.
Yeah.
Spin was doing the damage, and Kumar is hoping he can do some damage here. The batter not quite ready, but the 50 does come on the board, courtesy of that risky single by Shakur to get off the mark. Well bowled, really good areas. He'd be disappointed he wasn't able to stop it by himself. Gives the single away. They won't mind that at the moment here, trying to put the squeeze on Romania. They're trying to build a bit of a partnership. Can Gurram Mishra and Abdul Shakur be the batters that can do that for them? Slightly shorter, works this away to third man, gets a single. So Shakur opting to go back and play in that backward point third man area at the moment. But, I don't think Kumar will mind that at all. He's not hurting him, just getting singles, and there's always a chance that he can just slip one through. Distant time, distance, get the pitch, has to hurry, and oh, if this hits, he's well gone. He's not even in the frame. He would have been gone by a long way. And good effort. I'm not sure what the bowler Kumar is saying. I think he's probably saying, hey, if it was in my hands, I could have had him, but he goes for the dart. You can see he's not in the picture, so yeah, here really. I mean, that's where.
But also the bowler never tries to catch it. He doesn't even make an attempt.
And again, you see, Shakur, that's his shot at the moment, and this time he gets value for money for it. Well, I'm saying he gets this little dabble as he goes towards the leg stump and plays it out there in that area. So far, it's given him singles. This time, he times it to perfection. The placement is good, and he gets 4 runs. 4 at the end of the over. Takes the score to 57 for 5 after 6.
Yeah, so Abdul Shakur, in fact, he was a last-minute replacement into the 11 because Nishant Defray had a bit of an issue. I assume it must have been an injury-related issue to have it changed that late. So before the first ball, Devray was out and Abdul Shakur comes in, and it's obviously becoming pretty important to the health of their innings here, coming out at number 7.
Yeah, this is an interesting contest. I'm looking forward to man coming onto bowl here now. Ali Naya, I was so impressed with him in the European Cricket League when he was playing for the Swiss champions Alton. And now he gets a chance. He was captaining, so the captain of Alton coming on to bowl. We've seen him before. He's a lively character.
Great player to watch. And here he is in over number 7, bowling to Mishra.
Mishra goes for the big hit, gets a slice of the bat on this. What I've liked here about Switzerland is their fielding. I like the energy. They're buzzing. They're attacking. They're backing up the bowlers as well. I love the way they're walking in. He's got this sea of red that is encroaching on the batter as the bowlers come in. He's really good, and they're not afraid to have a go.
All right, Shakur's turn to face Naya.
Goes for that same area. That seems to be zone. See, all of the shots that have been played at the moment have been in that backward point, third man area. So they may have a look at that and maybe make a change to him if that's the way this knock from him is going to go. But at the moment, no change.
Seeing some proper kind of match one intensity, aren't we, from these two teams? We're both really keen to impress. I'm enjoying the contest.
Only one
Into
there,
the
one
deck.
there.
Only one is the shot from the keeper, and it will only be one. It's been fielded very well by Arun Vinod. We saw him make a sensational stop earlier.
Liking some comments coming in from viewers all around the world. John Woodward, hope you had a safe trip back to Madrid. Thinks Ali Naya looks like a Swiss Ibrahimovic. Maybe.
Up in the air, he'll get safe, one bounce, but will be stopped again by Arun. Does really well, keeps it to 1. That needs to be backed up.
Yeah, you can get involved with this. You can also message me on Instagram or Twitter at Mr. Maximo if you have any questions or comments during the day. I know that Rico has his. We might get that up in a second, but got a few formalities to get out of the way first, including the Crickathon question. A new question of the day, question of the week coming up at the end of this over.
Full of delivery, goes for the Yorker. I don't think this is the slow delivery. I think it's the attempted Yorker goes wrong, ends up being a bit of a full bunger. And because the batter's coming out of his crease, he's not able to capitalise on it.
It's extra pace, though. I think that Naya's got a really good wrist flick kind of when he bowls. He really flicks it through and gets a bit of extra pace. You see, that was just surprising the batter on that occasion, even though it was a full toss.
That's it. Only one there.
Once again, not the cleanest of contacts. Only one, and you see there again, not afraid to have a go. Asad Mahmood throwing it in.
Okay, so into 7 overs at 63 for 5. Crickathon time. I know we had so many fantastic responses to last week's question of the week. It's a new week, and let's start with what happened on Friday. We had Vinamra Jain from India as the winner, and we want to know, as our question of the day, what will be the maximum runs scored in a match today? So I want you to have a guess at that, and that includes both innings. So what's the most runs we'll see in a match today? We'll keep track of that as the day goes on. And question of the week, it's a bit more simple this week. How will you use cricketing data to choose your playing 11 for a match? So that's a very broad question. You can interpret that however you like. It's free to register at crickathon.com. And the winner of the best question of the week answer at the end of the tournament will essentially get an internship with HCL Software. So big thank you to HCL Software for powering that Crickathon. Check it out. Go to crickathon.com. Maximum runs scored in a match today? Oh, if I had to have a guess, I'm going to have a ballpark. Say, I'm going to go around the 260 mark.
260?
Maybe.
Okay.
Anyway, this could be 4, you know.
Yeah, it will be. Cuatro Guerreras. Delicately done. It's not all about the power, says Abdul Shakur, and he's proving that point pretty well, isn't he? We saw him play a really nice shot in that third man backward point area, and now here, well, look at that. That's nice. That's classy. Yeah. It's elegant. It's nice. I'm liking it. Good
Nish
shot.
Kumar, that Gordon Townsend was saying in the comment section, one of the quickest spinners you'll see. Derek Underwood about him. Yeah, I can see that. We don't see too many spinners brave enough to slow it down. I think it's all about accuracy, and this is going to be another 4 now. And Shakur getting moving. Well, late inclusion. Sometimes this can work for you. He didn't even think he'd be playing this morning, and he's just got no pressure on himself, and he's batting very well. He knows how to handle the willow, Abdul Shakur.
Bravo, bravo. Look, I saw him do this in Romania. You know, he's not a big bludgeon hitter off the ball, but he can come in and he can do. This is a perfect time for a batter like him to be in. He can stay in there. He can get a partnership going. He doesn't take too many risks, and he's a classy player. He plays some classy shots.
So just one more thing about the Crickathon. You are able to register no matter where you're watching from around the world. So I know I get questions about that all the time. So I'll give those details one more time after this ball. But yeah, liking this from Shakur. Missed out on this one though. So yeah, there's the details. If you perhaps missed it at the end of the last over, doesn't matter where you're watching from around the world, you're in the running to win that internship. If you want to be a sports scientist, perhaps a software engineer, go to crickathon.com to participate in the question of the day and question of the week.
Down the ground, be a single. Yeah, congratulations to Vinamra Jain as well for the winner. And well, yeah, you reckon 260ish, do you?
If I had to, that's just a blind guess, which is how I do most of my guessing. How about you? Want to have a guess?
I'm going to say around 240.
Okay.
240.
All right, we'll keep an eye. So Rico and I have a bit of a contest between each other.
Hey, listen, this is not on.
What's up?
This is not on. Diana is breaking tradition. She's sat in the zone of the 3 ghosts. She's sitting on the ghost lap.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Well,
that's the area we call the 3 ghosts, isn't it?
Yeah.
With the 3 chairs there. It's sometimes used. The kids have it. I think we can get a shot there.
Diana's probably thought, well, nobody sits in here. I'm going to sit in there. Well, she's sitting on somebody's lap at the moment. You just know that. Quick delivery.
Into the over. That over goes for 19. Well, the spell, I should say, goes for 19 for Kumar. The score is 73 for 5 after 8. There's been a few big hits, but a few big misses as well for Romania. Those 5 wickets probably impacting their innings so far. Well, there you can see the cube on the right of screen. There's Diana Orris in there, taking a few photos in one of the ghost chairs. Well, it is October, so it's Halloween month coming up. We are into October now, aren't we? First ECC in action in October this year. It's unbelievable how time's slipping away.
Naya will continue. So 12 deliveries to go, 73. I mean, still we'll be looking for 100, wouldn't they? I mean, they'd love to get 100, but we've got to get a bit of a move on here now. They've really got to attack Naya. Firmly hit. The field is set perfectly for this. It will bobble down a few times, and Arun Vinod will do the fielding. Just 1 run.
Just 11 balls left in this innings. Where can they get to here? There she is.
And there we go. Diana Orris, ECM photographer.
No peacock shirt today.
No peacock shirt
Peacock
today.
Friday, 4 days away though. Always exciting time of the week.
Get it!
Chance. And it will be. Oh, he doesn't have the ball. He doesn't have the ball. Snatches at it. Well, now he hurts himself in the process as well. That's a big opportunity to get Shakur. And it's been missed. Well, Shakur, well, where's he going? Come back.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure there's no, yeah, there you go.
It's not even close. But I think he hurts his finger here, Ali Naya, either on the ball hitting the thumb or in breaking the stumps. And you can see he might have a bit of an issue. You might actually have to either go off, but because he's bowling the over, they'll probably give him a bit more time to try and sort this out.
Don't look now. If you're squeamish, don't look, because there's a little bit of pulling and clicking going on here. Pull and click. There you go. Done.
Wow. We might turn away then for a second to let them sort that out. Well, it's a peril of the job if you're playing. Well, I mean, I'm no stranger to it. If you look at my fingers, there's a few that aren't quite on the straight.
That's one I prepared earlier.
That's right. So I'm feeling you there, Ali. But no, that's the thing. It's great to be back. And here we go. We got that's Magic Spray Sharon, I think, who's coming as coined by Corey Rutgers. So Magic Spray Mary is not on this morning. Sharon probably not quite the pace of Mary, but I don't know if this is a Magic Spray job or not. That's a handshake, which Ali Naya's not having too much fun taking part in.
Yeah, well, some of the kids are concerned. Don't worry, kids, there's more chocolates to come. It's okay. It doesn't mean that the chocolates stop. Well, there they are, loving their moment here. The British International School of Marbella are in the action. Well, this is it here. Do you think it clonks him right on the top of the thumb?
I think it gets him right on the top of it. And he just, with that, he had enough time. He just had to catch the ball. He was rushing. And that's why he gets on the end of the finger. Well, that Magic Spray, that'll do him a world of good. He'll probably be bowling faster than he's ever bowled in his life after this ball. Ali Naya. It's uncomfortable because it is his bowling hand as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, like you say, the thumb always plays a big part. So, and you mentioned when he came on the bowl, it's a very wristy. He gets the whole wrist, and you can see there he's saying, "Give me the ball, let me see if I can do it." And there comes the ball. Well, it's a good job he's got his right hand because he can't catch in his left.
And Stephen Gooch.
He's saying, "Okay, I think that's it."
Yeah, you're good to go. Stephen Gooch umpiring out there with Tyrone Peters.
This one is either going to be a beaut or it's going to be a full toss. It's going to go flying over everybody.
The clock stopped, by the way, for that injury, so there won't be any issues with time here, I don't think. The other question was, is there an ambulance on standby? There is. Yep. That's where Magic Spray Sharon lives. She springs into action. Won't be required just yet. 4 to come in this over.
And there you go. Oh, no! He's let me down. He's put it down. I said it's going to be a wicket or full toss. And what happens? Well, Fletcher, what are you doing, man? Well. He drops an absolute dolly. I think he just thinks this is too easy. I've got it. Fluffed it. It goes down. And well, Naya, not only has he got the pain of the thumb to contend with, drop catch as well.
Got Naya bowling without a thumb. Looked like Fletcher was catching without a thumb there.
Yeah, big moment there.
It's just all action all the time. But I've got to say, the Swiss team, very popular due to the handing out of chocolates to the spectators before the start of this one. Romania, they can fight to 90. I mean, that'll probably play here against Switzerland.
Chance. Well, that's why you need your thumb. Because get the run out in the end. It's all happening there in the middle. First of all, is the chance of a cordon bowl. And, I can't catch you hitting at me. I've got no thumb. And then he says, hang on a minute, I'm going to get you. And, he's made sure he's not going to fluff this one, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a funny one. Well, not funny if you're Gaurav Mishra, but it's funny. Shakur came out below him, but now he's kind of assumed seniority in this role because I think Shakur has hit him a bit better. When you look at Shakur, 19 off 13 before that ball, Mishra was 9 off 11. So I think Shakur knows that someone's going to be run out, but he kept running, and Mishra was left to be collateral damage. But still, we'll see Gaurav with the ball, I'm sure, in the second half of this game as he departs. 7 balls remaining, 76 for 6.
Yeah, so well done there to the bowler. Ali Naya has been in the wars a bit, hasn't he? He nearly lost his thumb. Then we sort of catch drop from Fletch. Then he drops his own here, corner bowl. But Shakur says, hey, don't you go back there. You keep on running because I'm getting to that end. You got to try and get to the other end. And Naya, once he gets hold of it, just an easy, gentle little throw back to the keeper and gets the run out. Good delivery. And Shakur, he's far better when he's trying to stroke and time the ball rather than go for the big shots. I saw that from him in Romania, and he's got to stick to that. Kohli goes out to join him.
Yeah, Kohli, he swings and misses at that one, but Shakur will face now in the last over. And yeah, Manmeet Kohli, I think, will be used more as a bowler for Romania, but he's also a good batter. I mean, honestly, I think we've seen him play some good innings domestically. It's just a matter of, like I say, not just for Kohli, but for others in this Romania lineup to show that they can do it when the heat is on. Of course, Romania had a very good Valletta Cup earlier this year, but they are missing Taranjeet Singh. But I just think there's more to them than Taranjeet, and that's what we're going to find out this week.
Yeah, that's a great spell of bowling, by the way, from Ali Nair. Just goes for 8 runs. Doesn't pick up a wicket involved in that run out. Should have had a wicket, could have had 2 if he was caught by Fletcher and he's uncalled ball. But look, 2 overs for 8, outstanding. Oh, this just does too much.
It's well bowled. It had a lot of in-swing on it. It's Ashwin Vinod, who's still getting that ball to move, even though it's in the last over.
Yeah, look at this move. I mean, you think for sure that's hitting the stumps, but it just keeps going and going.
It's a good stop by the keeper as well. Second bounce, 1 glove. Ali Nair stays out in the field, by the way. He's at mid-wicket at the moment in the circle.
Hit hard, and that's a great bit of fielding. Lovely stop. Well, look, she's moving around, hopping around in those chairs now. She said, this ghost I don't like. I'm going to go to the other ghost chair. Well, she's in the perfect spot to take this shot. Great bit of action.
Yeah, no problem there. When it was touched, there's no issue.
Yeah, I think he's okay there. I think he's got his legs in the air.
Yeah, it seemed like it.
Well, if we're not sure, run over to Diane Norris and say, can we have a look at that one? Because she's right there. There she is, snapping away. Click, 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 click. Just keep an eye on the legs. Do the legs touch the rope or not?
Don't think so.
Don't think they do. I think he does work. See, right there, he knows there's a danger of it, but he pushes the ball away from himself, flicks his legs up in the air, and he's doing a bit of breakdancing.
Whoa, we've given it 4.
Well.
Wow, can't say I agree with that one.
Well,
the benefit of the doubt should go to the fielder.
Well,
I'm very surprised with that decision, I've got to say.
Well, he's doing some breakdancing there with the fielder. Well, he's going to have a breakdown. Seeing that given as a 4, he's saying, hang on a minute, that can't be right.
He touched it once. Anyway.
Up in the air, shouts to catch it. They're all coming from everywhere. Who's going to get there? Well, Nair. He's saying, I'm not going to catch it unless I'm going to do it one-handedly. He gets a bit of a slide in here. And I think the other fielder is saying to him here, hey, bud, why didn't you just leave it to me? He said, well, I thought it was mine. You didn't call. Bit of conversation. But, yeah, I think Amadi has got to be the one who goes
probably saying that why are you still in the field when you've got 9 fingers and you bowled your 2 overs? I'd be straight off getting the 12th man out there.
It is actually a very good point because you can see there he is still. Look how he's nursing that right hand.
About 3 people slipped over. Then they went for 2. It wasn't on. Fielder then threw it back from the bowler's end to the keeper's end, where it then bounced off. And then they thought of taking a second run, but they didn't. Anyway, after all that, it'll just be a single.
Yeah, just slowed down at the wrong point. And I mean, at the halfway point, score was 48. So you think they would have got to the 100. I know they were 5 down, but they just haven't got the acceleration in.
And Kohli get one out of the screws. 3 to come.
Goes for it, is up in the air, but fielders come across, opportunity, and it's going to be 4 runs. Well, this one goes straight through the fingers of Arun Vinod. And, well, the only thing, I suppose, the only saving grace is it doesn't go all the way for 6. So, if anything, maybe he stops 2 runs here, but needs to take this. Look, the other fielder, here's the call, stops. That's good from Jai Sin. But, well, Arun, he's the one who commits the sin, doesn't he? Doesn't take the catch. Yeah. Another chance goes down.
I like Kohli hitting straight there. You know he's going to get in-swingers. Clever variation, called a wide, though. Remember, if it hits any of that blue line at all, it will be called a wide as it passes the popping crease. So Romania fighting hard to something potentially 90-ish. Switzerland. Again, their first time in ECC cricket, and see how they approach this target.
Hits this hard down the ground, and it stays hit. Balle, Ginna Sona, Shaka again. Just like that, they get into the 90s, 92. So putting a score on the board, I think another boundary here will be perfect for them. They'll be happy with that. If they can push 4 or 6 more on the board. Oh, and he can't. It's clever bowling. Takes the pace right off it. That will conclude the end of the innings. 92 they finish on. Just weren't able to get the right amount of acceleration that they wanted. But that's really, for me, down to 2 superb overs from Ali Nair.
Very, very good 2 overs from Naya. Also got to say, Coley does well, comes out low in the order. Comes out at number 8 and is able to make a bit of a difference with that 4 and the 6 in the last over. So, look, it's a little bit less than what we would call par, but I think it's a testing target for Switzerland first up. I know that Romania, one of their Achilles heels last year was their bowling. Let's see if they can shut things down. But I'm really looking forward to seeing exactly how this works out. Switzerland, first time in the ECC. They brought the chocolate. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. And we do have some bad news for you. As you might have expected, the rain, it came, it has not gone away, and now it has been decided that the rest of day 2 will be abandoned. And that means that Vettingen and Paktoon's Army, they will have to split the points here in match 10. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Andrew Leonard with me, and Lenny, I know you've had a big day, and had a bit of everything, had some big hits early. We had some big chases. And Lenny, as we come back into the box, it has been a pretty special day. I've enjoyed having you here.
Thank you.
It's not the ending that we hoped for, obviously, the last game of the day. But I got to say, I've really enjoyed having you here and
thank you,
in the box.
Mate, it's been awesome. And one key thing, you got to remember, both those sides remain unbeaten.
Yes.
Only way they could do it.
Look at you always finding a silver lining in the
They
cloud.
found a way.
That. I love that. Once again, to all of our viewers, a very happy National Day. Happy August 1st. I know you want to catch the fireworks, but it could be a little bit of a damp one. This is the end of the day, but I can tell you we will be back tomorrow and we can actually have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Day 3 is on the way, and we'll get to see a couple of teams that we saw today, as well as Power CC that we saw on Monday. So, the fixtures tomorrow, we've got matches 11 through 15. We'll see the Lions, who are going to have 3 games tomorrow. We'll also see the Crickets. They've got a big day, 3 games for them. Power CC, they got the morning session, playing 1 and 2. And I'm really excited to see the host, St. Gallen, for the first time in the series tomorrow. 6:45 a.m. GMT, 8:45 in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India. And for all those fixtures, you can always go to our website, europeancricket.com. Okay. But Lenny, I know it's not the ending we wanted, but still a lot of action crammed into your first full day as an ECN commentator.
Just one name, Arif Sanger, remember it. 85 of 26 balls. We're looking out here at this incredible little pop-up venue.
Yeah.
The 6 got hit over the roof. It's about a 2,000-seat stadium. Over the roof, landed. We reckon it was about 110 metres, 19 years of age. Wickets as well. I think he's got it all. Can't wait to watch him for a whole 10 days.
Could be our HCL software player of the day, but we'll have to wait and see. There's also some great catching. There was some great fielding once again. I mean, that ball was travelling a long way. I know that... unfortunately, like I say, the rain's setting in. Hopefully the forecast tomorrow, I think, is a little bit better, right? You were saying. So
27 degrees they're talking about. That's about 15, 16. That's what I've got. Not 1, 2, hold on, Vin, 3.
Yeah.
There's a Swiss shirt.
He does have the Swiss shirt on, just so you know.
No, I am representing. I'm very grateful as well.
All right.
Swiss National Day.
So we will finish things here. A reminder to go to our website, europeancricket.com. Like I said, you can also like us on our social media and make sure you follow the updates there. And don't forget also, if you're watching on YouTube, to like the video and also to subscribe to our channel and tell your family, tell your friends about European cricket. Well, it's been great. We're going to go. We're going to find some shelter away from the ground now, but we'll be back tomorrow, like I said.
Vinny, thanks for having me.
Thanks for
so
being
great
here.
to be with you, mate.
We are
really
so happy that you're
great
here.
Great to be with you guys too.
On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy, a safe evening. Thanks again to all of our wonderful chatters, the Blue Crew, to the ground staff, and all the players officials for making today so special. We're going to leave you with some of the best bits of day 2, and we'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana. Switzerland, hop trees.